very briefly. Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on Energy Planning and Regulation in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. Witnesses before parliamentary committees cannot be sued or prosecuted for giving evidence or for the content of the evidence they give. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a Senate committee. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer or not, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I understand that our first witnesses are Mr. Ted Woodley, who is online, and Professor Bruce Mountain. I understand, both of you, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Bruce Mountain. I'm the head of the Energy Policy Centre at Victoria University.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity of appearing. My name is Ted Woodley. I'm not representing any organisation, but I've had a long involvement in the energy industry, amongst others.
Thank you very much, and thank you for agreeing to appear today, and also for the pardon mountain of work that you've done in this space. So we have some excellent witnesses appearing right across the day today, but I make you welcome, and would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Ted, would you like to go first?
Okay, thanks, Bruce. Well, my submission covered 4 issues. The first is the Commonwealth Government's unfortunate entry into electricity supply. This was not a deliberate policy decision, as it was triggered by a spur-of-the-moment announcement in 2017 to build Snowy 2, which then led to the Commonwealth acquiring all the shares in Snowy Hydro Limited, and then 3 years later funding the Hunter Gas Power Station. Over the past 7 years, the Commonwealth has invested over $25 billion in electricity supply and retailing, and is now a full-blown participant in the NEM. Not only has this newfound participation in the NEM been a bad investment, with returns of less than 1%, but it is at odds with the Commonwealth's responsibilities in policy making, rule setting and regulation. The Commonwealth's entry into electricity supply is especially problematic given Snowy Hydro's dominance in peaking energy. Snowy will have over 8,000 megawatts of hydro, gas and diesel plant, accounting for practically all of the peaking capacity in the NEM. As such, Snowy Hydro has minimal competition and effectively sets the price for electricity whenever hydro or gas plant is required. And this presents an obvious dilemma for the government. Does it instruct Snowy Hydro to minimise electricity bid prices for the benefit of consumers? Or does it instruct Snowy Hydro to continue to maximise electricity prices for the benefit of the shareholder? That's the Commonwealth. Snowy Hydro's dominance in peaking plant and its ability to game the market to the detriment of electricity consumers needs to be addressed. If Snowy were a non-government company, no doubt the ACCC would be taking action to limit its market power. A second issue is what future involvement, if any, should the Commonwealth contemplate in electricity supply? Should it fund further hydro, gas or nuclear power stations and become even more embroiled in the operation of the NEM? My second issue covers Snowy Hydro and its two major projects, documenting their checkered history and the Commonwealth's obvious lack of expertise with major electricity projects and its inexplicable failure to seek independent expert advice, especially in light of Snowy Hydro's abysmal estimates and performance. My third issue concerns AEMO's increasing responsibilities, expanding far beyond its initial role as Australia's energy market operator. Today, AEMO is also involved with forecasting, planning, transmission design, construction, contracting and regulation, creating a number of potential conflicts of interest. Also, AEMO has moved from being an independent entity that provided information and alternative scenarios to being a fervent promoter of its ISP optimal development path. Whilst its intentions are in the right direction, the physical delivery of such extraordinary quantities of VRE storage and transmission in the step change scenario are simply impossible. And its resolute advocacy raises unachievable expectations, increases construction costs and creates unhelpful tensions. The other important issue that I raised is the regulatory regime following the wording of the National Electricity Objective, which focuses exclusively on the interests of consumers and supplying electricity at the lowest possible cost. Scant notice is taken of the many other stakeholders and externalities, such as the impacts on local communities and the environment. And I believe that government should take a holistic approach to planning the electricity system for the benefit of the nation as a whole, not just concentrating on minimising costs for consumers. And finally, I review the transmission cost blowouts, cost apportionment and future design. I refer to the underestimation of costs and construction timing of new transmission lines, citing HumeLink as an example, with a six-fold increase in costs in just 4 years to $5 billion. Obviously, there is an inherent incentive for transmission providers to underestimate costs to get their projects into the development stream. There is no prospect of the transmission projects in the ISP being completed in the timeframes or for the costs estimated. I then question the current practice of simply adding the cost of new transmission to the regulatory asset base to be borne entirely by consumers. For example, HumeLink alone will increase New South Wales transmission tariffs by more than 50%. The proposed generators ought to be paying their fair share of the cost of transmission so that the most economically efficient locations are chosen. I then comment on the dodgy cost-benefit analysis that are justifying new projects and conclude with a lack of genuine consideration of new technologies for the transmission system of the future, with no consideration of undergrounding or DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley, and thank you for your submission. Professor Mountain, next statement.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to be here. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to argue the issues that I've written about. Very briefly, firstly, I do not think the oversight of the industry through the Australian Energy Regulator, the Australian Energy Markets Commission, or AEMO is working effectively. I think the underlying root problem of that is the governance arrangements are not adequate. I'd love to have spent more time on that, but my time has been limited in putting my thoughts together, and even more so the time that your committee has available to it.
Sorry, Professor, can I just ask you, I missed the point that you said you didn't cover enough?
Yeah, the essence of it is the accountability of the regulators.
Right. Thank you.
To politicians, to the committees, have not worked well, and they're answerable to everyone and so answerable to no one. And that's led to a culture of risk shifting and blame shifting and so on. But I'd like to focus my submission, and I have focused my submission and my time here talking principally about the Australian Energy Market Operator's NEMLink vision, which is a 15-year-old vision for a 500 kilovolt supergrid from Hobart to Townsville, essentially. Since it was created as an organisation, AEMO have pursued this. They stated it in their first document when they were created, and that's been their agenda. The essence of the vision is interconnection between the regional states. The argument for this in a fossil fuel dominated era was tenuous at best, based essentially on differences in the quality and cost of coal and gas. But as we move to carbon-free sources, whether nuclear, whether wind, whether solar, whether storage, no state has a cost advantage compared to the other, and the diversity of the availability of wind and solar resources simply cannot come close to justifying the physical cost of the infrastructure, even leaving to one side the enormous local environmental costs and impact on landholders. So I think the policy at its source in its economics is not well founded, and I don't believe that their analysis of it has been transparent and accurate and open. And the focus of our work with Ted Woodley, with Simon Bartlett, Mr. Darren Andrews, has been to critique in detail the work that's been done principally by AEMO, but also by the transmission companies. And I think we found through the detail of that we think it doesn't stack up. And we think major changes are justified in withdrawing AEMO's ability to be a central transmission planner. It was a mistake to give them that authority, but also raises fundamental questions on the governance of AEMO overall and its roles in the market. So that's been the focus of my paper.
Excellent, and of many other papers prior to that, which you very conveniently, thank you, linked to in your submission. Just going to a point you just made about the drivers behind the ISP and AEMO's planning. It seems to be they've got a vision now, whether it's for that NEMLink backbone or for some other reason there's a vision and they're trying to meet that. Would you agree that planning of this sort, infrastructure of this sort, should be based off simple and clean economic planning rather than planning for a solution?
Yes, indeed. I think the long history of this is big, powerful corporate entities like the Energy Market Operator need to unify around a vision, and once they've stated a vision, they risk a lack of credibility when they seem to change it. So they tie themselves in and they lack the ability to respond to technology change. I think in addition, their focus is parochial, partly by definition of the organisation. It doesn't have a mandate to look widely. It doesn't have a mandate to properly account for local environmental and impacts on landholders. It can't do that sort of calculation. It's a very high-level national or multi-regional planner of an enormous geography. Amongst federal countries, this is not how it's done, for the very reason that a whole lot of the factors of production are intrinsically regional and local, and ought to account not just for the cost of a transformer, but of wider policy and economic impacts.
And given the importance of the NEM to Australia's productivity and the enormous contribution it makes to GDP, can you articulate why parts of the ISP, particularly the interconnectors that you're so familiar with, aren't economic in the pure sense? What elements of them ensure that they don't add an economic benefit to the NEM or to Australia?
Yeah. The essence of the argument is in a carbon-free electricity system, and again I stress whether wind and solar supplemented by storage or nuclear, the essence of a carbon system, no state has a meaningful comparative advantage in production cost. So the sun is not so incredibly better in Queensland on average, or in New South Wales or South Australia, Victoria, Tasmania, as to justify the location of solar in one location and enormous transmission augmentation to ship it to the other states. In wind, there's a little bit of a difference in Tasmania in the average productivity, but those differences are small, and Tasmania is an outlier. Those differences amongst the states are small, but even more so what we've found through detailed investigation of both the wind resource and the way that wind producers respond to market prices is the correlation of their production is very high. So you would only consider building a bridge if you could get produce from one side of the bridge to the other at a lower cost, and if you can share the resource of production on either side of the bridge. That's simply not the case here, and we've studied it at length. AEMO, every time they challenged on this, are at 6s and 7s to explain it. The fundamentals simply do not get you there on the resource economics. I think the argument was, as I say, tenuous at best in the fossil fuel era, where Victoria's brown coal, which was a mine mouth resource, plentiful, not exposed to international coal markets, was meaningfully cheaper than New South Wales and Queensland black coal, and gas differences when Gippsland was abundant and we didn't have LNG export could have justified some level of interconnection augmentation. But those days are gone and going, or they're going and they'll soon be gone. So that resource diversity, which was tenuous at best and just on a calculation of the cost of the equipment, not as we now understand the enormous local environmental impacts on landholders and on local communities and on forests of the transmission augmentation, none of which have been systematically costed in the analysis, but whose economic impact is evidence in the fact that we're having this inquiry.
And you would agree that the cost of production, or at least the capital costs, to build wind, solar, batteries, very little difference between any of the NEM regions?
Yeah, there is no claim that it's cheaper to put a battery in Hobart than in Melbourne or in Sydney. And no state has a pumped hydro or other storage advantage. That may change in the future, who knows? And if new information comes to light, it's important that policy changes and the institutions are actually going to respond to that new information. But there's no evidence at all that that's the case. With the available technologies, and again I stress it's not just wind and solar, but also nuclear, there is no advantage, there is no reason, no plausible reason whatsoever to think of NEMLink as offering an economic advantage to the people of Australia that would justify its cost. And we found this going into the various details of the calculation. And
given that the NEM effectively runs north-south, there's no temporal diversity. It's not like it's connected to Western Australia 3 hours behind where you can get that generation back in when the sun's set or setting on the east coast.
Yes, the time differences from the east to the west of the NEM are simply too small, and the difference in energy production in that end of day period is simply too small. So we have no doubt there is no plausible economic justification on cost or the variability of the resource availability to justify the augmentation. And this for us is the touchstone, and we've put this to AEMO. Their answer essentially is we have the U-Butte model, we spend a lot of time building it, we've got lots and lots of experts, and we consult with lots of people in the process. We've been part of that consultation. Our protests, our criticisms have been not actually taken into account, so I'm afraid we don't think it's a credible process.
I'll come back to that shortly in a brief minute, but just want to check. Given we're planning for renewable energy zones in each state, they will need transmission to get them to load centres, correct?
Indeed.
And so that's worthwhile transmission, worth building, and should be part of the ISP. I assume even if the interconnectors were to be built, you still need to connect those reses to those interconnectors. Am I correct?
Yes, they are 500 kV, which is a voltage not used in the NEM. So, there are one or two 500 kV lines, but they are not part of the central infrastructure. So to connect the new wind and solar farms to the 500 kV, you need a substation to transform it down to the local voltages. Those are extraordinarily expensive. They use land, they have local impacts, and so there will be few of them. So to get your production to those points where you transform, you still need to massively augment the capacity of the existing network to get your production to those points. So it's not just the identified cost of the interconnectors, but all the consequential development of the transmission system, which is why we think this is so important.
And say with VNI West, when they're counting costs to that, I can't find anywhere where they identify those costs of transmission between VNI West and the Western reses.
Yes, AEMO have said on record several times that there will be no further augmentation after VNI West. We've scrutinised that. That's simply not the case. There'll have to be substantial Victorian transmission upgrades of the 220 kV networks to get production to the 500 kV substations that they intend, just for Victoria to access the limited capability of the new interconnector.
And if transmission is important for the economic supply of electricity, don't we have a great deal of transmission already down in Gippsland coming up to Melbourne? Or in that region?
Yes, we have said the regional transfer capability from the Valley to Melbourne is the strongest set of transmission lines in the Southern Hemisphere. It has enormous transfer capability. Plenty of spare capability now because it was built for expectation that there would be much more brown coal. That brown coal is closing. There is plenty of spare capacity there such that relatively smaller augmentations of transmission capability will be needed in Gippsland in order to massively improve production unconstrained to the Melbourne node.
And so I assume there are only marginal differences in a wind and solar resource in that area. Plus you don't have to pay for new transmission. Why then does the ISP only have about 10% of the amount of generation in the Gippsland res as it does in, say, Murray?
There's two main reasons for that. Firstly, AEMO have added in cost variables to drive up the access cost in the Gippsland region beyond a certain level, a very low level. And secondly, they hardwired a solar and wind assumption, a maximum capability for the region, such that when you exceed that capability of the region, irrespective of the cost advantage, their model says you can't put wind and solar there. So this was one of many hardwiring variations in inputs that AEMO has complete discretion to do in its modelling. And as a consequence, it's not giving an economic calculation, it's giving a calculation based on their assumptions.
It is completely arbitrary.
It is, we have found, completely arbitrary.
And you've addressed those in all the areas where you've been able to consult and you get no engagement back, or
yes,
it doesn't change the outputs?
We've spent a lot of time in our VNI West work looking at this, and we consulted with AEMO and other interested parties. We've set out our arguments. They're all on record on the papers that we cite. AEMO has not provided counter evidence to the contrary to justify that, and neither has the Victorian government. Our claims stand.
So just one last question. Would you, in your opinion, do you think AEMO are transparent and accountable?
No, I don't think they are at all. AEMO has been given an actionable ISP which make them accountable essentially to themselves. The AER can dot the I's and cross the T's on what the transmission companies think will be the cost of the approved program. But AEMO has an absolute authority, and the rules have intended that. That's by explicit intention. Not, I should stress, not the recommendation of the Finkel review. That was not what Alan Finkel's review had said ought to happen. So the only effective policy governance that one might have of AEMO is hoping that through government's involvement on AEMO's board, it can have some sway. But the governance processes for there are highly imperfect. And so a decision of substantial public policy content has no proper forum for policy accountability.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to take, we'll give you many more questions, but I better share the call. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you, Chair. I might just start, and Professor Mounson, it was a great submission, so thank you very much for that. And I'll just go over this some of this transmission planning stuff as well. Your submission outlines quite fascinatingly that the case for VNI West, I think you've alluded to this, the case for that when AEMO first proposed it was to export brown coal to New South Wales and Queensland. Is that right?
Yeah, the essence of the benefits that they showed,
All right.
the largest portion of the benefits were increased exports of brown coal to 2075 and putting off wind generation investment in Victoria.
Right. And when was that analysis done?
That was done in 2019, right. Completed after the 2018 ISP, which had a very different view of the world.
Right. So as late as 2019, AEMO were relying on brown coal production to continue to 2075 in Victoria to justify VNI West.
Yeah, that was the essence of what their modelling output showed.
Now, obviously, they have a different view of the world, as you said. They don't believe, I don't think, that brown coal production is continuing to the 2070s. How do they justify VNI West now?
So it's varied over time. In their second iteration of VNI West, they had assumed a counterfactual which was all coal in the NEM gone by 2030, and then putting in VNI West allowed coal to carry on until 2035 or so. It was actually later in Queensland. And so there was one advantage of economic benefit, although it was actually truncated. That was one element of benefit. The main benefit they claimed for Victoria was that if you built VNI West, you would avoid building more expensive pumped hydro in Victoria at an unknown location because you could then build battery storage, cheaper than pumped hydro, they say, in New South Wales, to which the answer is, why don't you just build a battery storage in Victoria, which is exactly what we see happening.
It's very strange. So effectively you're saying the counterfactual there is unrealistic or imaginary counterfactual effectively, and then you draw benefits from this higher cost level that you've just estimated, even though it's never going to happen. Yeah.
There's a whole range of fiddles that AEMO has employed to get the result they want. One is the counterfactual. The second is splitting a common project into separate elements and counting the benefit against each. So it's the Roman arch argument. The value of building the arch is the value of the trade across the bridge. Well, let's use the value of that trade to justify the first half of the arch and then the second half of the arch, and you've counted the same benefit against each. And they would have had an assumption around pumped hydro costs, which would have said, and battery costs and battery entry, which would have had them saying, if we can't build VNI West, we have to locate pumped hydro in Victoria, and therefore we need to build VNI West so that we can access cheaper battery. I should stress, after we'd pointed out the folly of that argument, AEMO's CEO at a conference said that the value of VNI West was exporting rooftop solar from Victoria to New South Wales, which makes no sense at all. You can produce rooftop solar just as cheaply in New South Wales as you can Victoria. So there are various arguments at different levels of the organisation have changed quite, over a large range in time.
So I was going to ask about that next, this solar generation point. You said the AEMO CEO said that at a conference. Is that reflected in their analysis? Is there anything in their documents which show an export of solar energy to New South Wales justifying VNI West?
No. What their documents, their last set of modelling documents after the Victorian government said that they didn't need to do it even after the line had changed quite drastically, but their last set of modelling showed that VNI West's benefits were going to be to massively transfer electricity production from Victoria in a relative sense to its neighbouring states. So Victoria would become a massive electricity importer, largely of solar farmed production outside of Victoria.
Right. So, I mean, do you believe the AEMO CEO was misleading the public by saying something that wasn't actually in his report or documents?
Yeah, I don't think, to be fair to him, he intended to, but I don't know that he had his head around AEMO's modelling results. It takes lots of sleuthing to figure out what they actually show as opposed to what AEMO's dot points show, and perhaps he didn't have a full briefing on that.
This is a $3 billion, I think, $3.3 billion project. You'd hope the CEO would be across this level of detail.
Yeah, it's at least $3 billion in Victoria.
You're being very generous, but yeah.
Yeah, I
think you might not expect him to know every decimal point, but this is not an error of precision. It's an error of direction. By the sounds of it, the modelling had nothing of what he described.
Yes, I think when asked to justify from first principles their modelling results, AEMO are at 6s and 7s. They can only go back to claims of a widely consulted process and a very complex model, which I should stress they don't run themselves. They hire others to run it. But when you come back to the first principles economics, which I think is the way to understand these things, big models are black boxes. There must be a rationale that's easily understandable, and we should expect this in energy as we do in housing or healthcare. And I think they haven't been able to give a clear answer on the first principles economics.
Okay, just moving on. Do you have one of the great things about your submission, how you quite usefully stepped through, I think, the 3 projects you covered, HumeLink, Marislink and VNI West, and all had very similar experiences and timelines of cost blowouts. Benefit blowouts too. It seems remarkable how however the costs go up, the benefits go up too. I mean, given this is across 3, and maybe Mr. Woodley can comment on this too, it seems to me that the regulators seem to be goal-seeking the benefits to match whatever costs come into their model. Would you go as far as saying that they are massaging the benefits here? Yes,
indeed. They can get whatever answer they want to get. There are so many degrees of freedom in the modelling input and the specification of the modelling that, as I say, using VNI West as a case in point, the rationale has changed drastically. The fundamental economics go against any expansion of benefits. To the contrary, they go in the opposite direction. And yet AEMO has always found ever-expanding benefits at a faster rate than the increase in the costs.
Mr. Woodley, did you have anything to add? I realise
I know a little more about HumeLink than VNI West, and it has a similar history. HumeLink, which is the transmission line, double circuit 500 kV from Wagga to Bannaby, which is near Goulburn, goes via Snowy 2. Originally it was called Snowy Link North, and that was the justification for HumeLink, and the initial cost estimate was $1 billion or slightly less back in 2020, fairly recently. But that cost, of course, has blown out to $5 billion. Its capacity has reduced, so it's now a 2,200 megawatt capacity line. And the justification now is basically to connect the New South Wales RES, to connect to Adelaide via Project Energy Connect and to connect to Melbourne via VNI West. But frankly, at 2,200 megawatt capacity, that will be fully occupied by Snowy 2 if it gets built and runs at full capacity. There's another 4,000 megawatts of solar and wind being proposed in the Southwest Res. There's 1,900 megawatts coming up from Victoria, and there's 800 megawatts coming from Adelaide. So the project, if it is to serve all those purposes, is now undersized. And the other issue too is that it only gets the power to Bannerby. You need Sydney Ring South, another $1.5–2 billion to connect it to Sydney. So the overall planning rationale for these lines has changed dramatically in just a few years. And whichever way you look at it, it's almost impossible to justify these projects on a true cost-benefit analysis.
Just moving to HumeLink then, and I might start with you, Mr Woodley, but Mr Mountain might want to add too. I mean, to what extent do you think this project has been persisted with despite the cost blowouts because of the Snowy 2.0 project? Obviously, there's been a fair politicisation of that and it's got a lot of promotion. And so from my understanding is that without HumeLink, Snowy 2.0 is just a couple of big bodies of water, basically. Do you think that's had an influence on the fantastic efforts to make this project stack up through a cost-benefit study?
Yeah, well, as I said, the original name of the line was Snowy Link North. By the way, Snowy Link South was VNI West. But yes, Snowy 2 is effectively stranded without a connection to the grid. It can export about 600 megawatts through existing lines, but it has a capacity of 2,200 megawatts. So without HumeLink, Snowy 2 is stranded. So that is the main driver, or the original main driver for this transmission line. And one of the unfortunate aspects of this whole Snowy 2 project is that the cost of transmission has never been included in the project cost. The project cost has always been referred to as the cost of building the plant. But the plant, as I say, is stranded without transmission. So the total project cost of Snowy 2, in my estimate now, is upwards of $25 billion.
Mr Mountain, did you want to add anything to that? Or?
No, I think that's quite right. What Snowy 2 did for AEMO is it allowed them to thump on the table even more strongly than MLink Vision, because suddenly there was a stated reason for the 500 kV augmentations, and hence the naming of Snowy Link North and South. When they found that certainly Snowy Link South meant nothing for AEMO's, they changed the name. But I think there is an important issue here. When the Commonwealth purchased New South Wales' share in Snowy Hydro, part of the deal was that the New South Wales government would not come knocking on either Snowy Hydro or the Commonwealth's door for the increase in the cost of HumeLink, which at the time of the agreement was less than $1 billion. So I think the New South Wales government, has been somewhat badly burned by a combination of AEMO and Transgrid for their wishful thinking on the costs of the transmission.
I mean, just looking at this overall now, we're effectively getting a 2.2 gigawatt battery for the cost of $25 billion. I mean, how does that compare to possible alternatives? Obviously, a coal or nuclear plant of that size wouldn't get anywhere near that cost. What about battery, or just batteries? I mean, this is a battery, so what if we just built batteries? Has anyone done that comparison?
Yeah, the storage calculation, both the volume of storage and the nature, is a complex one, and there's a wide range of views. Storage is expensive, and so economically you want to use it frequently. A battery has a huge advantage over pumped hydro because the round-trip loss is so much lower and it's much more flexible. I don't think the appropriate calculation is $25 billion on Snowy 2 versus another storage. I think the appropriate calculation is to say what is the carbon cost of that storage across other carbon costs across the economy. And what we found in our studies is once the variable power as a proportion of your total reaches extraordinarily high levels, with the existing technology cost, whether battery or pumped hydro, it's simply not economically plausible to use those technologies to firm up the system. It would not be a sensible thing to do. So I don't think the question is a huge sum of money on Snowy 2 versus a huge amount of money on a bunch of batteries that would give you aggregate total storage capacity. I think the question is, why would we be building that anyway? There's been a systematic, I think, policy and planning problem that we're trying to climb a mountain before we're climbing the foothills. These are relatively distant problems for us to solve. We oughtn't to be solving them now. And I think we've got to this through Commonwealth policy failure, previous governments, but also through the Australian energy market operator who's sat on the sidelines clapping this particular policy suite instead of pointing to the huge economic costs of it.
Right. I would like to drill down on that answer, but Mr. Woodley, would you like to answer that? Would there have been cheaper alternatives to $25 billion? And I was going to ask you as well, just taking a submission, do you think Snowy 2.0 should be scrapped then?
Well, we've been saying since 2017 it should be scrapped. I mean, it was absurd to consider a pumped hydro system costing $2 billion and being completed by 2021. And since then, there's been 6 adjustments to the completion time and 5 adjustments to the costs. And the latest cost of $12 billion doesn't include all of those costs, and it will no doubt blow out even further. And just to put it into context, as you've said, it's a 2,200 megawatt battery costing $25 billion. You compare that with the value of Snowy Hydro itself. Snowy Hydro has a market value of just under $8 billion, and it consists of 5,500 megawatts of hydro, gas and diesel plant, 2 retail businesses. So you're talking about Snowy 2 costing 2 or 3 times more than the value of Snowy Hydro itself, which is clearly far more valuable than a 2,200 megawatt
Where's
battery.
that $8 billion from? Is that from the equity stakes the government bought?
That was the value put on Snowy Hydro when the Commonwealth bought the shares from the New South Wales and Victorian governments.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And some people would argue that was probably an inflated figure.
Ask one follow-up.
Was an inflated figure, and New South Wales and Victoria came off very well.
Okay.
Because when you look at it, the dividends from Snowy Hydro at present are now down at around $80 million, which is a return on substantially less than 1% on that $8 billion valuation. So it's an extremely poor investment by the Commonwealth Government.
$8 billion seems like if 80 million of that, is that their earnings or is that the dividend?
No, 84 million was the dividend last year.
Oh, okay. So wasn't there EBIT or EBITDA or anything like that?
No.
Yeah, okay, still. All right. Just one follow-up. Sorry, Chair, to Mr. Mountain, if I could. You mentioned there that you don't think the batteries or pumped hydro could firm up the system, and also that we should only be mounting the foothills. So what do you think should firm up the system right now? And are you suggesting that we shouldn't be as ambitious in either reducing carbon emissions or trying to change technologies as quickly as we are in the ISP?
I think our various studies have shown that battery-backed solar on rooftops is the cheapest, reasonably firm storage package that you have. Quite what the future mix of generation of a power system will be is going to evolve over time as we understand better technology costs and social costs. As the technologies stand now, a fully decarbonised, variable resource-only electricity system with the existing storage technologies is not economically feasible. It would be a mistake to imagine you can do that now with the available technologies. You would need an enormous decline in the cost of storage to justify that across the economy as a plausible policy. But we can go a long way en route to that getting cleaner supply, expanding production by using the available technologies that are viable now. And as I say, amongst, and firmed is a relative term that has many different meanings, but reasonably firmed production, making use of factory roofs, is one of the cheapest policies that brings benefits not just to building owners but also to the wider community. And I think we should be thinking of policy in those terms and be open and receptive to big changes in the future once we actually understand them better.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Grogan, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Mountain, I might just ask you a quick follow-up. With your comments there on batteries, am I right in saying that you don't think batteries should cover the whole system, but there's value in a smaller scenario, so maybe sort of potential for distributed energy for SMEs? Would that be correct?
I think to clarify, a variable-based electricity system, whether rooftop solar or farm solar and wind, will need increasing amounts of storage. And once all the coal has gone, really very big amounts, very much more than we have now. So Australia, like California and Texas and many other parts of the world, are growing storage quickly. I can't imagine it would be economically feasible to grow that to the level necessary to completely decarbonise supply. But I can say the cheapest source of reasonably firmed electricity production is at the customer's point of use. And solar, rooftop solar, is relatively inexpensive and brings benefits to building owners as well as to the wider community. So of all the policy options to be pursuing at this point, that would be at the very top of my list. And then we must be receptive to new technologies and new changes, and we must study them. So don't write them off. But don't commit the big capital dollars until we are far more confident that they have a reasonable future.
Great, thank you. Mr. Woodley, in your submission, you're pretty critical of Snowy, and you've reiterated those concerns here this morning. How do you see a nuclear industry that, as proposed, also publicly owned and operated? Do you see similar concerns with that as you would to Snowy, given your criticisms have gone significantly to the fact that it's government-owned?
Yeah, well, I guess I raised the question for the committee. Is it going to consider whether or not it is appropriate for the Commonwealth Government to get further invested in electricity supply? It's heavily involved, being the owner of the fourth largest participant in the NEM at present. There is talk of Snowy 3.0 and Snowy 4.0, and obviously talk of, in the future, of nuclear power stations. Personally, I don't see any role for nuclear for some time, but that's another issue. But the question is, should the Commonwealth Government itself invest in electricity supply?
And so, if that was to be the case, and there was a government-owned nuclear system, what would be the impacts on the market? You say Snowy is a quarter or whatever. What would be the impact on the market if that was to come in, and what would be the impact on consumers?
What I said was Snowy is one of four major entities in electricity supply and retailing. And one of the issues I raised was its dominance in peaking power, and therefore its ability to set a price for electricity, and the government's question as to how it instructs Snowy in using that market power. I think I don't really have any comments on nuclear, because I see it as a potential for 15, 20 years into the future, and we really need to concentrate, as Bruce has said, on the next 5 or 10 years. We should be concentrating on removing as much fossil fuel generation as we possibly can. It's going to be very difficult to get to 100%, but we certainly can get to 80 or 90% with the technologies and the drives that we have at present.
So obviously, you're putting forward that we should focus on the next 5 to 10 years as opposed to anything further into the future. Yet what we have heard is that a nuclear industry would take over 10 years to develop and have the various regulations in place. Do you think that work should be going on now? And maybe I'll put that in two ways. Do you think that should go on now on the concept of it being a government-owned scenario, or do you think it should go on now as it being a privately owned scenario?
Well, I think you're trying to get me to make a comment on nuclear, which
no.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to do, because I personally don't think it has any role for the foreseeable future. But to discuss that particular topic will take quite some time, and I don't think we have the time, sorry.
Okay, all right. I suppose just, obviously this committee is about the planning and the regulation, and so planning is a really important element of what we're trying to sort of unpack here. And what the generation coming into the system, what the generations that's planned for, and what the policies of anyone, be it the current government or the opposition, all impact how we move forward. So, Snowy, for example, you've already said that some of that early planning wasn't done appropriately. So I think that's really where I'm going. I'm not trying to capture anyone in anything, but maybe I'll move on to Professor.
Well, if I can just say, I certainly don't say that we shouldn't be planning for as far into the future as we can. So we should have plans for the next 25, 30, 40 years and have some sort of idea of where we're heading. But we should be concentrating our efforts now on what we can do, and we can do a substantial amount in the next 5 or 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Professor Mountain, I don't know if you have a comment about that, what you see as that forward look, what should we be unpacking here in terms of the future of nuclear, be that the short term or long term?
Okay, I have a few comments. Firstly, I think in energy, as in many things, customer freedom to choose is particularly important, not just for customers, but for the learning opportunities. And so I would hate to see governments actually constraining that in name of energy technology selection. My second comment is it is in the nature of government, and politicians want to be able to promise certainty to voters. Well, we've got a plan. It's something that you, the people, want, and I have a plan. They can't in energy. There are too bigger set of changes. The technology shifts are simply too large. It would be ultimately dishonest, I think, is to put it bluntly, for a politician to stand up with certainty and say, I have the plan. That would show a lack of insight into the nature of the problem that they're actually dealing with. So what really matters is the arrangements of governance of the planning entities, the opportunity to learn. The essence of my point is national planning monopoly, as AEMO has been given, is wrong. It's a very bad policy choice, and it ought to be stopped as soon as possible. I think the states need to be accountable for dealing with the very difficult planning issues that they face. Not minimising this at all, it's a jolly difficult issue. There's a whole range of factors to be traded off. And you need to be able to trade off not just the electricity-specific factors, but the local impact factors, the local environment, the landholders. And a local political institution is the one that ought to be accountable for those. So I'm calling for a devolution, if you like, back to where energy has been in the long history in Australia, and as it indeed is in other federal countries, back to essentially regional and local entities. If the Commonwealth has a preference on technology, they should be able to pursue that through policy, by subsidising, by helping things to happen. I would shudder at a future in which our Commonwealth government becomes an even bigger electricity market participant, than it is now. I don't think it's owned Snowy hydro anywhere near as effectively as the states did over its long history.
Okay, so in that sort of scenario for a more localised approach, do you have any proposals in terms of how you might encourage solar battery scenarios on households or small business?
Yes, and coming up with solutions to the transition challenge has been a focus of our work, and we recently published a business power policy proposal, which was essentially Commonwealth support, perhaps, and or state government support to grow battery-backed solar on business premises roofs. I don't think I've written a paper in which I've heard more resoundingly from others, this is a no-brainer, why is it not being done? It's a commercially gainful proposition for the individual companies as well as for the community at large, and I think is at the top of my policy preference list. It would encourage the innovation and enterprise and choice that I think is essential, and will leverage private dollars, not anywhere near the Commonwealth dollars, will be needed for that to grow new supply compared to any other choice that we can see.
Thank you. I wonder if you would submit that paper to the committee?
Yes, I will do.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Professor Mountain, you've been quite critical of the planning process and the method it takes to get there, trying to find an optimal development path based on least cost, trading off market benefits. In your view, is that a sound way to plan a system?
No, I don't think cost-benefit analysis in electricity or, frankly, in any other part of the economy is a useful analytical construct. It reached its zenith in Britain in the 1960s, and we can't find any evidence of a similar doctrinaire cost-benefit analysis as it's been worked up to in this grand edifice in Australia elsewhere, simply because defining costs is nigh on impossible, defining benefits is nigh on impossible. Electricity entity necessarily has a relatively narrow focus on electricity-specific factors, but a whole lot of what is called social cost is economic. We're just calling it social. Its impact on landholders, on owners of land, on forests and so on. Those are very real across-economy economic impacts. And a cost-benefit analysis can't grapple with those because they're indeterminate and they vary across such a wide range. So this tool, which has gained elevation through a political desire for certainty, which has responded to a public desire for certainty, is not well-founded. It was inappropriate of politicians who have promised this certainty, and it's inappropriate of knowledgeable economists and engineers and leaders of these institutions to have answered to politicians that they can provide it. They simply can't. They can construct an edifice, and then, having built it, they will then justify it's the best thing since sliced toast, and they've consulted everyone in it, and it really is robust. But one little pull, and it's going to fall apart again and again. This is the nature of our challenge, and so we need to develop institutions of government that can respond to this and can arrive at different solutions that properly account for all the wide economy-wide factors. And those mean devolution to levels of government that can properly understand that.
And those faults in that use of analysis in the ISP magnifies the problem, doesn't it? In that the ISP, well, it says it should be planning for generation, transmission and storage. All of the CDPs that it puts forward to be tested against a cost-benefit analysis, those CDPs only contain transmission projects. Am I right?
Yeah, indeed. All of the actionable projects that AEMO has put forward so far have been transmission projects. AEMO itself, and this is in the very nature of it, is on a bit of a cleft stick. It can't, it has difficulty putting forward a generation or storage solution because this is in the contestable element of the market. So even though a storage solution is often the best solution to augment transmission capability, AEMO doesn't really have the mandate or the vires to be putting that forward, which is, and I'm not by any manner of means arguing that AEMO should be given it. Rather, it points to the fallacy of the system of administration that creates a so-called plan in this fashion.
And while it could plan for, and it is planning for, generations, planning for reses, and it's not saying who should and what technology should go in there, but it's planning for those. And you'll see in their outlook papers, there's huge amounts of generation that's been publicly announced. Is I think the bar they have to get over. But it still doesn't seem to be this whole of system planning.
No, indeed. AEMO has actionable transmission, market entry, freedom to enter and leave, governs electricity production and storage. The gist of the drumbeat on the successive ISPs has been AEMO saying this is the optimal plan. Why is it not being developed? Well, government needs to get this going even more quickly and the market needs to get it going even more quickly. This is the optimal plan after all. Instead of reflecting on the fact that this optimal plan that we think is optimal, the information being revealed is actually, there's huge difficulty with it for a whole range of reasons and the market isn't responding. Well, maybe that tells us that our plan is wrong.
And to talk that through, in the states they have, each state has a transmission network service provider as a monopoly. Could some of these problems be fixed, and would we get an actual efficient, economically beneficial plan if there was contestability in these transmission projects, if they are the right projects to go ahead with?
Yeah, I think there's enormous scope to increase the possibility of competition in the provision of transmission as well as in its planning. And in Victoria, there's a wind developer who is putting on the table the proposition that they will develop the transmission line. And they've promised to be far more customer-focused and far more landholder-focused in that. And if they can obtain the agreement of the local communities and the local, landholders, good luck to them. Let that arise as a possibility. But that requires a system of government that can be open to that possibility. And it'll vary from one bit of Australia to the other. The engineers in charge will have different aptitudes and openness to new innovations. And we should let that happen and let the winners win and the losers watch and government observe who's winning and losing. I think we're far more likely to get an outcome that is acceptable to the communities across Australia, the landholders affected, the wider community who are asking for an energy transition, if we have that sort of devolution to bring the parties into various fora that they might agree amongst themselves, rather than a hierarchical, top-down, father knows best framework that we have now.
Do you think, and this is my last question, do you think that if we had competition in the transmission sector, cost blowouts that completely outrage all Australians, particularly energy consumers, like in HumeLink going from $0.9 billion to $3.3 billion to nearly $5 billion. I mean, everyone I talk to is outraged, by those cost blowouts. Would competition have avoided some of that?
Yes, I think the nature and extent of the cost blowout would be much lower. Part of the reason for the cost blowout is the regulatory approval process, which encourages the proponents and AEMO to put in a low number to start and slowly increase the temperature in the hope that the frog doesn't notice. That's the nature of the regulatory process. A private investor accountable to equity providers and to bondholders and to wind and solar farms that might want to use its produce have much tougher accountabilities for cost blowouts. And I think they'll be far more effective in the procurement and the management of the asset builders anyway. That's the long history of the evidence on these things, I think.
Thank you very much, Professor Mountain, for appearing. Sure.
Just one more question. I know we're over time, but this has been very useful. I've actually questioned Mr. Woodley, if he's still there. You say in your submission that you don't think it's appropriate for the Commonwealth to be involved in energy generation. You're worried about the conflicts. and you seem to hint that this is unprecedented. I'm not so sure I agree with that thesis. The original Snowy hydro scheme was initiated by the Commonwealth Government. In fact, when John Curtin first presented the legislation to Parliament, he didn't have support of New South Wales Victoria. He used Commonwealth defence powers to push it through. So I've just wondered, that was very successful seemingly. So I just wanted to challenge your thesis that somehow the government control of generation either hasn't been a feature or hasn't worked in the past. Obviously at state government level they've been heavily involved in the development of generation assets. What do you say to that, that there has actually been a history of some history, admittedly a long time ago, of the Commonwealth being heavily involved in energy generation investment and planning?
Yeah, well, you're dead right. But my comments really started from the situation back just 7 or 8 years ago, where the Commonwealth's investment was really a 13% stakeholding in Snowy Hydro, and therefore a very minimal role, developing into its role now of 100% owner, and also heavily involved in promoting and funding major projects, which clearly have failed compared to the original Snowy scheme.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there for time. But thank you again to both of you. Very useful.
Thank you very much for your appearance. The committee has set Thursday, 14 November as a due date for answers to be taken on notice. So I think there were some questions given, and you might get further questions on notice in writing. But thank you very much for your testimony. And next we've got the Grattan Institute. I now welcome the Grattan Institute, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Thank you, yes.
For Hansard, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name's Tony Wood, and I'm the Program Director for Energy and Climate Change at the Grattan Institute. My colleague.
My name's Alison Reeve. I'm the Deputy Program Director.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement to make?
Look, sir, I thank you very much. I think this committee inquiry is taking place at a very opportune time.
Thank you.
We are at an interesting stage in our, what you might call the transition or the transformation of our energy sector and our economy more broadly. And where we are now in late 2024 is that whilst emissions have been coming down very significantly since 2005, and the last 3 or 4 years they've stalled somewhat. We have seen, fortunately, some improvement in electricity prices, and broadly speaking, compared with some of the disruption we had a couple of years ago, reliability has been pretty good. But as we've looked at this and looking forward, we see some challenges and we've got some concerns. Part of it is associated with the fact that as a result of, I think, governments generally becoming less and less confident with the operation of the market, they've intervened more and more. And that now has consequences, and we're grappling with those, I think. Our view was, look, we're now in a situation where it's pretty demonstrably the case that unpicking all that and trying to fix it on the run is just too hard. The Energy Security Board largely did not affect very much, really. And so our recommendations in a report we published earlier this year was that maybe now's the best time to let's let that play out, deal with what we have to do. There will be issues, and we've seen some of them even this calendar year, but let's muddle through that, and we'll probably be okay, but we need to plan for this future. And it seems to us that, therefore, the topic of this inquiry in terms of planning and regulation is appropriate. In our view, there are several things which we've included in our submission, Senator, that we think are central to that. Some of the things about the structure we have today are clearly out of date and no longer reflect the reality of the world we're in today, nor the reality of the world we're facing. And of course, there are not just domestic, there are even geopolitical issues affecting our energy system. The sort of things that we think are appropriate in this world of governance and planning are as follows. The historical separation between electricity and gas, for example, we think is no longer relevant. At one stage, I was responsible for one of the major companies' retail business, and it became pretty obvious that integrating energy in terms of electricity and gas was the way to go. And in our view, it's about time we did the same thing with our broad laws that cover the sector. The other thing that I think we've lost a little of is that governments really have the obligation for policy. That seems like a trite statement, but it sometimes seems that governments have almost abrogated some of that responsibility to some of the market bodies. And when the market bodies then tried to develop policy, the governments didn't like that very much. And so you end up with a very unfortunate tension, I think, between those two. And I think it is time for the governments, and we have a federal system, and that's not unlikely to change anytime soon. Therefore, it's appropriate for the what's now called the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council to take broader control of where policy should go, and then provide that clear policy direction to whatever market bodies we have to ensure that they get what they've asked for. And that implicit in that is an agreement that the results of what comes forward will be listened to and taken notice of, and not just put to one side and then something else done by any one of the jurisdictions, which is what we've seen. Secondly, we do share some of the concerns that others have raised about the integrated system plan. It has an unusual history of the way it evolved. There was a purpose at one point. I think that's become clouded. My background is in the corporate world, and I tend to approach these things, well, if you were seriously doing this as a company, how would you do it? Yeah. You'd develop a central plan, you'd make your own, you would make forecasts, but these are not ones that are going to happen. These are based upon assumptions. And then you test that against possible scenarios, and that's not quite the way the ISP works. The challenge for AEMO is that they are effectively required to take into account things that individual jurisdictions have decided. And so what you end up with is an optimal constrained plan, constrained by decisions that have been made by jurisdictions. And that is not going to be the optimal plan to get us to net zero. So when the AEMO talks about what that is, that's the constraint within which they work. Clearly, we've got some challenges with transmission planning and the history of, I'm not going to repeat the history you've already heard on snowy hydro. So we think that there are several things now that need to be led by that Ministerial Council. One is that we do need to revisit, and we should start this work now. Mm-hmm. We should revisit the roles of governments and the agencies. I think the Energy Security Board was a sort of an attempt to solve a problem, which was each of the market bodies has functions which are defined. One of them, the AMC, has responsibility for market development. Providing advice to government on policy within those silos was always going to be difficult, and that's what the Energy Security Board was asked to do to some extent. I think that needs to be thought about as what's the best way to do that. Whether or not it's the advisory panel to which the ACCC has now been added, I suspect is probably okay, but we need to be very clear on what the role is of those market bodies and how they advise ministers on what's required. Secondly, there is clearly a need for revisiting the actual structure of the national electricity market itself. The questions of ensuring we have adequate resources to meet a situation where we're getting to move down with closing coal and so forth is a requirement. And I don't think we've got that right. We had a failed attempt to do that a couple of years ago, and it's sitting to be done. We do need to, there's some of the issues I've heard you raise already, and that is this whole question of consumer resources. It's a very different world. The integration of those resources at one level can sound, well, that's a good idea, but the complexity of what would have to be done and will have to be done to be able to get the benefit of integrating those resources is almost mind-bogglingly complex. And our concern would be that it drowns in complexity if we don't start to decide how we're going to do that. And finally, if we are seriously going to get a lowest cost low emission system, we need to think about renewable energy in a slightly different way. I think the renewable energy target, which has been very successful industry policy, became a substitute for climate policy. And we need to revisit that and make it very clear that the objective is lower emissions, And our conclusion was that, for example, on the electricity market, zero is not the right target for now. 100% renewables is not the right target. The issue is a net zero system, and that means you've got to balance or provide the backup to wind and solar. And that becomes, in our view, a role for gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Reeve, did you have anything to add? No. Thank you. So taking your points about the structure, etc., part of my concern and for the reason for putting forward this inquiry, or put together this committee, was looking at all the planning that's going on, the decisions that are made by the market bodies, etc. There's very little, if no, accountability that goes on. I can get AER in front of me in Senate estimates, and I will next week. That brings a level of accountability. But given the complexity and the lack of accountability to energy ministers, but therefore accountability to none, and certainly no democratic accountability other than through AER. Do you think there's another structure that could embed accountability into how we've structured our energy sector?
Look, I think there is always an alternative which I'm not attracted to, and that is nationalisation. And I think the evidence is...
I don't think anyone's suggesting that.
No, I would not try and put words into your mouth, Senator. But I think what we've ended up doing, I think partly as a result of the concerns you've raised, is we've got this sort of partial renationalisation going on as we speak. So not just Snowy Hydro, which also has its own retail arm, or two retail arms, to be honest, but we've seen more recently the reinvention of the State Electricity Commission in Victoria, yet to do very much. In Queensland, we have CleanCo. In New South Wales, we have the role of Energy Co. And I think they are making the waters very muddy indeed as to who's accountable for what. There's no doubt that there is, even if you take one simple example, that under the way the market, the AEMO has its planning role, that is intended to be scrutinised. Yep. That's where the first step is to make sure that the recommendations that are coming out of that process are heavily scrutinised to ensure that what is being claimed is accurate, and that's absolutely appropriate. And that should be done both by recognising AEMO has involvement in its governance structure from both the industry and from the governments. So it's an unusual one in that sense, that the opportunity to do that. In terms of its decision-making, and when, for example, if the AER then scrutinises a particular investment, transmission or distribution, and if those numbers end up blowing out, then the questions arises, well, who's going to be accountable for that? And I think that remains a challenge of planning for infrastructure more generally. I mean, there's not much major infrastructure in this country that's been delivered on time and on budget. So I think to think we're going to somehow or other get magical control on that would be very optimistic.
I fear you're right. Given the largest part of the planning process in the ISP, it talks about or promotes transmission, and it's transmission that is economically rewarded through a regulated return on an asset base. Incredibly low risk, and as you are from a business background, any number of organisations, investors would come forward and put money into such a scheme, wouldn't they? Or you would expect. Do you see it as a failure, or that the need is just not seen by the investment community, and that's been signalled by the government having to come up with a rewiring the nation policy to incentivise more transmission?
My simple answer is no. The history of investment in these regulated businesses is that the way you do that is to put in, there is a fundamental role for planning in the first place, because infrastructure being built just all over the place is not what anyone's suggesting, right? So there is a role for government to say, well, this is broadly what we need to achieve, and then you use some form of bidding process to provide the competitive tension to ensure that you get the lowest cost. And there's some good examples, I think, in what's been done most recently in New South Wales, where we're seeing the use of competitive bidding, looking as though it's helping to reduce costs below what they might otherwise have been. So that's one way to do this. There's no doubt that the whole concept of these regulated monopolies has sometimes been partly corrupted, I think. The regulatory capture has been common throughout our history. We've seen, even right now, we have an open case in the last 24 hours of one of the transmission companies, or gas transmission companies, wanting to open up its review of its pricing, because it's saying, we signed up for no risk, low return, and now we're being asked to take market risk in retrospect. So it creates that tension. I think the role of the government and having a planning body, as it does in most infrastructure, is absolutely appropriate. But making sure that where possible you introduce real commercial tension into this is the right way to go. There's always going to be a limit to how far you can do with that. I think we've got some ways to go, because I think we're seeing the role of technology opening up some possibilities that maybe hadn't existed before.
Senator, I think as well, if you are going to invest in a regulated asset, it's not just the return only comes if there is a market there. So in this case, someone is going to connect a generator to your transmission line that takes you to market. And I think, when we were in a steady state kind of NEM, where all we were talking about was augmenting existing transmission and demand that was actually pretty flat, it was pretty clear to you what the returns are.
Yep.
We're now in a world where the future demand is actually a lot more uncertain, because it relies on different policy settings, and governments have not been clear about what rate of electrification they want to see, and therefore what rising demand in the economy. And we are trying to put transmission lines into areas where there has been no transmission before, because our resources are now in different spots. And so you get a chicken-egg problem, right? The AEMO can signal all it likes that you need a transmission line in a particular place, but you're not going to build it if you don't know there are going to be generators there, and you don't know that the market is going to be, those generators aren't going to build if they don't know that the demand is going to be there. So it's not just that these assets are attractive in a steady state market, but we're not in a steady state market at the moment. We're in quite an uncertain market.
Very, very good points. But AEMO forecast demand, and their spreadsheets are full of either committed, anticipated, or announced projects, regeneration projects. So I think plenty of signal to transmission to that they've got a case, and particularly they're not rewarded or penalised for utilisation on their networks. There's just a very inefficient, economically inefficient process, and if with all that signalling, the government's still having to step in. It seems to me that there is a real failure there. And I'm not criticising rewiring the nation. If there's a need for it, there's a need for it. But if even under this model that we've got, which I don't think is a very good one, if that's still not getting transmission built, I'm just concerned about how we're going through it, or can improve it.
We have publicly commented about rewiring the nation, because in our view, certainly in my view, there were some assumptions made about that concept that I think were wrong, and unfortunately the basis of those calculations that were produced at the time were never made public, and so it was hard to get to the bottom of why that was going to make sense, because the government, we talked about achieving lower emissions via more renewables, and the assumption was the transmission would just be built and will provide some finance through rewiring the nation. Now, the problem of transmission is very little to do with the cost of finance. As you said before, regulated monopolies will borrow the money, and if they once it's approved, whatever the cost of finance is, if it's approved, that flows through to the cost of the system. It gets paid.
Yep.
So the issues that you see, therefore, in relation to the transmission are the ones that are now playing out practically. And so, for example, the big issues are what's causing transmission to be challenged, and the transmission becomes the fundamental bottleneck to some of those renewables that Alison was referring to, is where the three things. Firstly, the community pushback in terms of social licence. The second one is the regulatory system. I mean, even the CEO of Origin Energy a couple of weeks ago said, he would find it very optimistic to be able to get a wind farm delivered in 5 years. Now, 5 years for a wind farm is extraordinary. So the regulatory system is out of control, and of course, at the same time, everything in these areas has become more expensive. And that's the nature of the infrastructure world we live in, and it's not just energy. So those things have meant that the rewiring the nation was always, in some ways, the wrong solution. The real solution is to create the arrangements in which transmission does get built and manage that much more effectively than we have.
And is there do you know of any examples around the world of more economically based ways of funding or paying for transmission? Is there any market mechanism that could be replacing regulated asset bases?
Look, fundamentally, the model that we followed, and we did follow other parts of the world in the disaggregation and the introduction of, from the Hillman Review, disaggregation and introduction of competition at two ends. I think what we are beginning to see, however, is some of that opening up a bit, not necessarily for the transmission. I think it's the harder bit. On the other hand, whilst we have major concerns that we share with this committee about some of the way some of this transmission has been handled, there's actually not very many of them that are critical if you're going to seriously think about how we're going to do this. And so the real issue is to get on top of the costs and get on top of the planning, rather than saying, well, are we going to try and invent a completely new system for transmission finance? I think that would be unlikely to deliver significant benefits over what we have today.
Thank you, Ms Wood. I've got many more questions, but I'll share the call with my colleagues.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr Wood, for being here. Can I just ask, do you think the plans, the government's plans for the energy transition are on track?
I think my simple answer is no. Now, that doesn't mean that we should stop and go back to our source of origin and start all over again. The difficulty was always going to be, as it always is with these things, there are things which we know and don't know and can project, and some we can't. The really interesting question is, how do you then adjust your plans as it goes forward? So where we are now is that whilst broadly speaking, until about 2019-20, our emissions reduction were on target towards the current government's target of 43% by 2030. They're not. In the last 3 or 4 years, emissions have flatlined across the economy, not just in electricity, and that's going to take some work to get it back on track again. We've put a lot of focus on electricity, and yet it's now probably well under 30% of our emissions, and the other sectors have to do the hard lifting as well. And we've got, as you know, Senator, very few policies, if any, to address those. There are some, one of which was designed originally by a coalition government and has now been modified by the current government, the safeguard mechanism. That will have an impact. But electricity, the real issue with electricity is that renewables will continue for the reasons we know. The state policies will probably drive it, but it has to be brought on track. So I think the 82% renewables, in our view, would be almost out of reach. And of course that underpins to some extent the 43% emissions reduction target. And when that happens, is that a catastrophe? No, but it means we've got to think about where we're going as we think about future targets. If we were to achieve, we are currently, as you would know, 40% of our electricity coming from renewables across the country. If we were to get to 65, 70% by 2030, from where we were 20 years ago, that's a remarkable change. And we've done it, broadly speaking, with little negative impact on prices or on reliability. So that's quite an amazing outcome and would compare favourably just about any other country, I would suggest.
I mean, this raises the prospect then, or the issue you raise in your submission about perhaps, I think you say sort of stress testing the ISP or sensitivity analysis, in other words you use. My understanding from last week's evidence is that the ISP currently takes the government policy objectives as gospel, if you like, and drives the model to achieve, say, the 82% renewables and other goals. I take it from what you say on page 15 of your submission that you're suggesting that perhaps the ISP should be able to present some alternative scenarios that depart from those government objectives where AEMO think that some other pathways might be more plausible. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me try and be clear, Senator, that, and again, I guess it reflects my corporate background, that what I think governments and, in the case of corporations, boards are interested in isn't, is this forecast accurate? What you're concerned about is if we support this investment in transmission, what of those assumptions have been made that caused that result to happen? And if those assumptions weren't true, are there plausible situations in which this is a really bad idea? And what you really want to test it against is those sort of circumstances. So what happens if, for example, did we ever test what happens if we have major pushback from communities on the building of transmission, for example? What happens if we have changes in the broader environment of energy? Well, you know, there are areas of technology that will change. Now, you can't put them into your economic model, but what you can do is test them against test your central assumptions against plausible scenarios, and you do sensitivity analysis. Which of these assumptions will matter? And it won't be, you'll have, you know, AEMO have to include all sorts of assumptions about into the future. What you're interested in to know is which of those assumptions could turn out to be wrong, and which therefore we want to think about. Not so much, it doesn't mean you change your decision, but what you do is make sure that if things are turning out to be wrong, you've made adjustments. And we'll see, you know, we've already seen some of that sort of thing happening even in the last 12 months.
And what that allows you to do, or what that allows government to do, if it's government driving this or if it's companies driving it, is to risk manage for the things that are most likely to blow you off course. I mean, my understanding is in the latest ISP, or it might have been in the ESU, the AEMO didn't just take as gospel from companies that the completion dates of various projects would be when they said they were. They actually tested, well, what if those start to run late? And that's the sort of thing that you need to do, but you need to do it across, I think, a plethora of factors that might throw you off course.
I'm still just trying to understand, are you suggesting, though, that AEMO would be able to alter the end point, so to speak? So we'd be able to say, look, it's plausible that we won't get to 82% renewable, so we'll model a scenario that we only get to 40 or 60 or whatever. Or are you suggesting that, because your transmission point is what I'm honing in on here, are you suggesting that, well, the current pathway of getting to 82% might not be possible, so we'll adjust our model to take that out, to take this particular pathway out, but the model will still have to get to 82% through another means? Do you see my distinction? Are you suggesting...
There's sort of two ways you can do it. You can solve backwards from 82%, or you can solve forwards and say, tell me where I get to in 2030. And I think you sort of need to do both.
Okay, so that makes it clear to me. You talk a little bit in your submission about the post-coal era. Do you think we're going to end up with lower electricity prices in the post-coal era than the pre-coal era, or the coal era, not the pre-coal era?
I think the truthful answer is we have no idea.
Okay.
Now, that has got some intent.
At least you're honest, I think.
I mean, we did very extensive analysis. We took advantage of the fact during COVID of all the university students not being there. We used most of the computers in the university to do some serious modelling around real weather patterns against a real system. And what we compared was a counterfactual in which we didn't just assume the existing coal kept going, we just assumed that what happens if the existing coal is replaced with coal, and compared that with a system which was higher renewables.
Right.
Now, what we also included was the transmission and to back that up and make sure that it met the reliability standard. Right? And what we found was that we could close coal over the next 10 to 15 years, and we would maintain a reliable system, and the cost would be, of those two alternatives, would be very similar indeed. Now, that's not saying that we're suggesting that the prices would go up or down. I mean, two things happen there. One is, where are the costs relative today? So, for example, we right now have, in terms of the coal-fired power stations we still have, they are remarkably low cost. They were when they were built. New coal-fired power stations would be more efficient, but they would be more expensive. So you've got to think about what that counterfactual will be. And so I think the issue here is, let's understand what is the lowest. I think the way AEMO presented is this, in their view, and I'm sure we agree completely with this, is the optimal or lowest cost pathway to get to a destination which is net zero by 2050.
Yeah. Well, look, I very much appreciate your candour. You've always had that in this debate, Mr Wood. I mean, I think other people, though, in this debate quite often say that, and quite strongly say, that firm renewables is much cheaper than coal. I just want to get maybe an opinion from, if you like, is do you think those advocates sometimes do a disservice to their own objectives because they are making promises, or have made promises, that have clearly, at least to date, not been kept? And then that undermines people's confidence in the whole planning system if people are not living up to what they say.
I think one thing that I would absolutely agree with, and that is that if we end up making commitments that we're going to have lower prices and we don't, or that we have rolling blackouts of some sort, then that is absolutely going to seriously push back community support for this transition.
Yeah,
so fundamentally, we have to make sure we don't do that. And I think there have been a series of governments that have made projections about the current government's well known in terms of its $275 projection, have made promises or commitments to reduce prices and they never have. And I think that's very unfortunate because in our assessment, what broadly happens, Senator, is that whilst wind and solar are low cost, marginal cost to produce, very low, the system costs aren't that much different because the cost of the transmission and the backup pretty well offsets the lower generation costs.
Yeah, that's a sensible point. Your submission does, I think my takeaway was it argues that the safeguard mechanism should be expanded. Is that to include all electricity generators or all over the threshold, presumably?
Yeah, so in our submission, we were just pointing to the need to tell the electricity sector what it needs to do about carbon in order to create investment certainty for people, particularly people who want to build gas. At the moment, the safeguard mechanism has two parts. It has an electricity part and a non-electricity part. The non-electricity part is the part that the current government reformed to place caps on emissions of large industrial companies. The electricity part they left alone. Now, you could do a similar reform on that part of it to basically put the electricity sector on a level playing field with the large industrial sector. We have a slightly absurd situation at the moment that if you're a gas generator, you can buy as much gas as you like and you can burn as much gas as you like and you pay no carbon price for that. If you're an aluminium smelter, you could buy that same amount of gas and burn it and you have to pay for those emissions. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense. The other thing that doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment is that there are a number of electricity generators that are considered to be industrial facilities. So most of them are in the Pilbara, and so they are paying a carbon price. But
because they're part of the facility.
Yeah, but ones that are connected to the NEM are not. There are other ways that you can put carbon signals into the electricity market. That was just one suggestion, and the reason we made that suggestion is because it is there already, and it is something that you could just administer rather than having to start from scratch.
So have you had a look at how much that carbon price would have to be to meet the existing carbon targets?
No, we haven't, and a lot of that would come down because a lot of it comes down to what design decisions you would make about. So a key part, there's two key things in the safeguard mechanism that drive how much emissions reduction happens. One is the rate of decline in emissions caps, and that's a choice that you would have to make, and that would have a very big.
I'm assuming the same as what AEMO currently impose in there, which is presumably
I think
consistent with our carbon targets.
Their one is linked more to different state targets arriving at different times, as well as a federal target, a national target. The other thing is the what is effectively the price cap within the safeguard, which at the moment is $75 per tonne. You could set that cap higher and you would get a different effect. You could set that cap lower and you would have a different effect.
Sure.
So anytime anyone models anything,
it's non-zero. You think the carbon price has to be positive, which does sort of come back to my point that doesn't that undermine the talking point out there that renewables are cheaper? If they were cheaper, why do we need a carbon price to drive investment in their uptake?
Well, our argument, we've never supported the argument that they're cheaper. I think because the other thing about this is that if you're going to achieve the objective for which we have bipartisan support, which is net zero, then if you don't have some sort of price on carbon, then the other ways of doing it are going to cost more.
Not unanimous support, I might just add, Mr. Wood, but yes, regrettably, there's no real competition here challenging the merit of net zero. But and look, finally, just moving to a different topic. I don't know if I picked this up in your submission, but what are your thoughts on a capacity market? That seems to have all stalled at the moment. But do you think we need one in the NEM?
I think we certainly need a revision to the NEM to provide that resource adequacy signal. Now, there are multiple ways of doing it. They are complicated and they need to be designed very carefully, and they've got to be thought about in the context of, to some extent, as you'd recall the neg. In some ways, this idea of saying, don't try and solve your emissions problem and your reliability problem with the same policy instrument. And that's sort of where we are now. What we're suggesting is we are going to have to think about how we solve the adequacy problem, whether it's a formalised capacity market or and there are variations to that. We certainly think that needs to be a central part of the review of the NEM, which is currently being contemplated by the government.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. In terms of achieving net zero, I'd like your views on the current broad pathway that's been set by the government, which is that's best achieved by a combination of renewables and intermittent power sources, storage facilities within the grid, and then firming fuels like gas, and the building of transmission infrastructure. Is that, from where we are now, is that the most reliable and feasible pathway to net zero in your view?
In the electricity sector?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but that was what our conclusion was. Now, that doesn't mean, we're not trying to forecast exactly what combination will be the right one. And of course, the one where there is the significant uncertainty today is that role of gas that we've spoken about, because given the technologies we have in our toolkit at the moment, that's the most appropriate one. And if we had a system that was 90% or whatever, something of that order, wind and solar firmed with those other things, and we had the last bit being done with gas, it would be very low emissions and it would remain pretty competitive in terms of affordability. Now, then the question is, there are other parts of our economy where reducing emissions have to be done at lower, and will be done at lower cost when you get to that point in the electricity system. Then we've now got some time to really understand exactly how we're going to, what sort of mechanisms, what sort of technologies are going to be the appropriate mix to address that last bit.
I think it's important to remember too that electricity is only one part of the net zero puzzle. It's about 30% of our emissions. Energy emissions are around 80%, and most of those energy emissions will be removed by shifting to using clean electricity instead of coal and gas and diesel and petrol. But we need to get the energy market right first before some of those other sectors can move. And then there are also other emissions where, when we're talking about getting to net zero, where we can't use electricity and we'll be looking for other things.
One of the propositions that was put by witnesses yesterday is that a better alternative to this model would be to, in effect, move back to large baseload generation infrastructure, be it through coal or through nuclear, because that would provide greater reliability and a better cost outcome. In terms of addressing cost, reliability and the need to get to net zero, do you have a view on that proposition, accepting that it's a very broad proposition and I'm asking for broad brushstrokes?
So I think that's the analysis we did in that modelling I referred to before, which concluded that when you compared keeping coal versus dumping coal, dumping coal, moving away from coal, was the more cost-effective way to go. So I think that's pretty clear. We did not at that stage attempt to model nuclear, and right now we've got no intention of modelling nuclear because in our view there are no numbers that are credible enough to even do that analysis.
I think the other thing to remember, I think sometimes better to think about baseload as being a business model rather than an engineering problem. Baseload, the concept of baseload power reflected that the particular type of generation that was cheapest at the time that we built the electricity sector prefers to run very constantly and does not switch on and off. And we actually deliberately structured a lot of the electricity load in order to capture the value from what that had. That's, for example, why electric hot water heaters all turn on overnight. It's to shift that onto the time of day when there's otherwise not much going on so that you have flatter demand. The thing is that when we move into a world where the cheapest form of generation is more intermittent and happens in the middle of the day or happens to be spikier and so on, we need to think about how we arrange load around that in order to capture the most value out of the generation that is cheapest. And that's where the concept of baseload starts to fall away, because there's you know, there's a lot of stuff, and this is, I think, why in our submission we said it's really important to start thinking about the demand side and consumer resources, because to the extent that we can get load to follow generation rather than generation following load, that goes a long way to keeping the system smaller and cheaper and more reliable.
Thank you. Mr Wood, can I just unpack something that you just said? What did you mean when you said that there are no numbers credible enough to model nuclear?
Look, what I mean by that is, and I should have put the word small modular reactors, and I think what I was commenting on was that I understood the way CSIRO responded to in their gen cost analysis. I was also, I am a fellow of ATSI, and so I was involved with, although I wasn't an author of the report. And when we looked at the numbers that we could see for what small modular reactors might cost, in our view, that the numbers were the numbers were too uncertain to be able to come up with a sensible number you could actually use to produce a credible analysis to say what that would cost. Now, I'm not against nuclear. I mean, I don't see this, as over the next little while, as we move forward, it may very well have a role to play. We don't understand exactly what that role might be yet, and I certainly would think that it's worthwhile keeping our eyes open. I don't think it's for Australia to develop the technology, but as a fast follower and adopter of technologies, if small modular reactors deliver their promise, that is, they are commercially viable, they are competitive, they are inherently safe, which is the other interesting thing, then I've got no reason why we shouldn't consider them in Australia.
Ms Reeve, one of the observations you made earlier was that there is an increase in demand uncertainty, and as I understood that, an uncertainty about what demand will look like in the future. In terms of working that out, is it simply a question of seeing that evolve in our energy market, or are there ways that we can add greater certainty or predict that demand?
Yeah, I mean, look, some of it is, the original NEM was set up on the assumption that demand would grow steadily by 2% every year, and it never did that because of things that people didn't foresee. So in some ways, trying to, have any sort of certainty around demand is a bit of a mug's game. But I think there's a couple of things where processes that the government is going through at the moment would be helpful with that if they turn into policy. So the sector pathway documents that they are putting together, where each sector is mapping out what its plan will be to get to net zero, if those turn into policy that allows us to make, say, better judgments about what number of electric vehicles we're going to see by when, or the rate at which households will upgrade from using gas to using electricity at home. And if we've got more certainty around policy for those, that actually lets people make much better forecasts about how much electricity demand is going to come along and when. So I think that is part of it. I think the other thing where we are really missing a lot of data at the moment, and governments could just fill a data gap, is a better sense of, in the industrial sector, who is using what sort of energy for what purpose, and what might that pathway be to decarbonise that. Because that's just this, I think this is why we get so much focus on the household side of the energy story, is because the data in that sector is really rich. We just have not much information about what goes on in small manufacturing facilities, in food processing plants and so on, and getting much better sense of what's happening there would actually help a lot.
One more. Sure. One of the observations in your submission is around the need for a number of changes to the ISP process and the need for clearer planning across a number of different topics, for want of a better word. And yet, the other thing we're I think all conscious of, and it was an observation made, is that we're increasingly in a more dynamic energy space and industry. How does a need for greater planning reconcile with greater dynamism in the sector?
Great question.
But that goes to some of the part of the conversation we touched upon earlier, Senator, about, well, look, you in some ways it's simplistic to say we plan for the worst and hope for the best, right? So there's an issue here of keeping options open in uncertainty. So businesses make decisions in uncertainty, and they still plan. What they do is make sure their plans are robust and they can respond to the things they don't know about. One of the things, of course, is predictability of policy, not certainty, but predictability. And I think, unfortunately, we've had too much unpredictability about policy, which some of the things that Alison referred to before. So that's where I think the role of, yes, we should have plans, and we should say this is where our plan is, what we're going to do, and make sure that's well communicated, including, by the way, to those communities who are going to be affected by these plans. However, that does not mean we just willingly go ahead and do it, because we know that there will be uncertainties and things will change, and the assumptions that underpin those plans will be, some of them will not be accurate, but until you've got to understand which ones are the most sensitive and be looking out for the things that might go wrong or which throw you off track, as Alison said before.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I just want to pick up on a few things that I know have been covered. Your submission argues for the need to redesign governance of the energy system for a post-coal era. And the scope you suggest in your submission is far-reaching, things we've touched on, a much broader carbon price, all sorts of things. I'm interested in what you would propose as the appropriate platform for inquiring into what that should look like. Like who should be advising government on that, given the complexity of it and everyone has their own view? What's a suitable forum or body to do that?
I wouldn't volunteer. I would like to think that organisations like ours would contribute, because I think that and we talked a little bit in our submission about the breadth and depth of consultation that would be necessary to do this properly. As you would know, Senator, the Energy Security Board between 2017 and I think it was 2022 when they were shut down, had a go at this. And I think, and this is not a criticism of the ESB or Kerry Schott or her deputy, got nothing out of this process. And part of it was because the way it was done and the way the governments responded to what they came forward with hadn't been set up properly in the first place. So I think that's an issue. That means whoever you choose to do this work should have the credentials to do it. But you can't say, we're just going to give it to you, you come back with us and tell us what you want. Oh, we don't like that. So it's got to be very clear from the policymakers, from governments, as to what they want. And that whoever does this work can then come up with recommendations that will give them what they want, including what are some of the risks associated with what's come forward. Now, if, for example, there's been a lot of discussion, I've got no inside information, that the Productivity Commission could do that work. The current chair is not related to me, I can assure you. But that's a possibility. But what's important there is, and I'm not criticising the Productivity Commission, but they do not have a great depth in energy markets or the design of energy markets and the sort of things we've been talking about this morning. That means they would have to bring in that expertise. I mean, whoever does it needs to do that, because this is both broad and long in terms of what has to be done. It needs to be done reasonably soon, but as we set out for the reason before, as I mentioned, don't try and solve it today, but make sure there's a clear pathway to do that. And if governments can't agree, if as you would aware, the rules of which the market agreement follows, if governments can't agree to do this, then don't bother, because all you're going to do is repeat what we've had before, and that would be a very bad outcome.
I think the thing that has to happen first is there has to be a political settlement amongst the state ministers and the federal ministers as to what shape they want this market to have, and what are the respective roles of government, of industry, of the market bodies, and also what role they expect consumers to play, and what rights they want consumers to have. Because unless you've reached that political settlement beforehand, it's actually very hard for anybody to go and do a sensible review, because that's the thing that sets the landscape in which you do the review at all.
And so, thank you, that's helpful. And so in terms of the Productivity Commission potentially doing something looking at the energy market post-2030 and what that could look like, is that something that you would be supportive of if there was a commitment to broad consultation, or do you think it is best elsewhere?
We've thought about that quite a bit, and it's not obvious that there's a body to do it. I mean, the Energy Security Board was invented in a way to do something else and then was asked to have a go. It's very hard. I mean, I was involved with some of the advisory groups, and they were very frustrating, because there are many loud voices with vested interest in this space, as you would know. And so it's really going to be, the process is going to be important. And I think the weakness in what was done with the previous attempt, and learning from our failure is important here, is exactly the opposite of what Alison was just describing. And that is, we said, give me this, and they came back and gave them that, and they said, we don't want that. Because the broader issues about exactly how you want this thing to play out in terms of the roles and responsibilities, for example, were not sufficiently defined. And that can't be done by the market bodies. That must be done collectively by the ministers. And we understand completely in saying that that's not an easy thing to do, because each jurisdiction will have its own views about how it wants to achieve the outcome.
I mean, if you want something where ministers will say yes to every single thing in it, then the way to do that is to internalise that within the bureaucracy. The problem is that they then do something that they know the minister will say yes to, which means it will probably end up less ambitious and more politicised. So there's no neat way to resolve that tension.
And looking at your submission, my takeaway is that if there was a review, it would have to have a pretty broad terms of reference.
Yes.
I'm interested how do you weigh that up with the problem that, when everything's important, then nothing's really important, because there's a long list of recommendations, and as we know, they just get noted. Does that come down to consensus building before the terms of reference, or how do you overcome that problem?
I think some of it is consensus building ahead of time. Some of it, I think, is also, I have no idea what sort of plan there is for the timeframe of this review, but it feels like to me it's a multi-year process, but we need to sort of bite it off in chunks. We need to figure out which fundamentals are important, and then, I'd see part of the role of whoever is doing the review is to get the broad settings right, and then you can hand things to the market bodies and say, do the nitty-gritty tiny little rules that you're going to need to make this work, rather than trying to go all the way down to that granular level in the scope of one review.
And in terms of that political sort of consensus or some sort of settlement, as far as you know, is that currently being sought and worked through, or?
We have no visibility about the process, honestly, Senator. I think, given the history of this, for the government's jurisdictions, federal, state and territories, to come to that view is not simple. We are, one of the challenges we have right now is the systems are washed with derogations from the rules, right? And so that's not a great place to be. And so we're getting inconsistent policies, and industry just hates it at the moment. So there are going to be things that, there'll be areas where they can't agree, and that's fine. But I was always attracted to one of the recommendations of the Finkel review, one of the ones that actually was supposed to be one of the 49 recommendations that was accepted and wasn't actually implemented, and that was have a review of the Australian Energy Market Agreement, and we recommended that, and under which the states don't abrogate their own jurisdictional responsibility, but what they do is agree that, look, we're going to commit to this broad, the partnership that Minister Bowen's talked about. Yes, of course, there'll be times when we think we've got to do something that's specific for our jurisdiction, but the rule should be, the agreement should be, when you do that, you need to think about what impact it's going to have and report back to your fellow ministers as to how you've done it and why and how. Then you might have some chance of keeping things more or less in the tent, because it'll never be perfect, honestly, Senator, but you might have some chance of getting a better outcome than what we see now, when everyone pretends to sign up to the same thing and then just derogations from it. That's not going to work.
I think the other part is the role of the Commonwealth as well, is that energy, it's had all the various names it's had over the years, currently Energy National Cabinet, has worked best when the Commonwealth plays sort of a cooperative role and an honest broker role, and a role of being able to take the broad market-wide view. Where it has become dysfunctional is where the Commonwealth decides to go off on its own track and doesn't take the states with it, or whether it tries to bully the states into submission. And that's tended to be where the organisation has become dysfunctional and stopped working. So I think the role that, even though the Commonwealth doesn't necessarily have a large role in it, the role that it can play is important in making the whole thing hang together.
Thank you. That's really helpful. On a different part of your submission, you call for better integration, orchestration of distributed and consumer energy resources. Of course, there's challenges with mobilising DR and CER. But how can we ensure that these challenges are met in the immediate term? It seems to me we're at a point in time where the technology is there. There's a real willingness from households, small businesses, but our rules just aren't facilitating that or even aren't allowing it in many instances?
And there's some trials. Some of the companies are undertaking trials of various mechanisms associated with that. We've got some network businesses who are starting to do trials of grid-scale batteries rather than home batteries. Some of it's proving to be even backing down some of the barriers for the regulated monopolies. The trick with this one is that it can sound remarkably simple at the high level, but the number of things one has to solve for is so complicated it could drown in complexity. And orchestrating something when many of the consumers who start off by saying, yes, I'd be happy to do that, and then realise what they've agreed to, oh, no, I didn't mean that. And so things like being able to use, effectively, secede control over your home battery to somebody else isn't going to go down very well if when the grid goes down, your battery is flat because someone else has already taken all the electricity out of it. So there are ways to solve these problems. They are most of them are not technical as much as they are social policy and bringing people along the journey. So our view is that we need to set out the sort of roadmap that the Commonwealth is currently working on. The AMC is working on this. The New South Wales government's working on its own mirror process or complementary process. Bite us in chunks one at a time and see how this goes, because I think there's all the issues you would be aware of, including things like time of use tariffs to be able to give the right incentives, are incredibly complicated. Most consumers really don't give a rat's about this stuff. They'd rather, energy was just reliable and efficient, right? So it's a huge issue. People will give you huge numbers of the potential benefit here, but if you don't get it right and don't bring consumers with us, most of those benefits will never be achieved.
You mentioned trials, and one of the things I've been pushing with the government over the last couple of years is the need for accelerators where you actually have pilots, for want of a better word, in a range of different places, different types of dwellings, small businesses, to actually work through some of these regulatory issues and potentially create some sandboxes. Say, let's actually see what might work. Is that something you think has merit is needed to sort of rewrite some of these rules?
It's a remarkably good idea for a whole range of things in the energy system, Senator, including even the central design of the wholesale market. To actually, instead of thinking that someone centrally can design it, why don't you actually get the people who are going to have to play in that market or in that business and have them actually play out the roles, and sometimes physically. And there's been some work done, but there's a lot to be done, because this becomes very complex very quickly. The potential benefit is significant and is worth chasing. But I would completely agree that those sort of trials and making sure that, particularly if they're organised to some extent so that the information could be fed back, because we had a program a few years ago called the Solar Flag, no, it wasn't called the whole lot of trials were done on putting in solar on rooftops, solar cities, and it went on for so long it was never brought back to the centre.
This or this one? Yeah.
We're past time.
Oh, yeah, cool. More?
Yeah,
cool. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just, I know we're short on time. Just finally, a lot of this stuff has been reflected in many of the submissions that focus on the emergence of consumers as energy producers now, as active participants, or what should be active participants. But we're not seeing energy consumers actually having a seat at the table when it comes to governance. And I'm interested in your thoughts on what could be done to ensure that there is a bit more equity in the way that consumer voices and advocates are having a say in these high-level conversations that are shaping regulation and the direction forward.
I think the involving them, and when I say them, there is a role for something like the Energy Consumers Association, but they were initially put together, my recollection is, from a number of other disparate smaller bodies that were funded by the Commonwealth mostly, who were providing input often in individual technical areas of consumer protection. They aren't necessarily yet at the moment set up to contribute to this. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't or can't, but I suspect they might have to be complemented by other organisations who are much closer to the issues on the ground. So I'd certainly think that organisations, one for example, we've got people in St Vincent de Paul, for example, who know a lot about their constituents and how this would work. So I think there's and we've seen even in local communities, local councils have been doing some of this work in terms of their community. So I think there are other ways of bringing in community into this, and I think it's a very good idea, because I think the idea that consumers are being represented in this is not particularly true. And as I said before, people in the industry talk about a consumer-centric industry, but consumers don't actually, most of the time, want to be at the centre at all.
Well, we don't even have a definition for energy consumer in the system, which is...
there you are.
Well, I think that's the other thing when we talk about energy consumers is to remember that those go all the way from very small single-person households to aluminium smelters. And so maybe we actually need some more granular definitions about which group of consumers we're talking about at which time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Thank you for your evidence today. It's very much welcome. The committee has set Thursday, 14th of November as the due date for any answers to questions on notice. I'm not sure whether you took any, but you very well may get some more in writing before then.
Oh, thanks.
Great.
Thank you very much. Cheers. I now call the Justice Equity Centre and Professor Penelope Crossley, please.
Justice and Equity Centre here, just checking that you can hear us, Senators. Chair?
Yes, I can, and I welcome the Justice and Equity Centre and Professor Crossley. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that correct? For the Hansard, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Douglas McCloskey. I'm the Program Director of Energy and Water at the Justice and Equity Centre.
Craig Memory, Senior Energy Advisor at Justice and Equity Centre.
Professor Penelope Crossley, Professor of Energy Law at the University of Sydney Law School.
Thank you. Do any of you have a very brief opening statement?
Yes, we do, Senator. The Justice and Equity Centre is a leading independent policy and law centre. Our energy and water consumer advocacy program has operated for over 20 years, supported by grant funding from the New South Wales Government to advocate in the interests of household consumers, with a particular focus on the interests of those experiencing disadvantage and vulnerability. As noted in our submission, the energy system architecture has evolved over decades, with changes at a national and jurisdictional level and generational change in energy system technology. Understanding of the essentiality of electricity as a foundation for health, well-being and prosperity has also evolved, and these are important considerations. While we are relatively well served by our energy institutions, there is a critical need for a review of the framework of laws, institutions, policies and regulations which have evolved as a whole to examine some of the issues that other witnesses have raised during this process. The intent should be to ensure that our institutions are properly purposed, robustly independent, empowered and structured to consistently promote the best interests of all consumers in the circumstances we face now and into the future. In that context, the JEC see a timely opportunity for a well-scoped and holistic review of these frameworks by a body such as the Productivity Commission. And I would just like to throw to my colleague for some additional remarks.
Thanks, Douglas, and thank you, Chair. I'll just make a few clarifying comments on cost, price and bills. Before I do, just note I sit on a number of energy market committees, the Reliability Panel, which makes determinations about the prices and security settings in the NEM, among other things. The Consumer Panel that advises AEMO on the Integrated System Plan, and I sit on a couple of boards, including the Renewable Energy Sector Board and the Board of the Energy and Water Ombudsman of New South Wales. Just clarifying that I'm appearing here today entirely and only in my capacity with the Justice and Equity Centre as Senior Advisor and Consumer Advocate there. Just with respect to cost and price and bills, I tuned in for a bit of some of the Senate hearings. I heard a lot of references to cost and price and bills separately, and I heard a bit of conflation of them, so I just wanted to clarify a few aspects. Regarding cost, we do urgently need to recentralise the energy system from a fossil fuel-powered one to a renewable-powered one. That transition comes at a cost. That's unavoidable, because basically for a while you have to effectively run bits of both systems at once. For decades, we were warned by experts that it would be more expensive to defer climate action than to act, and unfortunately not all governments heeded that warning. So we are now living with that future, that difficult future that the experts warned us about. We are facing higher costs while we scramble to make up for nearly a decade of lost climate policy. With respect to cost and bills and price, they're not all the same, but they are often conflated. Wholesale spot prices reflect a number of factors. Some are temporal, they're about supply and demand, they include bidding behaviour. They don't reflect the costs or benefits necessarily of generation, particularly at times of extreme supply and demand. I'm happy to take further questions on that particular line if it's of value. I would know with respect to the...
Sorry to interrupt, but just on that point, I was very happy to give you a brief opening statement, but if this is testimony, may it be better put in a supplementary submission or in answer to a senator's question? I'm just conscious of time and senators.
No problem.
Professor Crossley, do you have
Very
an opening
briefly.
statement? Thank you.
Thank you. So our energy regulatory framework was designed at a time when over 99% of energy generated within the NEM came from fossil fuel generators. And we were seeking, obviously, to introduce competition into the market through the promised privatisation and unbundling of the former state-owned energy corporations. And, you know, it was a time where we had one-way flows of energy. Energy could not effectively be stored. We had no prosumers, no distributed energy resources, no consumer energy resources. Today, in the last year, we saw 38.4% of all energy generated within the NEM as renewable generation. We have significant distributed energy resources. We're seeing increasing volumes of energy storage. But we still have got very significant state ownership of energy assets in some jurisdictions, and this is predicted to grow both within particularly Queensland but also Victoria. So how has our energy regulatory framework addressed these changes? We've seen vast amounts of piecemeal changes. So the National Electricity Law has more than doubled. The National Electricity Rules have increased more than 5 times in their length. We've seen over 400 derogations by the states to address changes that they see as urgently needing to be addressed. We don't even have a standardised definition of a connection agreement within our National Electricity Rules. That's one of the derogations. We've now got this incredible degree of complexity and I would argue an unwieldy architecture of market bodies. As a consumer, if you're trying to navigate the National Energy Customer Framework, it's spread across 2,400 pages of 4 regulatory instruments. You know, it shouldn't matter how you get your electrons for what consumer protections you have available. I mean, as an energy lawyer, I would find it difficult to navigate that system, and I've been working within this sector for 20 years. So the current system, I would argue, is not fit for purpose. But perhaps more importantly, there is an absolute lack of transparency within our governance framework. We don't get forward agendas for the ECMC. We have no information on how my democratically elected representatives are representing me in this space. You know, this is a committee of cabinet. You don't know what topics are being discussed. You don't know what points my state representatives are making. There is no clarity on which jurisdictions are leading particular work programs under the ECMC. We have, again, and I made this point in my submission, no disallowance procedures or parliamentary scrutiny, which I understand the reasons for that initially, but I think the states with all these derogations, we're now also not getting assessments of how those derogations are then impacting on both the effectiveness of the rules overall, but also at a state level. And then even when consumers do seek to participate in these processes, so I did some research, unfortunately quite a while ago, but I suspect it hasn't changed that much. So I studied the 34 consumer-focused rule changes, and we studied 571 submissions made into those consumer-focused rule changes. And one of the things they highlighted was it didn't matter if you're an individual consumer, a small business, a large energy consumer, an advocacy organisation, a minister or a government department. The closer you were linked to being a consumer, the more likely your submission in a rule change process was to be rejected or ignored. And one of the things that I found particularly interesting was it suggested that at that time the AEMC believed that consumers did not understand what was in their long-term best interests. and that includes those large energy consumers. So that's my opening statement. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and I can assure you this committee shares at least some of your fears about accountability and why this committee and inquiry was stood up in the first place. Senator Canavan, do you have questions?
Maybe just a couple. I just wanted to ask about the particularly the transmission planning process. My understanding is in that there is meant to be some consumer representation. I think there's a consumer panel, maybe. I think one of the, I don't know the names here, they're not on the screen, but I think one of the witnesses might have mentioned they're on that. Sorry, yes, that's right, is it? Yeah, I just want to ask, how do you think that is working? I've seen a number of criticisms of the way, for example, particularly HumeLink has been approved. Is there enough weight put on consumer views when these large projects are being approved?
Thanks, Senator. I'll treat that as three questions. With respect to the panel, and the panel's working with AEMO, as mentioned, I'm not here representing the panel, but I'll observe as a panel member. We work very closely with AEMO, and they reciprocate by working very closely with us. We challenge them on views. My perspective is that we feel that they hear us in our challenges. They make changes to the ISP that represent feedback based on what we give them, some of which is based on merit. Some of the feedback they don't necessarily take on, as you would expect. Not everyone gets heard on everything. With respect to HumeLink, our view at PIAC is that HumeLink's a very unfortunate investment that probably would have been better off not going ahead in the form that it is. The reason that HumeLink is going ahead, unfortunately, is the result of the government-initiated project Snowy 2, which requires HumeLink for its access to market. The real failing in the system there is not so much of HumeLink, in my view. It's the fact that we ended up with this very, very unfortunate intervention of an ill-considered project in Snowy 2 that went ahead without having due consideration of what the real costs would be, of how it was going to connect to the national energy market, of who would be carrying those costs. When Snowy 2 was announced, the first questions that came to my mind is how could that be built for less than $10 billion and before 2030, and who's going to pay? What we're seeing now with HumeLink is one of the outworkings of that bad decision. And it's that the energy market institutions, I would argue, are probably having to chase our tails a bit to get this project up so that Snowy 2 can have access to the market. We definitely need more transmission. HumeLink probably would look very differently if it wasn't trying to connect Snowy 2, and it could have focused instead on the timely connection and building of renewables being attached to the market, which would have had a stronger and sooner and more cost-effective benefit. With respect to your third question about the weighting given to consumer considerations, I'd say Snowy 2 is a very good example of where the energy markets are kind of hamstrung. Yes, they could give more regard to the consumer considerations that we would be better off without that project or with a different project, but when the governments to which they're accountable make decisions like that, they're in a pretty difficult situation.
I mean, I can remember in some of this criticism that at one stage there, I just can't remember the exact stage of HumeLink, the consumer panel or the stakeholder engagement, I think, that came back, only two groups were in favour of a particular decision. I think it was Transgrid and a lobby group that supports Transgrid, and all the consumer representatives were against it, and AEMO sided with Transgrid. Have you got any comments about the appropriate separation or arm's length decision making here between AEMO, AER and the transmission network operators?
I'd say at a fundamental level, if Transgrid had proposed HumeLink as a project that was proposed by them, initiated by them, in the way that it is designed now, it's unlikely to have gotten up. But I would say, as I mentioned before, that with government requiring Snowy 2 to be built, probably leaves those market institutions in a difficult position and probably being unable to. I mean, the AER, I don't think, has the power to be able to reclassify HumeLink as a connection asset and impose the cost of HumeLink on the party that benefits from it mostly, which is Snowy 2, because it's technically a bit of shared infrastructure. You could argue that would have been a better outcome and a more fair outcome, better representing the consumer interests. That would have allowed HumeLink to actually go ahead, provide the market benefits that it will to Snowy 2, if and when Snowy 2 is built, while having consumers make a contribution that would reflect the benefit that they get to them through the potential benefits that a transmission project like HumeLink would bring. I think we observed that HumeLink and some other... HumeLink has had relatively limited support at different stages. I would acknowledge that Snowy Hydro, in addition to Transgrid, has also supported HumeLink.
Thanks. And look, I'm sorry, Miss... And I can't see your name there, sorry. Miss Crosley, I've only just got your submission this morning. Did you have any comments to make then about my particular concern here about consumer interests and transmission planning?
I think I'd defer to the Justice and Equity Centre on that one.
You do, just with a click through it, you do recommend changes to the governance structure here. Why do you think they're not working at the moment? What do you recommend needs to change?
I think the sheer level of complexity within the sector. We go through, in some senses, we have very rapid change in the sector. So one of the things I always warn my students when I teach energy law is that invariably over a 4-day course, bits of the law that I have taught them on days 1, 2 and 3 will have changed by day 4. And my record is 5 changes between 5 o'clock on Thursday night and 9 o'clock on Friday morning. So the level of change in this sector is vast, but at the same time, sometimes the sector moves incredibly slowly. So when we had, for example, the Distributed Energy Register rule change, where I would argue 95% of the sector thought it was a good idea at the time, that took us 5.5 years from initial conception through to implementation. And that's for something that there is broad agreement needs to happen and needed to happen rapidly. So I think one of the challenges in all of this is that there needs to be far greater transparency. I think we need to have the fact that Energy Consumers Australia is not represented on the EAP is also indicative of some of the ways in which consumers and consumer advocacy is treated within the sector. I think there are some quite significant challenges, but I also think the fact that I can't tell you, I mean, we've got all these states who have state-owned assets. They go into a private secret meeting that determines our national energy policy and sets policy directions for the rest of the country, and I can't tell whether Queensland is arguing something that is in their assets' best interest versus the broader interests of consumers within the NEM. I think that's a problem.
I suppose the slight irony in what you're suggesting there is you want changes. You're complaining about too many changes, you want more changes. So, yeah,
it's difficult.
I suppose an alternative, we'll put this alternative to both of you, an alternative is why don't we just slow down a little bit what we're trying to do? It seems to me an 82% renewable energy target by 2030 is ambitious, and that's putting it mildly. Why are we rushing so headlong into this and potentially call, the rule changes are probably a symptom of that rushed change as they try and gerrymander it to fit the things they're doing. Why don't we just slow down a little bit, keep the coal-fired power stations going for longer? The world's not going to blow up if they don't shut down the next 10 years.
I think part of the challenge with this is there is a distinct lack of certainty about the direction in which this market is going. And we have made international commitments and we have state-based commitments about emissions reductions. And as somebody who's just come back from, in a different capacity, from a UN mission, trying to help various Asian nations discuss how they finance their coal phase-out, I think that politically we will be in an incredibly difficult position internationally if we aren't at least seen to be trying to make efforts to meet our international targets. I think part of the challenge with all of this is that we're making many, many, many piecemeal changes. The fact that the national electricity rules are currently sitting today at 1,938 pages, the fact that we've had some periods where they've only been in place for 3 days before we get the next version, the piecemeal changes aren't working. We actually need to fundamentally sit down and think about what does this market look like going forward. That process will take time. I completely agree. But we need to start that work today, and I'm worried that by just constantly making piecemeal changes, we're not going to get a coordinated and an orderly transition that we need for this market.
Just one follow-up then. Just to challenge that proposition that somehow would be an international pariah. I mean, when I look at Asia, they're building coal-fired power stations like they're going out of fashion. I mean, a variety of countries are obviously China, India are leading the pack, but a number of other Philippines, Southeast Asian countries are doing so. Why would we cop any kind of criticism if we had to keep ours going longer when they're building new ones all over the place?
I believe the Philippines have actually introduced a moratorium on new coal-fired power stations.
Just built 8 of them, I believe, yeah.
But Indonesia certainly has been building them for their nickel processing facilities.
Yep.
Absolutely, but I think part of the challenge in all of this is that if we sit back, one of the challenges within this sector is we've also got an energy and security of supply chain issue more broadly. And one of the challenges for us is if we don't move now, we are going to lose any kind of opportunity that Australia has to actually... You're talking about a $51 billion black hole for revenue that New South Wales has to fill. They're currently talking about filling that through, various clean jobs, clean manufacturing. If we sit there and continue to put all of our efforts into coal-fired generation, we lose those opportunities. We lose those opportunities for international leadership in this space. And we also lose the credibility that we have within our region as a regional leader.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming along and for your submissions. Professor Crossley, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to unpack your submission, but if I do have further questions, I'll put them on notice after the session. I'm really just interested in your perspective on a review and what the full scope of that might be. But either of you, I think you've both referenced it, so...
We're very happy to step in first, Senator, and then throw to Penny. As we've noted, and I think as other witnesses have noted before us, any review will be building upon the bodies of many other reviews of varying degrees of robustness. And any review will be incredibly complicated because the framework of institutions and laws, as Professor Crossley has outlined, is incredibly complicated. Solving that and will be a complicated exercise. We have noted for ourselves that the Productivity Commission is the type of body that would be capable, if properly tasked, to undertake such a review, sitting over the top of and outside the energy market environment. But the key word in that is properly scoped, and I believe that the prior witnesses have commented on the need to have a really clear understanding of what is the purpose of such a review and what is it trying to achieve. And some of that goes to where do we want the energy system to deliver and how do we want it to deliver, both for the prosperity of the economy as a whole and for the prosperity and equity in our community, particularly for consumers from our perspective. And I think that goes to where the gap has been in the past, in having a clear-eyed understanding of what is the purpose of a review and what do you want it to recommend to deliver. And that will not solve the issue of the complexity involved in what recommendations it might give, but it will at least say and provide some basis for identifying where changes at a national level might be, where there are opportunities to address inconsistencies between national and jurisdictional frameworks and institutions, and give us a common understanding of, to have that conversation at that ECMC level and within the community of what changes need to be made, and also how can we hold various governments accountable for being on board with those potential changes.
I would add to that, just reflecting on other investigations that the Productivity Commission has made into the national energy market arrangements before, or at least into distribution networks and network arrangements. About 10 or so years ago, the Productivity Commission did a rather extensive review, and they concluded, among other things, that the national energy market is, quote, a graveyard for reviews, unquote. Their observation being, obviously, that a lot of reviews are made, recommendations are made, and they end up going nowhere. I think it was the previous speakers, Tony Wood and Alison Reeve, who might have observed elements around the jurisdictional arrangements here, and Penny's touched on those as well. So Penny Crossley has touched on those as well. I would observe that the NEM hit peak national around 10 years ago. That was the point where all the things that had been reasonably easy to get made nationally consistent had been achieved, and the fracturing had started to occur. The catalyst for that getting a lot worse was the South Australian blackout in 2017. Since then, we've seen jurisdictions going out in their own direction. Whatever review is done, by whoever it is done, be it the Productivity Commission or anyone else, the states and jurisdictions and Commonwealths still have the governance of the NEM. So whatever changes are made, and therefore whatever review is looking into those changes, would need to be done in the spirit of collaboration between those entities and a focus on what role national consistency may have.
And you said it started to fracture about 10 years ago. Were you calling for this kind of review 10 years ago? Is that when this should have occurred?
I might see if Professor Crossley has anything to say on that, because Professor Crossley was working with our organisation on some work around NEM before we were, when there was actually a governance review of the NEM, and she did some extensive work on that, which I think was very insightful. So if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Professor Crossley, would you like to field that one?
Thank you. I think many of these issues were discussed in that governance review almost 10 years ago, and I think some of the same challenges still exist, and we did a big piece of comparative work. Professor Mountain, Dr. and now Professor Gabrielle Appleby, and the team at the Public Interest Advocacy Centre, which is now the Justice and Equity Centre, looking at how the market, the administrative law aspects, the energy law and energy market institution aspects could be amended to make it the whole framework much more functional. And I think I would completely agree both with the points made on this by the Justice and Equity Centre, but also by the Grattan Institute about the real need in this space to really have a think about when we're talking about the process of review, that we really need to consider how sorry, I've lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. I might take that question on notice, and I will review Tony and Alison's, because I thought at the time that's a really important point that I need to reiterate, but it'll come back to me. I will take that on notice. Apologies,
okay,
Senator.
And our short answer to the question would be yes, Senator. The governance reviews have been, governance issues around the NEM have been considered for a long time by those who work both within and closely with the market institutions and those who work from outside that tent, so to speak.
Okay, so but you are aware of the review of the future market design of the NEM that was agreed to by the energy ministers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, just checking.
Yes, aware of that, but I guess one thing that we would note around that is, again, it goes to the question of scoping of such a review. It's possible for such a review to be undertaken and not address a number of the issues, such as some of the ones that Professor Crossley has highlighted in relation to the fracturing and the derogations, because all of that sits within the NEM, but is about the need for a reinvigorated commitment and understanding as to where consistency should be engaged and how we go about that. And it's, I guess, the question that remains for us for any review such as that into the future market environment of the NEM is would it be properly scoped in order to account for some of those things and to look into the mix of interactions between national and jurisdictional arrangements? And the other part of it would be, which market are we talking about? So the NEM is a bit peculiar in that we call the system a market. So we've got a thing called an energy system. It's got $100 billion worth of assets in it that are grid infrastructure, and we've got a commission for those. We call it the NEM, National Energy Market, and we call the Commission of the National Energy Market Commission. A lot of the decisions they make and the way the market, a lot of what we call market, is not actually to do with the market. Then there's the wholesale market, which is the true market, if you like. My understanding was that review was probably going to be a bit more focused on the latter, the wholesale market arrangements, and filling the gaps that were largely left by the post-2025 market design process that was initiated under the ESB at the behest of the Victorian government, that was meant to address the issues that the CIS has come in to partly address some of.
Last question, Deputy Chair.
Certainly. So in terms of the scope, so this review that's been agreed by the Energy Ministers' Council, it could achieve what it is that you're looking for if appropriately scoped. Would you see it as stretching sort of up and down the decision and supply chain, in the sense that you've levelled some criticisms at how you think some of the decisions are made in terms of government, the parliamentary process, et cetera, et cetera? How far up that decision tree would you like to see that review go?
I think you can't effectively reform the NEM unless you look at NEM governance, and that begins right at the top. And you have to, I think, sorry, and I've now remembered the point that Tony and Alison were making. I think actually looking into the AEMO, the Australian Energy Markets Agreement, which has not been amended since 2013, that is time for a refresh. It is time for, we've had significant, if you look at the AEMO, it currently represents a ministerial council on energy. It's not up to date with the current composition of the ECMC. It doesn't reflect current priorities. It doesn't reflect the current arrangements. So I think unless you really begin top down, but also examining what role the consumers are now going to play, because I don't think that role of consumers within the energy sector has ever been properly understood, particularly in the context of an energy transition where 1 in 3 households now have solar on their rooftops.
Right, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and your submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, if you could keep it brief.
I'll try to
get back on track.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Crosley, thank you for your time. From your answers to Senator Canavan's questions, it sounds as though you believe that there needs to be a redesign of energy market laws and regulations. Is that a fair assumption?
That's a very fair assumption.
And I'm interested in how that happens. Obviously, I think you were in the room when I was asking the Grattan Institute about what that would look like. Justice and Equity Centre have just said that the PC would be the appropriate body. I'm interested in your view on who, and secondly, Grattan's point about having to have some pretty strong consensus of the direction it should head in before that is actually put to a more independent body to do.
Look, I think the question of who is a difficult one, because whoever does it needs to have deep energy sector expertise, and obviously that's not something that you come by overnight given the level of complexity within the sector. I think the Productivity Commission would certainly be one of the bodies that I would be very happy to consider, but I agree with the Grattan Institute. They likely would need to import in some energy sector expertise, just as the Energy Security Board did when they did their post-2025 work. They seconded in experts from all of the market bodies. I'd suggest you might want to go a bit wider than that when seconding in experts. I completely agree, though, that there does need to be consensus on direction. We've got the ECMC is set up to provide that kind of policy direction, and without that policy direction, top down, I think that you're just the potential scope, the potential field is too wide to get a meaningful outcome without a very clear consensus and policy.
Thank you. You touched on this earlier, and it's something that I have a concern about, but I'm interested why why you think Energy Consumers Australia is not a permanent member of the EAP.
They're not formally an energy market body. Mm-hmm. They're kind of seen as an advocacy arm. To be perfectly frank, I don't know. The EAP doesn't have a website. Even the ESB had a website. Yeah. It's not clear what their work program is. And I get that I'm probably the only person in the country who wants to see forward agendas for the ECMC. I get that I probably am the only person in the country who, you know, in the last governance review, one of the things I complained about was that there was no terms of reference for the COAG Energy Council while we were supposedly reviewing the governance arrangements of the energy sector. Like, how are you meant to review the governance arrangements when you don't even know what the ultimate kind of parent governance instrument is meant to be doing? They didn't used to put out communiques. So there have been some positive changes in this space, but I truly believe that transparency would be a massive benefit for everybody trying to understand what's going on.
And how does that change in transparency, like what does that actually look like?
What's my wish list?
Yeah.
I'd like to know what the EAP is doing. I'd like to know what the senior kind of officials on the various working groups, I'd like to know who they are. I'd like to know who the lead jurisdiction is on each of those priorities under the National Energy Transformation Partnership are. The priorities for nationally, depending on who the lead jurisdiction is, that actually could have quite a marked influence on the outcome of policy.
How is that not publicly available?
Very good question. A very good question.
Extraordinary.
It truly is extraordinary. When I last did a review into all of the equivalent bodies to the COAG Energy Council, so in 2015, the only council that had less transparency was the Federal State Council on Financial Arrangements. And you can kind of understand why that might be the case. But for something as fundamental as energy, which is so important to people's day-to-day life, the fact that there is no transparency is really quite remarkable.
And do you, I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer this, but do you know how that would be done? Is it through legislation, regulation, a statement of expectations? Like, how do you force transparency where there just seems no reason for a lack of transparency?
I think they could probably just build a website.
Just do it.
I don't think you need. I would actually argue in this space we don't need more legislation. They should just go and do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be legislated.
Great point. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing. The committee has set Thursday, 14 November 2024 as the due date for answers to take questions on notice. I think you all had some questions on notice, so if you could return them by then. We're going to break for a very quick morning tea break and then come back with the Centre for Independent Studies. Right, welcome back, and apologies to witnesses here and those following at home. We're running slightly behind time, but not too bad. I now welcome representatives of the Centre for Independent Studies, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that correct? For Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear?
Aidan Morrison, I'm the Director of Energy Research at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Michael, I'm a Policy Analyst for the Energy Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
And Alexander Bainton, I'm a Policy Analyst for the Energy Program at the Centre for Independent Studies.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to reflect on the ISP briefly. And I'd like to begin with a quote from Mr. Simon Duggan. Yesterday we heard this. We can't afford to have any element of this transition that is not work well if we're going to support customers on its way through. He's also said the ISP needs to be the best possible planning document that AEMO can produce. And when questioned about whether he had any concerns, he said, I don't have any fundamental concerns at this stage. We have fundamental concerns at this stage. How can you have a document that purports to optimise a total system when 66% of the storage, of the nameplate capacity of storage, is just not included in the cost? What about when the largest nameplate generator, 72 gigawatts of rooftop solar, is completely omitted from the cost? This report also, by its own admission, does not include distribution, the network that's essential for supporting consumer energy resources and the largest component of the network costs in the current electricity bill. This is a part that is simply not incorporated as a cost. The largest parts of the system, in ways you can measure it, in both storage, generation and network, are simply not included as a cost in this model. These are deep and serious flaws. Further to that, this model assumes that essentially households and industry will shift their consumption of energy in a way that follows the weather patterns. We're going to have 97% of people driving electric vehicles and mostly charging them during the day. Currently, people mostly charge them during the night. If we don't get to 97% electric vehicles, this plan will not work. If we do get to 97% electric vehicles and we keep charging them at night, as most people do, this plan will also not work. The plan includes 15 gigawatts of flexible hydrogen operating around 30% capacity factor to soak up sunshine during the day. If we don't have that flexibility of 30% capacity factor hydrogen, this plan will not work. Or if instead of 15 gigawatts of totally flexible hydrogen, instead we get 15 gigawatts of completely inflexible, 100% reliability requiring data centres, this plan will not work. The concern to bring to you today is not one of trying to say that we should switch from one technology to another. Obviously, we've been strongly advocating for the consideration of nuclear power. But the deeper concern that this committee must consider is that we're actually going to muck up any potential transition as well to renewables. We're concerned that we're not building the best system that we could have. And in particular, there is one enormous impediment to this plan helping to do that I think just must be highlighted. And that is a deep structural flaw. It's been highlighted by many people here today, and that's the role of policy in dictating what the ISP does and does not do. It is stated in the National Electricity Rules that the ISP must consider being the key word, consider the emissions reductions targets as stated in the target statement. I put it to you now that there is just no way that we have a reasonable and natural interpretation of the word consider. If I said to any of you here that I'd like you to consider my evidence, I do not expect you to then stop considering anybody else's evidence. I do not expect that you won't have challenges and test it and challenge it. If we were to switch seats and perhaps we have a different government and a new government said we will have a policy of 82% nuclear power by 2030, would we just assume that will by default happen? Or should there not be some consideration of the plausibility of those types of things occurring? That is the essence of the deep flaw that AEMO has been hiding behind, or the worst flaw. Their assumption that basically their document must reflect and consider to be perfect, consider to be accomplished, to consider to be infallible all of government policy, when a true interpretation of the word consider would mean we need to absolutely model what it would look like, but then consider challenges and act in the best interest of consumers to actually act out a rational and serious energy plan that will actually prevent serious risks for them. So that when we see warnings, when we map out the consequences of plans, such as this recent plan that was commissioned partly by AEMO from the UTS on the workforce implications, and we see warnings like those occupations primarily needed for construction are very volatile, with demand for electrical engineers rising threefold by 2029, that's 5 years away, and then dropping below current levels in the late 2030s. We need to start questioning, is this plan actually going to happen? Because we've heard from other people, including, for example, from the Australian Energy Council in their statement, they believe, like we do, that AEMO has stated it is following the NER, and this precludes it from modelling such a scenario, talking about a baseline. In our view, this is incorrect. We also hold this view. This is a totally unnecessary, unnatural and perverse interpretation of the national electricity rules. In fact, it actually means they are not able to fulfil other elements of the rules, such as in NER 5.22.10, the requirement that AEMO considers the risks arising to consumers from uncertainty, including investment, underinvestment and premature or overdue investment. If we only have one version of how this transition is going to play out in the scenarios, there's no way they can do that. And moreover, the national electricity objectives now include emissions reductions, but they still include other objectives too, such as price, quality, safety and reliability. And it was stated in the second reading speech when introducing the new national electricity objectives that the emissions reduction component is not intended to sit above or be prioritised over any other component within the objectives. What AEMO has done in interpreting the consideration of the government emissions targets to become a binding constraint on all scenario has absolutely abrogated this principle, that all of the different parts of the national electricity objectives be considered in conjunction. So we think it's absolutely essential that the institutions are able to give us deep, strong technical advice. They have to be bigger than the opinions of the government of the day or the flavour of the month. And to that end, we've submitted a simple rule change to request that they do some of those essential things. Consider policy a little bit more broadly and include a basic baseline comparison, which should be the most essential thing you do when you consider a proposal. Compare it to something else that is a meaningful baseline. It's our contention, essentially, that the institutions we rely on for guiding our energy transition, including a potential transition to renewable energy, have simply stopped serving their most important purpose, and that is being able to call out and push back on proposals that do not make sense and are not in the optimum interests of electricity consumers. And we've given a very considerable submission on the topic of HumeLink. This is a project which, in our opinion, there is absolutely no justification for being advanced at the current schedule. If the 82% renewable energy target were not a binding constraint on all scenarios, it would not be advanced today. We have that from absolute certainty for page 61 of Appendix 6. It's stated as the main driver by AEMO. If there was no perfect foresight and a major weather event after its construction, or if Snowy 2.0 was included in the business case and the costs from that project or VNI West, it would also not be advanced. If the decision rules that were put in place in the draft 2022 ISP intended to protect consumers in events such as the cost running out were still there, HumeLink would not be advanced today. If AEMO modelled constructing it in the schedule that we're currently planning on building it, we would highlight the excessive cost that's being put onto consumers' bills, and I think it'd be much harder for the project to be advanced today. But even that basic effort has not been done. So we put it to you that there is simply no way that at least the spirit of these intentions of the market bodies, such as that given by the regulator, the core focus for the AER can be found in our purpose to ensure energy consumers are better off now and in the future from the regulator's own submission. There is no chance that by advancing HumeLink, the spirit of that intention has been respected. And we even have plenty of examples of instances where there have been breaches of the technical letter of the rules as well, such as them skipping the mandated consultation on the updates that were passed in order to rush through feedback loop notices for HumeLink, or ignoring the requirements that the regulator determine the likely timings, and instead accepting the proponents' proposals for timings, despite the fact that AEMO's own analysis said there was almost no chance that they would be met. That's the conclusion of my statement. I want to call for basically a serious focus on whether the institutions are now willing to do their essential role, which is to be above the flavour of the month and the government a day and provide the hard, necessary economic and technical analysis which may push back projects and sequences of projects that do not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr Morrison and all your team for your detailed submission and the great work you're doing in this area. I might just try and start with a real-world example. In your submission and other commentary, you've spent a lot of time on HumeLink. And I particularly want to zoom in on, I think, something you kind of mentioned there or alluded to, is the planning process now seems to be obsessed now with meeting government policy targets. And so one of those crucial targets is the 82% renewables by 2030. And it seemed to me from looking at some of your work that HumeLink sort of started its life as a way of encouraging renewables, if you like, or encouraging extra generation. But now it's sort of backward reversed and it's needed to meet the 82% target. Can you take me through how that's happened and evolved through its assessment process?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. When it was first proposed, the 82% target, which came from the Reputex modelling, was meant to be a consequence of policy. The policy was rewiring the nation to provide a lower cost of capital transmission. And the idea was that with just that assistance, a consequence of that assistance to transmission would mean that we would meet this target. I think the implicit assumption is there is an economic tailwind that would drive the rest of the generation into the system, provided just that hurdle of the transmission investment was assisted. But now we have a situation that's completely turned on its head, where the assumption that we will meet a totally unrealistic goal.
Or must 82%, meet, if you like. Yeah, must meet.
Well, it's not that. I mean, by modelling that what the government says must happen will happen, they're basically assuming that it will meet and forcing consumers to basically build transmission that makes sense just on the assumption that all these unrealistic things happen. So now it's become a driver of the transmission as opposed to a consequence of the transmission. Anything else you want to add to that, maybe Alex? Or
because in my mind here, how this is meant to work is that any transmission project is meant to be looked at as providing value in and of itself to customers and provide benefits. And that's what originally presumably was the determination, that HumeLink was needed and it would help encourage generation, it would help maintain the reliability and affordability of the system. But now we have a situation where it's actually being built, and maybe you could take me through in detail how you've analysed this. My understanding is its case now is to meet an arbitrary renewables energy target rather than the other objectives of the National Energy Law, which were more about, well, used to be, about affordability and security.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. The idea would be in these cost-benefit analyses that by building the transmission, you save more than the cost of that transmission elsewhere in the system. I think page 61. But now we have a situation where the assumption that we will have built all the generators attached to it is basically means that there's no real trade-off allowed, right? We can't consider whether we'd do less or more of the renewable generators. The assumption is that we would have be able to save on gas and batteries because we have so much renewable energy and slightly more diversity because it's an interconnector. It links different places. And I think that only in really a perfect foresight model does that work out where you can be confident that you get some benefit from that diversity. And it's now stated, and I think it's just worth reading out because it's a highlight. But page 61, the biggest driver for the need to deliver HumeLink is the inclusion of several policies, such as the Powering Australia Plan, which targets 82% VRE by 2030, and the modelled carbon budget, which further limits coal generation. That's a stated reason from AEMO.
Sorry, that is a quote. Where is that?
It's a direct quote, page 61, Appendix 6, cost-benefit analysis of the ISP.
And that's the author of that is AEMO.
Is AEMO.
Right, so they themselves are admitting that the driver now of HumeLinks, or just the decision to approve, if you like, or proceed with HumeLink, is to meet those carbon targets and budgets, not the primary, if you like, or the original national energy objectives of affordability and security.
That's right.
And specifically not just the carbon budgets or targets, but in this case, the renewable energy
Yeah, well, I was
target.
going to come to that because don't these arbitrary targets somewhat undermine now the national energy objectives, which, okay, are now affordability, security and emissions reduction. But then you overlay these other targets, like an 82% renewable target, which is not directly related to either of those three things. And it's now the binding constraint. And it's distorting and undermining perhaps more efficient ways of meeting the overall objectives.
I think that's exactly correct. The assumption that it's efficient to use variable renewable energy is, I think, an unnecessary constraint. And also the particular targets and the particular emissions reductions targets, they are now in the nationally determined contribution, obviously, but they're decisions that are made by government.
But at least in the case of the emissions reductions targets, you would allow in multiple or different pathways to get to them.
Absolutely.
Whereas the 82% renewable target, you're locking in to a technology pathway, which now is locked in to the ISP.
That's absolutely right. And the other thing that I draw attention to is that in the 82% target for renewable energy is now the tighter, it's the binding constraint. So it actually drives more renewable energy into the system than what we would require to meet the emissions budget at that date by 2030.
Yep.
So we actually go under the emissions budget in 2030 in the latest ISP, according to AEMO. So it's a more aggressive target, which is driving higher costs.
And perverse outcomes, potentially. That brings me to a good segue onto your suggestion of a rule change to the ISP. I'm sort of taking that as you think there should we should look at a bunch of different scenarios, a bit like what the Grattan Institute was saying before. Just take me through that. Are you suggesting that there should be a baseline that doesn't include some of the carbon budgets targets? What exactly do you think should be in the baseline?
That's absolutely right. No, I mean there should be an unconstrained baseline so that we can assess what the cost of the different policy interventions are. I think that's the logical and obvious unconstrained baseline that you would put in there. I think that I'm happy to share more of the wording of this, but there can be other reasonable scenarios that don't need to be pinned down perfectly in the rule change, but for AEMO to consider maybe a more realistic current drift, like, how far might we get if we don't triple the number of electrical engineers in the next 5 years? So a range of different alternatives that could be included there, but they should be able to expose and test the cost of the policy interventions so they can be assessed. I think it's a key tenet. Maybe you want to add something?
And specifically, our rule change is seeking to ensure that that's included within the scenario, so not just as a sensitivity analysis. And the reason is that the sensitivity analysis provides information to whoever reads the report, but it's not part of the kind of regulatory process as a whole, whereas the scenarios drive the ODP based on their weightings and then the outcomes. And at the moment, those scenarios, while they're meant to be assessed as like what's the likely future that Australia's going to hit, because they're all constrained to hitting the 82%, that means that they're actually all less likely, and so the assessed benefits are probably too high.
Just to be clear though too, I presume one constraint you always need in there is to keep the lights on. We need to, make sure the system runs.
That's right. When I say constraint, not constraints, it's the policy intervention things that have been put on. I think the basic reliability.
I don't think anyone's saying we should have more blackouts, not by design anyway.
That's right.
Okay. And from your submission that AEMO could actually do this today. You've got, I think, some legal analysis there that you believe the rules would allow them to do this, but obviously they're not doing it. and that's why you think we need to change the rules to, if you like, force them to do it. So we have this information. Is that right?
That's right. I don't think there's anything preventing them. I think the natural interpretation of considering it is to consider what does it take to get it done. I'm not opposed to modelling a scenario or multiple scenarios where all government targets are met and included, maybe even exceeded. I mean, we do include scenarios, the hydrogen superpower one, which are grossly exceeded, massively, which I think stretches the limits of plausibility rather terribly. There's nothing, they should consider government policy, but I think proper consideration doesn't stop considering anything else. In fact, a true consideration requires that you're able to assess the cost against some other alternative baseline.
I mean, the current position is kind of absurd, isn't it? Because they've got to almost take in every jurisdiction's policy changes, which we've heard this morning a legion here in this case. We've just seen Queensland adopt a 75% emission reduction by 2035 and I think 90% renewables or something. It's crazy. So every time a jurisdiction changes policy, they've got to change their model, and they're not necessarily even talking to each other, of course, these different policy objectives, because they're determined by different governments.
That's right. And not only there's no obligation for them to have some sort of coordination or master plan, which is what the ISP originally was somewhat tended to be, to sort of, say what's the best, given we could put more solar in Tasmania or we put more in Queensland, how do we balance that? There's also essentially an incentive built in for them adopting the more aggressive target. I think we've described it as a bit of a target's arms race, because if they say that they will have more generators by a certain date, it then distorts the cost-benefit analyses that will be passed through the whole regulatory asset test. So it'll mean that transmission that assumes that they have got all those things in place can and will be favoured. So it's a completely incoherent and conflicted system we have, where any and every target is always included.
And just to elaborate on that, when one state builds something and it becomes a sunk cost in the ISP then assumes it's going to be built in, say, New South Wales, and will build less in Victoria. And so that's where the arms race kind of effect comes from here.
If I could just get one more. You've looked extensively, I've seen both in your submissions and your commentary, about the cost here of transmission, potentially I think, to maybe put some words in your mouth, the overbuild or excessive costs of some of these projects. Have you at all estimated how much this could mean in people's power bills? Like, if we build all of these things, some of which I think you think are unjustifiable, what are the impacts on someone's power bill at the end of this so-called transition?
For transmission, just specifically as an
whatever you can provide, if it's transmission. Obviously, we've heard evidence about distribution networks needing upgrades as well. I'm not sure what work you've done, but yep.
Yeah. The transmission components. Transmission is currently a relatively small part of the bill stack. It's only about sort of a little under 10%, sort of 8 to 10%, something like that. In states, it can vary a little bit too. And so, a single project such as HumeLink is modelled to add a good $25 or so to everyone's power bill, but it's just getting started, right? So we're looking at Central West Arana now. It's been costed at more than HumeLink. That's $5.4 billion. So
that's another 25, 30 bucks.
Yep, more. And then New England, that's going to be a 6 gigawatt link out to the New England res that's coming up. No cost on that yet publicly available. They've just sort of identified the route, but that will probably be more again. And we haven't got the links, another $1 billion or $2 billion. I think it's still in early estimates at this stage for the last leg of HumeLink into Sydney, which is
Sydney
the Sydney
South,
ring.
so-called Sydney South
ring.
Right?
So the number of different projects, when you stack them up, could easily reach sort of $100 in the transmission area. Noting, of course, that these projects, at 1 year, we think it's going to cost $2 billion, and then a year or two later, it's 3 or 4 or 5. So the escalation there we've seen is pretty frightening. The distribution network is extremely hard to estimate, and I think the dirty secret is that we've promised two different conflicting things to different people. One is that we have tried to give the assurance that everyone will be able to use the maximum amount of CER, consumer energy resources, including rooftop solar, however they want, to benefit themselves as much as possible, so they'll be able to export their power to the grid or import from the grid at whatever pace and rate suits them best. But then as we get more and more sun in particular, solar power on the rooftops, we're going to have more throughput from solar through the distribution network like that happen than we've ever had as a steady
and
draw.
Obviously all at the same time of day. Everyone's getting the sun at the same time
Exactly.
of day.
So the distribution upgrades to allow everyone to export their solar whenever they want would be absolutely phenomenally expensive and there are a whole bunch of lesser versions of distributing, upgrading the distribution network, but essentially the trade-off you make is that more people will be more curtailed and more restricted more often, and that won't be evenly spread around. There'll be certain people at one end of the street that always, that's where the voltage,
to make that maximum CR capacity and maximum optionality for customers.
That's right.
Would that, you think, as you say, the estimates are hard to predict, would that be more than $100, you think?
I think it's quite significant. Michael, do you have the that particular paper handy? Do you have that close by? Because there's a cents per kilowatt estimate for kind of 300%.
Yeah, I can pull that.
Yeah, sure.
You can take it on notice too if you...
We'll see if we find it.
Maybe why don't you see if you can find it? You can. I'm sure the chair will allow you to provide that evidence before we wrap up, and I'm happy to pass the call over. Thank you.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Can I just start a few steps back? At a level of principle, do you agree with the inclusion of emissions reduction goals in the national electricity objectives?
Do agree with them being eligible as an objective, absolutely. The deep disagreement that we have is the way that it's been interpreted in the ISP, which is essentially privileged one of the objectives above all the others. It's not unreasonable to say that we include that as an objective, but they must be considered in conjunction, and there should be clear exposure of the trade-offs between the objectives, and that is absolutely not occurring at the moment.
And do you agree, at least in terms of the production of energy, with the target set in terms of 82% target renewables by 2030 as part of trying to achieve 43% reduction in overall emissions from 2005 levels, and with the net zero 2050 target? Do you accept that they're imperatives within our energy production system?
No, I think that the 82% renewable energy target at the moment is just... It's just not credible. I mean, it's fair enough to say let's have something ambitious, but at the moment we're past that point. I don't think there's anyone really serious with a perfectly straight face that will say, yes, we're going to get there. And I think the credible estimates are far, far below that. We're talking about doubling, more than doubling the renewable energy we have in the next 6 years. So I just think that it's okay to have ambition, but this is just off the charts. This is totally insane. But moreover, I think that net zero 2050, I think is it's ambitious, but maybe plausible for the electricity sector. For the whole economy, which is much, much harder to decarbonise than electricity. Talk about fertiliser production, long-haul shipping, air travel, refrigeration, agriculture, cement, steel. These things are so much harder, and I honestly think that 2050, net zero for the whole economy, that's one of these goals that should be seriously re-evaluated. I just don't think that we can seriously get there. And the principle I'd put behind it is you can't set a goal and expect to get there unless you have some concept of the cost. Right? You need to be able to have some credible concept of the cost, because as you see, and we've seen around the world, particularly in Europe, people would like to decarbonise the economy, and we certainly would, but at some cost limit. And if you push past the level that people are willing to pay, then you're going to end up with some horrible backlash, which would totally derail any efforts to decarbonise the economy. So you have to have a goal in mind that is plausible economically. And so a full view and complete accounting of the system costs is absolutely essential. And you should be very hesitant about binding yourself too tightly to a goal that you have not done a full system cost for.
One of the things you observed earlier or stated earlier was that you wanted to see scenarios with unconstrained baselines or something to that effect. Is that unconstrained only by the emissions reduction goal, or is that also unconstrained with respect to, for instance, price, quality, safety, reliability in energy production and the other elements of the national electricity objectives?
Look, I think that there should not be... There are, I think, particularly for reliability and security, really well-accepted benchmarks, which I think are just assumed that we all need to have really reliable energy and certain degrees of safety. So I think we can get to kind of credible thresholds that we know are assumed and standard there. But I don't think it... I think that a true baseline might include good and minimum versions of those, but the other policy objectives, it would be like trying to have a baseline. I don't think that either, for example, the things that could vary a lot, like carbon intensity or price. I mean, it would be, why would you bind a baseline to say we must have electricity that costs 10 cents per kilowatt hour? It'd just be absurd. We don't know that we can achieve that, right? You have to kind of aim for as low as you can go, but trade off whatever else needs to go in there. So that's another example of one where we try to optimise it, but we let that figure float a little bit. Like we try to do as well as we can in conjunction with the other objectives.
In relation to the ISP, if you had an energy system plan, just in broad brushstrokes, what do you think it should contain?
An energy system plan?
Yeah.
Without any constraints at all? Look, I think that it would be a system that has a very significant part of baseload reliable generation that matches what is still a very significant baseload demand. Australia has something like 10 gigawatts still of sort of minimum demand in the NEM. South Australia is the exception, but most of Australia still has a very significant demand all the time. And I think the most efficient way to build a system is to have systems that run a lot. You get a lot of usage out of a little bit of equipment. That is always going to be the most efficient system in the long term. And so I think that building reliable dispatchable power to something around that minimum or average demand, and then using some storage above that to fill in the peaks, and then probably gas-fired generation to do the very height of the peak and reserve capacity is essential as well. But trying to get a lot of use out of the equipment you buy, I think, is essential. And the main reason why I'm very confident that the renewable energy system we're proposing is going to be much more expensive than anyone's really grasped is we're building so much stuff that we only use in intermittent, fleeting times. It's been designed to kind of convert feast and famine power generation into a steady supply, and it means that those rushes and gushes drive huge demands for your peak throughput in all sorts of parts of the system, but aren't consistently utilised at all. So trying to move towards a low carbon baseload system, such as a nuclear powered system, I think would be very good.
And who should prepare a system-wide energy plan, or perhaps the ISP if it's not AEMO?
Look, that's a good question. I haven't necessarily tried to sort of say that AEMO can't do it or shouldn't do it, but there are problems with the way they're currently doing it and the proliferation of roles that they have now had and the potential conflicts and perceived conflicts they have, being both, for example, in the regulatory system giving final economic approval for major transmission projects worth $1 billion. That's what the feedback loop is. They do give that final check with the ISP, which of course they write. And on the other hand, they're involved in being the proponent, actually the company in Victoria that is building, the company in Victoria that is building VNI West and other major lines and doing the early stages of that. So I think there is a huge potential conflict. As well, they're administering the grants for all the renewable energy and the subsidy schemes, the consumer trustee running the LTESA in New South Wales. So the proliferation of AEMO into various different parts of the planning system is a huge concern. And so whether their role as a planner makes any sense, I tend to sort of take very seriously the question about whether a monopoly planner in the middle is a good idea and has worked well. And I think that I'd certainly support proposals for root and branch reform. And I can't see, as we've heard before as well from Professor Mountain, any really clear reason why one state would be expected to have some huge advantage in renewable energy that means that they need to assume that there's some kind of massive export or import dependence across the states. I think a little bit more of I would describe it as a catchment-based energy system around the major load centres and capital cities. Makes sense. They can link at the edges, but some sort of energy master plan at the top, I don't see it being particularly constructive.
And if I can add to that, I think one of our main critiques is the exclusion of components of the energy system from the integrated system plan. And so some ideal plan, if that's what you're asking about, should consider the business case for the system as a whole insofar as that's possible. So generators, transmission, distribution, and now CER as well. CER and distribution are entirely excluded from the ISP's costings and optimisation. So whether that's done at the federal or state level is another question, but whatever the plans are, in a fast-changing infrastructure system, all of the components are affecting the business cases for the others, and so you want one plan that does the whole lot in one go.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got some questions about the ISP and how it's constructed. You're quite critical of the ISP, and you've outlined some of those reasons in terms of prioritising one priority over the other. I think that those arguments have merit, but it seems to me from the evidence that we've had that there are underlying issues with the ISP that almost outweigh that. In the principles in which the AEMO constructs the ISP don't seem to have any sound economic judgment in them. It is trying to fit a model to a system to a model without any real justification on an economic basis. And as I've said in this committee previously, the NEM, our national electricity market, is arguably one of the biggest drivers of productivity in the Australian economy. I'd like to think of one other single entity that might enable as much production or productivity as that. Given it's trying to fit a system that we've heard doesn't have much economic benefit, i.e., there is no material difference between regions, and meaning that there's no economic benefit, having building solar or batteries in one region is going to be roughly the same cost as building in another region, and there's no time difference, there's no cost difference. Can you posit any theory as to why the ISP is so big on interconnectors, interstate interconnectors?
I can actually, yeah, and because I think you're absolutely right to observe that the interconnector focus is significant, and I don't see a prima facie economic reason why that would be expected to be the case. And I can see lots of ways in which the ISP can bias towards that being the outcome that you get. And one of them just is to look at their choice of different alternative transmission plans. There's a finite number of different models they can run, different ways they build the skeleton. And if they don't try any coherent, plausible version without that giant interconnector, sort of backbone up the NEM, which one piece, like the Roman arch that Bruce Mountain described, one piece sort of has benefits because of the next, and you can kind of isolate them all in this take one at a time fashion and pretend they all have merit. But there's no real testing of a coherent system that might be more based around what I describe as sort of renewable energy catchments, where the load centres, such as capital cities, have their own firming and storage. They just don't test it. But to why that is the case. Why it is the case that they have seemingly adopted this narrative, this kind of NEM-link idea that we need to have a giant, very high voltage backbone to the NEM. I actually think that they've indulged essentially what is a technically inept fantasy that's used as a mental model for renewable energy, which is the idea of the copper plate. They've taken a country as large and as Australia and said, oh, look, if we look at the whole NEM, which is 3,000 kilometres long, well, we don't have very bad Dunkelflauters. It's always kind of sunny somewhere. And I think that this is totally, it's true to an extent, it's not as big as an extent we think, but it's true to an extent because Australia is huge, right? And so they've been able to incorporate in their models, and these are simplistic copper plate models that basically pretend transmission limits don't exist, that Australia is ideally situated for renewable energy, because we never seem to have these big droughts of wind and solar, because if you bundle up the whole NEM, there is somewhere, and that's given a very, very rosy picture of how easy the renewable energy transition might be. But I think that simple assumption that the right solution will look something like that where we aggregate a whole bunch of energy, has more or less just permeated the narrative without any very, very credible, robust pushing back against it, to consider that the alternative might be, areas clumped together, more or less independent, providing their own firming and independence, which I think is just a far more likely scenario to be best. Yeah.
I think you make good points, and Professor Mountain said earlier and put in his submission where he completely debunked the comparative advantage arguments for interconnection. As he said, there's very little capacity factor, i.e. weather difference between one area and another. And while there might be in Queensland and Tasmania, that's an awful lot of transmission to get between one and the other. Far more efficient for each region to have its own and have diversity in those areas. Which is argument enough or an argument against interconnectors. But then when you layer in the absolute enormous cost for them and the delay in implementing them, the economic argument for them becomes even weaker, doesn't it?
I think that's well, the economic argument was sort of was never made, and I think the story of the ISP and its evolution and the way these interconnected projects have tracked through it is that it's got harder and harder to pretend that they do have a good economic business case, and the extra interventions that are required to match when the costs escalate become more and more unlikely and inappropriate. And one of the things that is done, I think, to try to help artificially boost the case of interconnectors that doesn't really, that wouldn't normally stack up, is to conflate them and connect them with other sunk cost resources, such as, for example, Snowy 2.0. There's never been a business case for Snowy 2.0 that's been exposed to public scrutiny, and certainly when you connect it with the transmission costs, it would never stack up. I think, but each of those transmission interconnectors to each end of Snowy 2.0 have the benefit of unlocking all that sunk cost in Snowy 2.0. So it's a horrendous economic modelling flaw when that subsystem as a whole would make no sense. Yep. But for each part of it to pretend that the others are there kind of free it's an appalling method. And I think I would just like to also mention that it's been put to this committee, and I think by Bruce Mountain, said that the outcome of these economic benefits are really easily manipulated, and I think that he's given a list of ways in which that occurs. But one of the ones which we've just stumbled across, which we haven't given enough attention to, is just in the weather years. The actual sequence of weather that you have drives major increases in the needs for firming. And in particular, we discovered a while ago that in 2045, I think, there was a huge spike where we built 4 gigawatts of gas. It's an example of it, and that was for a La Nina year. And it turns out that it's the 2010-2011 La Nina year that is, and I quote from a BOM document about it, was one of the strongest on record, comparable in strength with the La Nina events of 1917-18. An event like that has such a peculiar and profound weather impact drives such a need for firming that any other weather year is relatively easy. A test you set to pass that weather year will pass any other one. And so in setting the sequence of weather years in their forecast reference years, jumbling around where those absolutely driving weather years occur, it's like being able to relocate your queen on the chessboard to a different place, because it drives such a high demand for firming capacity. And we've discovered with the project HumeLink is that, lo and behold, that driving event, which occurs 1 in 14 in their current latest pattern, is placed just after the construction of HumeLink and VNI West and the connection with Snowy 2.0. So by aligning that massive driving weather event, they're able to amplify the benefits that they model. Again, it's a perfect foresight model, and I dispute whether those benefits are real at all. But they massively amplify the benefits of those projects. So they're the types of things in the details that could be plausible levers you can pull to bias towards what I think is not not intuitively economically beneficial approach, which assumes we need to sort of copper plate the grid and have some huge high voltage backbone. I don't think there's any evidence for that being economically beneficial at all.
And can I seek your views on the utility or otherwise of using a cost-benefit analysis way of judging what projects should go forward or not?
I don't in principle oppose the idea of a cost-benefit analysis if all the right things are included in it and you're able to, and you have reasonably good basis for all the assumptions and inputs and constraints. So I'm not in principle opposed to there being a cost-benefit analysis. I think just the way it's been done in the case of the market operator is incredibly poor. And there are also things that are explicitly excluded from the market benefits that can be considered, which include things like environmental and social impacts of renewables. So we've kind of included a class of benefit that's about meeting an emissions target, which is the carbon dimension to environmental concerns. But at the moment, there's not a concern for other trade-offs we make. Such as, for example, not being required to contain all your silt when you clear land across the Great Dividing Range that will run off into the barrier reef, right? So there's a whole bunch of other free kicks and environmental costs we impose in order to reach that target. So cost-benefit analyses, in principle, I'm not opposed to them being the way to go. If you have all the right economic and other things involved, it's a noble effort, but they are also challenging. And if you don't give it sufficient freedom and also have sufficient confidence in the inputs and assumptions, then you can get a terribly bad result and basically musk around saying, hey, look, my model says this, when really the model's as good as what you put in and how you constrain it, and it doesn't say that at all.
We've heard evidence, and it seems to me that there might be an argument for cost-benefit analysis if, and I believe this is what the ISP does, where you're trying to rank or prioritise one project over another. But it's devoid of having already assessed the economic benefit of doing something in the first place. It doesn't establish the economic benefit of looking for which is the best project to achieve that economic outcome.
So the ISP ranks not individual projects generally, but candidate development paths. Yes. There's a limited number of those, usually between 10 to 20, yep. 15 to 20 in an ISP. And that means that there's a limited set of options that are tested. And so in that sense, it's a limited economic analysis, like anyone would be. Our major critique would be that those CDPs don't consider sort of plausibly useful worlds, such as one with no interstate connection, where it's largely, or no additional interstate connection, where it's largely load centre based. Mm-hmm. And so that significantly limits the value of it as what I think you're referring to as an economic analysis, where it assesses all of the options. So that's happening upstream in the CDP options that are ranked, and then those benefits come out. Sometimes for individual projects, the CDP might just take one project out or put one project in, and that'll turn up in that project's cost-benefit analysis.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but the CDPs are only made up of, I think it's about a dozen or 14 transmission projects.
There's actually 25 in the letter.
There's 25 CDPs, but the number of projects, that might be something like 14 or 15, that's right.
12, 14, 15, something like that. But they're all transmission projects.
It's exactly right. So the way that it works is the alternatives that they propose to these CDPs, which are transmission projects entirely, and their assessment of the net benefits are trying to assess what are the generators and storage the market, in a perfectly efficient, perfect foresight world, would build with all those transmission plans. And I think that that's also a really quite absurd assumption that we have this perfect, all-seeing, all-knowing, perfectly coordinated market that would put all the generation in the right spot at the right time. And we've seen contrasts, by the way, in sort of quick changes between whether completing VNI West in one cost-benefit analysis says that we need to have a whole bunch more, and this is figurative, not exact statements, but a whole bunch more wind in one state and more solar in the other. And then a different cost-benefit analysis with different assumptions might not have that and say, oh, actually, it goes the other way or something like that. So the idea that we will have one optimised, all-seeing, perfect foresight market that can put exactly the right generation in the right spots if we do build a certain course of transmission, I think is also quite a dubious stretch.
I would agree with you on that. And it seems to turn out perverse models, as we've discussed. You know, to go to HumeLink as one of those, which you've been very critical of, a project which can only be taken into account with other costs, the very least VNI West and Sydney South Ring, to bring it up to a much greater cost than the $5 billion attributed to that project. And the argument then has to go, okay, well, what justified that? And they've done it on a cost-benefit analysis that it was at least cost. But its role is to provide diversity, which we've already agreed there is very little diversity, which will generate an economic benefit. And then to make matters worse, which I believe, and I've never heard them explain, in the cost-benefit analysis, when it counts benefits, it counts not building generation and storage as a benefit, which is what it's purporting to try and achieve by having more renewables in the system.
Well, that's right. They do count it as benefit of having to build less by having connected two different places and sources. You need less generation than having to supply all the need at those places individually. And I'm not. But
that's only if there is a massive differential in supply or demand at either end of that interconnector.
That's right, and they're attempting to demonstrate that there is that benefit. And I don't have a problem with the principle that saving some generation is a benefit. Saving that thing is a benefit. But at the moment, the whole model is constrained by trying to build a totally implausible amount of generation anyway that we won't meet, and we're probably considering savings, the aversion of the backstops, which is the storage and the firm power supply that we'll end up relying on, and I disagree with that very strongly. But just to highlight the particular inconsistency with this and AEMO's response to that idea of these linked systems, basically counting the benefits of the whole bridge, but only the cost of each part. We identified this in a submission we put to AEMO on the draft 2024 ISP, and identified that it overinflates, it double counts benefits. Yep. And we thought in particular the case of HumeLink and VNI West, it's overinflating the benefits of those two projects. And AEMO's response to this, we'd suggested basically they should consider these functional subsystems as a whole and try to consider a path which just took them all out together and said, let's not attempt that entire bridge. And the response was this. This is from page 58 of the 2024 ISP Consultation Summary Report. AEMO acknowledges the relationship between HumeLink and VNI West and could have performed TOOT analysis on these combined projects. Given the relationship was not assessed in previous ISPs, AEMO considers it prudent and transparent to assess the merits of each project in isolation in line with previous assessments. So they've acknowledged the problem in their response here. They do accept that you get a higher sum of benefits when you do everything individually, but they'd rather be consistent and wrong than they would actually respond to the feedback that's identified a flaw, particularly a critical flaw on which a $5 billion investment, no, actually, and plus VNI West, like there's good $7, $8, $9 billion, they would rather be consistent and wrong to keep those projects running than actually respond to feedback that we gave in the consultation process, which is why we're so upset about the skipping of the consultation at the point when these feedback loops were given, because we believe that serious critiques like that, which have merit and have acknowledged to have merit, should mean the optimal development path can be changed, and we're frankly appalled by the decisions, including by the Market Commission, to decide that there's just no chance that we could change the optimal development path for actionable projects during that consultation process, when their costs have blown out by huge proportions. Pushing back projects that no longer make sense is exactly the responsibility of these organisations, and it seems they don't want to do it.
Questions on that, I've just checked whether I've shared the call. Anyone wants a call?
I had some more questions.
I'll just finish off this with one last question. How sensible is it, when they're doing the cost-benefit analysis and they're saying, well, this transmission project displaces this renewable generation? How are they making an economic assessment about which one's more economically beneficial than the other? I mean, it seems like they're discounting the economic benefit of generation and increasing the economic benefit of transmission.
They have a process that's based on the assumption about the cost of each of those inputs, and I think that they take the assumed cost of owning and operating the transmission asset and see whether building that is less than what they saved. But again, I think it comes down to this maybe unrealistic idea that the market would have provided the right amount of generation at the right places to fill in all those gaps, and it's often very, very small.
Or that cost is the only driver of development, whereas, as we've said, economic needs should be the driver of what we need, not...
Probably a really important point is that the ISP does not consider, I suppose, the second order effects in the economy of the change in electricity prices. I mean, they try to minimise the cost, but assumptions about growth in industry, for example, I mean, we haven't got a bill stack. The ISP has not produced what's the final expected price of electricity. We've been sending FOIs all around the place to try to see whether anyone's done that analysis, and we're getting some redacted documents back. But if you know that you're going to push the prices up, it's inconsistent to also assume simultaneously huge economic growth. So there's an inconsistency there where I suppose the benefit of having potentially abundant and cheaper is not fully fed back into the assumptions. Essentially, it comes to a question about whether the scenarios are internally consistent if they depend on a growth, that the cost that fulfilling that scenario would mandate. Maybe you've got other comments anyone else want to provide on that?
I think the basic way we'd put it is that the least cost system, subject to the appropriate constraints on it, which have been outlined, is the right way to do this. But this is not the least cost system. They're not doing that here. And so there's a bunch of technical reasons for that we've outlined in our submission and talked about a little bit today. But that's the central critique, is that you want to deliver the least cost system subject to constraints. But because of the way they've analysed what is least cost and therefore, where are the benefits and those kinds of things, that is resulting in a system that isn't least cost.
Terrific. Senator Canavan? Yeah,
look, I just wanted to, if I've got time, just briefly ask about the weather assumptions in the ISP. I think one of your attachments, I think submissions goes through this in a bit of detail, but I asked last week, didn't get a clear answer about whether or not the ISP kind of almost has perfect information about future weather and therefore can pre-build, if you like, to mitigate the impacts of any extreme weather events.
Yep. There could be a perfect foresight comment in here, perhaps. Do you want to see there's a response to that?
Sure.
See that? Yeah. That's right. The models that we have to run this type of modelling, these market modellings, they inherently basically they assume perfect foresight. It's not mentioned and discussed in a lot of detail, and a lot of people have sort of said to me, they're not silly, they didn't pull the wrong lever. And that's true. We never had, it's actually very complicated to come up with a different, better way of simply running through exactly the weather that we do have through a deterministic algorithm to kind of synthetically generate the uncertainties and interactions between real weather in real places and what's likely to happen. So it's a really challenging problem for computer scientists and market modelers to come up with a better alternative than perfect foresight. But it is. So I'm not accusing someone of having like push the dumb button. I'm going to use the silly assumption.
Yeah,
it's baked
obviously
into the
it'd be
hardware.
extremely complicated. So you presumably need a model that says at time t, we need to have a certain probability or probabilistic distribution of thousands of different weather outcomes for t plus 1 and t plus 10 and t plus 15.
And you can see how hard that
and
is.
it's going to, you probably need a computing power that we just don't have to run such a model.
What you described actually wouldn't be too hard if you think all the distributions are independent, right? But the problem is there's this complex interaction between what the weather is now is actually connected in a very specific way to what the weather might be somewhere else. And what the weather is today is also connected to what the weather might be tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if that was just a sort of matter of sampling from distributions, that would be relatively easy. But trying to credibly capture the interactions, that's very difficult. And so running real weather through the model is what we do. But it also means that these models inherently undervalue the certainty provided by dispatchable capacity.
Yeah, I was going to get to that point.
Right.
So this wasn't so much of an issue when our power sources weren't dependent on the weather, presumably.
That's exactly right, because then you had power systems that were relatively independent, as in the probability of a coal-fired power plant. I'll come to that. That's great. Thanks, Michael. The coal-fired power plant having a random accident that they didn't foresee, of some little valve bursting, that is totally independent to the other valve bursting that particular day in a different coal-fired power plant somewhere else, right? So these are totally unrelated, very rare incidences, and so you can model, as I said, just let's always consider a small probability that that something has that issue. But in the case of, and also for coal-fired power plants, you can anti-correlate the scheduled downtimes, right? You literally say, okay, well, if you're going down for planned maintenance, we'll notify someone else, make sure they're on. So they can anti-correlate that, which makes it much, much easier to plan and to model. But the nuance is that we're now trying to model generators, and the technical thing is not identically distributed, independent, identically distributed
variables
variables, or so that's it's totally challenged how we do this. And
now there was some extra information. I've got just a follow-up, but if you've got some extra information, I realise there's a very technical question. I'm asking you to get things on the fly. Was there other information you wanted to add to the questions I already asked?
I'm just going to mention that AEMO acknowledges the impact of perfect foresight on modelling over outcomes over both the short and long-term horizons. It's not a fact in dispute. It's absolutely it's absolutely well known.
I mean, the issue here, and to be clear, I'm not trying to be critical of the model itself, because as I've tried to allude to, I think it's extremely complex. Models are always going to be a simplified version of reality. The issue here is that then I think people, decision makers who don't really understand modelling, ascribe to it a level of certainty and Delphic-like certainty about the future that it doesn't deserve. So you think that's a problem here, that decision makers take these models, they see the outputs and a few charts in the executive summary, and they think, oh wow, this is the future all mapped out in front of me.
I do think that's a huge issue because. And I think we're starting to see that as well with coal closures being delayed and installed, right? At a certain point, you realise you've built this renewable energy, but it doesn't. It worked in your model, and part of why it worked is because we did have perfect foresight, and there was things that the model was able to fine tune, not maliciously. It's just what it does. It's told to build the least cost path, right? That we can't fine tune in reality, and so you get close to these events, and you just find you can't do without that truly certain. I mean, it's there's still rare downtimes, but those much more reliable generators, and the models are unable to value certainty because in the world they exist, there's no uncertainty. They know what the weather will be.
And if I can add to that, specifically Plexos can't do that. So plausibly you could create a model that did that appropriately, but by selecting one particular model, AEMO effectively establishes a monopoly in the Australian market, at least for transmission providers and generators who are interested in seeing what AEMO is going to produce or their RIT-T will produce, to use Plexos. And there are plenty of other options out there, so it's not clear that that's the best option. And they've essentially been provided a monopoly in the Australian market in terms of the RIT-T process for transmission.
I'd highlight as well that there was a discussion that we've been trying to get access to and still haven't yet between AEMO and the Department of Climate Change and Energy in administering the capacity investment scheme, because the capacity investment scheme is meant to be the subsidy scheme that underwrites enough generation to provide reliability, to have coal leave the system. We'll see if we can find that particular quote from Zoe.
Again, you could take this on notice if you want.
But the comment that was made is that the ISP was always only meant to be a transmission planning exercise, and it is not suitable for providing reliability requirements for jurisdictions. That's my recollection of the quote. We can find that exactly. So, and they said that in the discussions with AEMO, there was issues being thrown up with the modelling. So I think it's an issue that you've identified absolutely between serious modellers, between and within the Department of AEMO. We've found it, yeah. It was not ever intended to be an exercise that would give you kind of, reliability requirements across jurisdictions. So the modellers at AEMO that we talked to are, kind of very clear-eyed about the kind of roles of various modelling exercises they undertake. So there are clear-eyed modellers out there. And then Zoe goes on. And so, look, I would expect that to the extent that collaborating, working together on the capacity investment scheme is kind of throwing up issues in the modelling, and that continues. So there's obviously some disjuncture between AEMO and the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water in terms of what they thought and this is me speculating, we'd love to get full access to the discussion that happened behind this. We've been unsuccessful so far. About whether building exactly what the ISP models is going to produce a reliable energy system. And I think there's no chance we will build exactly what the ISP models, but even if we did, it would only be reliable if all the weather was played through.
If the weather turned out as predicted.
That's exactly right.
As Jeff Bezos said the other day, reality is an undefeated champion. And look, I just finally, Chair, I just wondered did you have anything to add on my question around the costs of upgrading the distribution network? I thought you mentioned there was a paper or some such. Yeah. If you want to read anything in, and otherwise, of course, provide on notice. That's it for me, Chair.
Yeah.
And I might just add before Aidan answers this question, on the issue of finding out key discussions that drive the outcomes for the whole system and our planning process for the next 30 years between, for instance, TQ and AEMO, those have largely been limited because AEMO is essentially a corporation and so doesn't come under the Freedom of Information Act. Yeah. AER and AMC do, but because they're a corporation, even their interactions with AEMO is pretty limited visibility on that. And so there's some transparency around some parts of the AEMO model and the ISP planning process, but the lack of FOIs, limits the transparency and limits the accountability too.
Okay, that's very good point.
Michael, do you want to make some comments on the distribution, which has got a wide range of...
Yeah, so there's a wide range. So it depends on a variety of factors, including rural versus urban. It tends to be more expensive to upgrade distribution in rural areas. But we did a quick sort of literature research, and in the United States, various studies have been done, and they estimate the cost of upgrading distribution network to integrate rooftop solar sort of ranges around $90 to $1,000 in Australian dollars per
How
kilowatt.
much was that? Sorry, I missed that.
$90 to $1,000.
Wow.
It's quite a wide range, so it depends on a lot of factors. So this is per kilowatt of rooftop solar integrated into the grid. To give you a reference point...
Is that in US dollars or Australian dollars?
Australian dollars, so we converted that. To give you a reference point, currently rooftop solar installation cost is around $900 per kilowatt.
So that the top range of that is going to this. The point I made earlier, or the point we were talking about, was the allowing maximum. That would allow the maximum sort of output of your solar array.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's a big cost. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. I was going to put some questions around the accountability through the RIT process, particularly about HumeLink, but
we have all day.
Sadly, we don't. And I can tell my fellow members are chomping at the bit to get to the trough. So thank you very much for your evidence. The committee has decided that any questions on notice should be provided by 14 November 2024. And you very may well get some written questions on notice as well. But thank you for appearing. We will break until 2 p.m. And then come back and try and get the program back on track then. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I now welcome representatives of Nuclear for Climate Australia and Mr Barry Hill to join us. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, Chair. My name is Robert Parker. I'm the founder of Nuclear for Climate Australia.
Yes, Chair. My name is Barry Hill. I'm acting in a personal capacity at the moment.
Thank you. I now invite you to, if you'd like to make a very short opening statement.
Yes, Mr Chairman. Briefly, Australia is embarking on an energy transition which was initiated by the desire for emissions reductions. And if we didn't have that desire, then we would continue clearly in burning coal and gas. The purpose of this submission is to address the national electricity objective as stated in the National Electricity Law, which among other things is to create mechanisms to provide low-cost, reliable electrical energy to Australia and to meet the emissions reductions that all jurisdictions are committed to. In order to meet the emissions target statements under the National Energy Law, all states and territories are committed to net zero by 2050 economy-wide. This applies to transport, electricity generation, agriculture, waste handling, heavy and light industry and industrial process. It's a huge list, and the reality of whether we can do that is quite questionable. Electricity, therefore, must do the heavy lifting because, well, frankly, it's easier. We have the grid, we have an established, and it used to be a reliable delivery system, but we could retrieve that. And most importantly, successful precedent exists globally to do it. Currently, Australia has denied itself the benefit of successful precedent. We can't use what France, Ontario, Finland and Sweden use to create grids with incredibly low emissions intensities, namely nuclear energy. Instead, we are forced by law to go down the route of wind and solar, which have no successful precedent in creating low-cost, ultra-low emissions grids. So in the absence of what our energy planning and regulation system is meant to achieve, we've done what AEMO and CSIRO have failed to do. Firstly, in this submission, we outline that the path using AEMO's step change scenario will cost twice that of a nuclear scenario and has nearly 5 times the emissions intensity. If we went to 100% renewables, wind and solar, for example, they're worse still. They would cost 3 times nuclear to the customer with nearly 6 times emissions intensity. We've given an outline of a nuclear pathway to ultra-low emissions by 2050, and that would also have even lower emissions and costs by 2060. Claims that nuclear takes too long and we've no time to wait are addressed in Figure 6 of the handout, which has hopefully been provided to you, where we look at the emissions reductions you achieve with nuclear. Here we show that a nuclear baseload system will have lower accumulated emissions after the 2070s, and then cumulative emissions thereon will always be lower than a 100% wind and solar-based system. Given the high levels of embodied emissions, the hopes for a fast transition to low-carbon energy using wind and solar will not materialise. And a real-world example of this is shown in Figure 7 in that handout, where we compare the results for France and Germany. The energy transition was intended to herald a more sustainable future. However, attempting to achieve it with wind and solar will only result in a massive increase in materials consumption. These materials will litter the landscape and their end-of-life retrieval is neither certain nor affordable. We show that over an 80-year period, a system based on wind and solar will use over 380 million tonnes of stuff, over 5 times that required with nuclear, and with an industrial waste nightmare that will never end. The national electricity objective as stated in the National Electricity Law cannot be met unless a system based on high levels of nuclear energy is deployed. In conclusion, systems based exclusively on wind and solar and hydro cannot achieve deep decarbonisation in order to conform with the jurisdictions aiming for net zero. The National Electricity Law is in direct conflict with the RPANS Act and the EPPC Act, which prevent nuclear energy. Those latter acts must be repealed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Hill?
Just a very short opening. I provided the committee with a summary of experience. That experience, you'll see, has covered planning in great detail for corporations, for governments, and a key factor of the planning has been that in many cases I've actually been asked to put it into practice and operate. So my submission is not on any technical basis. You've heard enough of that across the hearing so far, but generally the management of planning and the problems with planning that we now see for the electricity system in Australia. So presuming you've actually read my submission, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today and thank you for your submissions. I'm keen to sort of unpack how much nuclear energy you think that we would need to get to net zero by 2050.
In summary, under virtually all scenarios that we model to get to an optimum system, you would need 75% or thereabouts concentrate of nuclear within the system, with the remainder made up of wind, solar and hydro. You would not require gas in that, but you would require substantial amounts of storage. So it really depends, Senator, upon what your demand is. And on one scenario that I've included in my submission, there is a demand in about 2060 of the order of 360 terawatt hours per year. Currently, we're on about 200. And that number has been arrived at purely on the basis of population growth plus electric vehicles plus some industrial electricity. But there are a whole range of those. But if one picked that scenario, Senator, it would be about 36.8 gigawatts of nuclear to meet that 75% demand. But you can come down to other measures. There are other people modelling targets of around about 275 terawatt hours. And when you get to that, you're down around the 22 gigawatts. So it's really what your end game is that you're planning for, Senator.
So in terms of the amount that we would need, and obviously this inquiry is about, planning and regulation. So
yes.
In terms of planning for that, there's a proposal on the table from the coalition for, I think, 11 gigawatt hours. What would that look like in terms of how we get to having that much in the system of what the amount that you've said? Because there's quite a gap between that 11. Would you be seeing larger plants, more plants, greater distribution? Do you have a sense of how that would look across the country?
Yes. In Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, those states would use large power plants. So you would use plants probably 1.2 gigawatts and up in grouped. And so down in a place like the Latrobe, for example, one could be looking at about 4 plants in a location like that. So you would be building them large plants in multiples. And the coalition's proposals, you said, I think it's about 11 gigawatts you mentioned, I think, Senator. That's a modest start on the route, I guess, until the nation got confident with heading down that path.
So I think that's 7 plants that have been proposed. How many plants would you need?
Well, I I consider that to get to about 75% of a system, for example, with about 275 terawatt hours, you probably need about 22 plants. If you're getting up to the higher end ranges with more population growth in industry, you could be getting up to of the region of 30 plants. It really depends very much on the planning, the long-term planning of what the energy demand is, Senator.
Okay. And in terms of the timing, we've heard through this inquiry and at other points that setting the regulatory framework and getting everything in place would take somewhere between 10 and 15 years. How do you see this playing out into that 2050 net zero target?
Okay. The point I'm making in the paper is that the 2050 net zero target, economy-wide, will not be met. You might do it with electricity alone, but we are not going to achieve that on current indications industrially. I'm more inclined to look at what are our cumulative emissions over 80, 100, 150 years. I mean, the atmosphere and the impact on carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is playing out over tens of thousands of years. And to concern oneself with whether it's in a 5 or 10 year time frame in that concept is not realistic. We're vastly better to get, for example, an ultra low emissions nuclear system up and running by 2050, 2060 than something that has got 5 or 6 times the emissions, namely renewables, which may be pushed out as it's currently being pushed out. So to answer your question, I guess, we could, by 2050, you could probably build about 70% of our energy would come from nuclear by then.
Okay, so if we say that would be achieved in 2050 broadly,
yes,
what would you see us doing between now and then in terms of filling the need?
Okay, there's an image that sits in that paper that I've provided, and the need would be met by wind, solar and hydro, approximate their current levels, and they would never reduce, they would be maintained. There, through 2050, you would extend the life of the coal plants and you would use modest amounts of gas. I have some concern about gas because I note, for example, in AEMO step change, they've got amounts of gas up to 15 gigawatts. And that's problematic because you need a very large network to build out that, and you need to be charging all of those pipelines to get the gas there. So that I have attempted to minimise that amount in the rollout in favour of using and rehabilitating our coal plants until we get the nuclear build-out done.
Okay, so you would, in your sort of projection, you would halt any further development of wind and solar, and would you halt further development of gas as well?
I would slow it. With respect to wind and solar, no, I have a modest increase in wind and solar. I would propose that we would have a considered position on gas. It could expand modestly from where we are, but not a lot more. In terms of economies, you see, if we can't get an economy with low-cost energy, we won't be able to buy anything. Currently, our lowest cost generators in Australia are probably Victoria's brown coal plants. And so it's vital that we ensure that we maintain the lowest possible cost in order to do this transition effectively.
Okay, so a modest increase in those things that are in the system at the moment, and then extend the coal.
Yes.
How do you see the extension of coal working, given that the plants we have currently are aging and not being further invested in at the moment, would you see that we would need to open new coal plants?
No. I would imagine you would pour more money into the rehabilitation and upgrading of those existing plants. You would probably go back and have a darn good look at a rearing and possibly restart that if you had to. It's not a rearing, Liddell. So you would ensure that you maintain these plants in the best possible condition. But there is an image, as I refer to that handout, which sees quite a steady decline. I mean, in 2050, you've virtually got no coal left.
Okay, so what I'm trying to see here is, as you said yourself, we're looking at quite a significant increase in demand in the system for electricity, or energy, shall we say? So you keep the coal plants as they are now.
Yes.
You would move to a more modest increase in solar, wind, more modest increase in gas.
Yes.
While you built the nuclear.
Yes.
When would you expect to see the first nuclear plant on the ground and operating?
On that image, backed on the projected success of the 4 units that are being built on Lake Ontario by Ontario Power Generation, I would imagine that you would put probably 3 or 4 of those in fairly quickly to get those built out by about 2035, 2036. They're the small units that they're building in Ontario currently.
That would be quite, I mean, given what we've heard in terms of setting the regulatory system and getting things up and running, that's quite a brave prediction, I would think.
Well, given that we have a regulator in place, given the fairly conventional construction of those plants, given that Australia is an incredibly stable climate, geology, tectonically, and given the 35 or 40 years of my background as a civil engineer and looking at all of those issues, I would think it's actually a fairly straightforward prospect.
Okay. And in terms of your views on this, and as we know, the opposition is looking at some plants. Have you provided advice to them on how you think this should roll?
Would you repeat that, please?
Have you provided advice to the opposition on how to roll out their nuclear option and what you think the extension should look like? Okay.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. They might be grateful for it. So in terms of, in your opening statement, you talked about waste from wind and solar and such like. Do you see an issue with the waste from any nuclear plant?
I refer back to the excellent work that was done by the South Australian Royal Commission, where under Rear Admiral Kevin Scars, they did a wonderful analysis internationally, and they spoke to a lot of experts internationally, particularly in the area of the deep geological repository. And that has been subsequently completed since that investigation in Finland. And Sweden is now going down that route as well. And so deep geological repositories built in granite in the Gawler Grattan they were looking at in the region of South Australia through into New South Wales, that formation would be an ideal location to place it. And so all the available evidence given to that Royal Commission was that was considered to be the safest, best way of long-term geological repository and disposal of used nuclear fuel. However, others of us have also got a hope that we could recycle that material. And by recycling it, you would reduce the period of its radioactivity down from half-lives in the tens of thousands of years down to a danger period of around about 500 years. And so you end up with considerably lower amounts of used nuclear fuel at a much shorter period of radioactivity. And so through the use of what we call Generation 4 fast spectrum reactors, that would also be a desirable route. And Russia and the French and the Japanese and the Chinese now, and also the Indians, are also looking into that and have built reactors that can operate that way.
And in terms of, and you brought up the South Australian Royal Commission that, as you say, did quite a comprehensive job, but still came to the point where the community did not go for it. That social licence issue, how would you propose to deal with that?
Well, social licence is a two-edged sword because, currently we're seeing around, particularly rural and regional Australia, a tremendous pushback against the environmental impacts we're suffering of wind and solar. We're getting terrible pushback, particularly down around places like Wagga in the south of the state, all through the New England and up through Queensland, where we're getting wholesale bulldozing of our forests, and people are waking up to this issue. Now, what we're finding is, and we've spoken at quite a number of venues, quite recently in the Latrobe Valley in Victoria, where we had probably about 65% of the people in the audience were willing to address nuclear, and about 35% weren't keen on it. What I'm seeing in the community at the scores of presentations I give is that people are well able to address the issue of nuclear. But we also know that throughout our communities, it wouldn't matter what you wanted to build, people will always have opposition to it. So we need a stronger political leadership in this role to get anything built in this nation, be it renewables or nuclear.
So back to the issue of providing that advice to the opposition, given that they're pushing for this policy and developing it up. Now, you haven't provided them with any advice, but you have been in, you have met with them on occasions. I know I've seen on your socials that you have.
Yes, I have, but you asked me specifically.
No. So I'm just...
Did I provide advice to them over the rollout of their proposed 7 sites? And no, I haven't.
Okay. So, all right. So you've met with them around other things, not...
other aspects, but not that one, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Hill, I don't know if you have any comment you'd like to make. I'm trying to understand how this nuclear pathway would work and what you would displace and what the pathway would look like, if you have similar views to Mr. Parker.
All I would like to add is that as part of my mining background, I've negotiated mining rights across private land with farmers, particularly in the Rockhampton area, but also up south of Mount Isa. And these were pretty serious exercises where, in one case, a mine would have covered about a third of a farm that had been in the family for 3 generations. So you can imagine the connection with land is about the same level as the Aboriginal connection. We all become connected at one stage or another. What I found in those communities is that the rural communities are very pro-development for Australia, even to the point of agreeing, yes, you can dig up the farm, but please, when you're finished, try to put it back a bit like we had it before. So it's a different level of intelligence operating out in the countryside than operates in the cities. It's a much longer, much more thoughtful intelligence, and I've built power lines across farms. I built a power line from Rockhampton to Cunnawarra, about 80 kilometres north of Rockhampton. The pushback I am seeing, I think, is highly justified. The farming community might be focused on farming, but most of them have got a very good understanding of where the country is going because they're in international markets. They're a group of very switched on people. My family runs farms in New Zealand. The guys running all got MBAs. They liaise with everybody around the world on product prices and so on. When they push back on anything, it's thoughtful and there are reasons for it. And my judgment on this, and I haven't spoken with anybody at the moment about it, but my judgment based on my long experience on this is they know all this transmission is not required. They know, just as most of us know as well. So I hope that helps the social licence side of things. When we, as Rob said, in an earlier visit to the Latrobe Valley, we found everyone willing to discuss the issue, to put it on the table, work through it, get the knowledge, and so on and so forth. Around the community at the moment, most of my things I do is engagement with small groups, discussing the issues we face in the energy system. The community is absolutely hoping we will get more information on the whole nuclear versus renewable energy scene. So the community is very open, but it needs information, and that information has been denied up to date, and there's some pretty angry people about that out there. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I think I will too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with you, Mr Hill. I'm just noting in your submission you had some quite colourful and I think correct descriptions of the current leadership of our energy sector. You say that the ESB, the AEMC have all demonstrated an apparent blind ignorance to the emerging electricity sector crisis. You've also mentioned that others, AEMO and CSIRO, their reports read as if they were the latest interpretation of some new age religious gospel. I couldn't agree with you more. Can you, I don't know what your background is exactly, but both you two gentlemen present to me as people that are, as some people that are quite rigorous in what you do. And I don't know, I just have found recently speaking to the leadership, not people in these organisations, but the leadership of these organisations, they don't give me confidence that they know what they're talking about. They don't give me confidence that they have a deep engineering knowledge of how electricity is produced, distributed and used. Do you share that? Do you think there's a lack of technical expertise in the leadership of some of these organisations?
Well, first, I'll make the comment. I did provide to the committee a very short summary of my experience, but if you haven't seen it, it underpins the answer I'm about to give you. So first, I started with the New Zealand Electricity Department building big hydro, which included Manapuri, a lot of tunnelling and so on and so forth. At the time, both Australia and New Zealand had nuclear power in their 10-year plan. So I went to I got a scholarship to go to the UK. I went through a very intensive program of the economics, the design, the construction, the commissioning and operations. I actually caused a small modular reactor to go critical after commissioning. I went back to New Zealand and designed a coal and gas-fired power station. I did all the economics for that, what we called back in the time value analysis. And value analysis is a very interesting topic, having listened to a lot of the information provided in this hearing. The fundamental issue which is missing in the system at the moment is first, you must do the engineering. First, some engineering. There has to be a viable option which you then analyse economically. And for instance, part of my training was to design the diameter of the fuel pins in Hinkley B reactor. Also, to analyse the flow of gases through the heat exchangers. First, we had to have a design, and then we do all the incremental analysis to optimise that design to provide the best cost of electricity. Later, I joined Comelco on aluminium smelter design and construction. I should add to you, I spent a week with the New Zealand Army learning how to blow frozen aluminium out of a pot. So I am incredibly concerned that we're turning off our aluminium smelters and turning them back on again. Yeah. If the slightest thing goes wrong, Senator, you've lost your aluminium industry. Yeah. The slightest thing. And blowing them out is a long-winded, difficult exercise, and the companies will make a simple decision not to bother. So that's what you face at the moment. That's why my submission says we're in a crisis. We are turning off our aluminium smelters because we don't have enough power to run them continuously. A total disaster for the country. Later on, you'll be familiar with Queensland Magnesia. I was asked to put the whole joint venture together to do all the detailed design.
Just a few weeks ago, yep. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know Queensland Magnesia. It's been probably one of the last value-adding operations built in Australia. It gained many export awards. It gained operation awards. It was a very successful operation. We were lucky. I was able to negotiate an electricity supply agreement, 3.5 cents for interruptible power, which runs those electric arc furnaces you saw, and 10 cents for the rest of the plant. I worry at the moment that those guys are not able to negotiate any long-term electricity price. Because of my nuclear background, I took on the job of Director of Engineering for ANSTO. ANSTO needed a complete organisation development, and I helped the CEO at the time go through that. And I wasn't responsible for the construction of the reactor, but I had oversight over construction risk and safety. And in the end, during commissioning, I took on a much more hands-on role on safety, particularly safety for the maintenance staff. By the way, I negotiated all the enterprise agreements for the organisation. I actually negotiated the second enterprise agreement in Australia for Queensland Magnesium. So I have a great respect for the workforce. I tried to retire, but I got an offer from Jacobs Australia to take on head of engineering and later principal consultant for mining and energy for the commercial division startup. Jacobs were there in defence, but they wanted to start. So to carry out a lot of consulting work across the mining industry. And I'm currently managing director of SMR Nuclear Technology, a job I use to keep abreast of everything that's going on in the world. So there's been extensive travel with that position. And what is emerging with the big shift towards nuclear energy, particularly to run data centres and so on and so forth, which I'm sure you're aware, is my colleague Tony Irwin and I are starting to get offers to move out of Australia and advise governments on how to make this transition. So I'm very happy to support this.
Well, can I bring you back, and I might ask Mr. Parker the same question. Do you think there's enough technical expertise leading the energy regulators in our system?
No, and one of them actually admitted that to me. So no names, no pactoral, but many of these positions have been not placed there on merit. They've been placed there for all sorts of other reasons, and they do not reflect the requirements of the position. So we've gone away. I have personal worries about this because I applied for a very senior position in the Queensland government and was gazumped by a party political person who had no experience in the job whatsoever. So I'm a bit angry about that. But in the end, it turned out well because I ended up as Director of Engineering for ANSTO, a more challenging position, actually.
Yeah, they haven't quite got to ANSTO yet, I think, but we've just lost a lot of technical expertise in a lot of government agencies, unfortunately. Mr. Parker, did you want to add anything to that?
No, merely that I observed throughout my career some of the best and the brightest were the electrical graduates who went from university straight into the state electricity commissions. I think you saw in the people that you saw just before lunchtime examples of the types of people that they used to recruit. And that is unfortunately lacking. I think it's unfortunately lacking when an instrumentality is hidebound behind political position, as AEMO and CSIRO appear to be. Saying that we can't look at nuclear scenarios because they're not legal is we are just missing out so much. So we're not getting the intellectual freedom and the professional freedom to look at things, and that unfortunately, and there will be people doing it politically. They crow about the demise of the public services. Well, I'm of the ilk that says our public services were critical to the infrastructure development of the nation. We need to reinstate them.
I support that.
Yeah. And do you think here there's just too much politics being involved? You alluded to it, Mr. Hill, but are these positions you think being staffed by people who can suit the political interests of the ministers and the Ministerial Council of Energy rather than for their technical background, engineering experience, etc.?
That's very obvious when you talk to them one-on-one, yes.
Mr. Parker, do you want to add to that?
No, I've stated the cases I've observed.
Yeah. Just coming back to the issue of costs, and I might leave, I've got plenty of questions, but I might just leave it on this one. Mr. Parker, I think you mentioned that, I think I heard you mention that that it would actually be cheaper to continue building coal and gas. Is that your view, that by going even to nuclear or of course renewables, we're imposing higher costs and going to end up with a higher cost electricity system?
My observation was directed towards the transition to nuclear and therefore continuing with our existing coal plants. We have them in place. We have the cooling infrastructure, the sites are purchased, the plants are written off. They are basically plants that we could be putting in the parts to maintain their operation. I haven't done an analysis on whether it would be cost effective to rebuild or build new coal plants. It's not a number that I've actually looked at closely. I'm more interested in maintaining what we've got and looking at the incredibly low. I mean, I look at the NEM market prices and I just see the stability of those brown coal plants in Victoria. And every time I look at them and I go down there and I physically look at them, I think, how cheap is this? That's what's underpinning the low-cost energy in a lot of the southeast of Australia. So I would be advocating, as I said earlier, rehabilitation, maintenance, and then we can steadily wind them back through to 2050.
Okay.
I might add to that question, when I was in the UK, nuclear in the commercial sense was competing with coal, and we always recognised nuclear is about 10% more expensive than a coal-fired power station. I don't think that's changed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I assume the Deputy Chair has no more?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen, for appearing today. The committee has set the 14th of November as the due date for answers to questions taken on notice. So if you could respond to those, that would be great. And I now call...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now call representatives from the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis and Dr. Gabrielle Cooper. For the purposes of another bit I've got to read. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Johanna Boya, I'm the lead analyst for Australian electricity at IEEFFA, which is the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. Good to meet you all.
You too.
Jay Gordon, I'm Energy Finance Analyst with Australian Electricity, also at the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
And Dr. Gabrielle Cooper, and I'm here representing myself.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. And I should thank all of you for appearing today and for the huge body of work that either you've done individually or individually as part of IEEFFA. I think it's made a great contribution to the debate in energy. As we have seen many, many times today and over the last few days with the witnesses that we've had before this committee. Do you have a short opening statement you'd like to make?
We do. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for those comments. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and we're very interested in the economic efficiency of the energy system and better planning and regulation. So it's fantastic to be here to make some comments. So at IEEFFA and the electricity team, we're researching electricity market trends and policies. And IEEFFA is a global energy finance think tank with a mission to accelerate the transition to a diverse, profitable and sustainable energy economy. We're an independent think tank, philanthropy funded, and you can find any information about our funders on our website. And our team, particularly in the electricity team, is focused on the economic efficiency of the electricity system, providing economic benefits and bill savings to consumers, and also emissions reduction and sustainability. And we've found a few particular parts of our research will be most relevant to the Committee on Energy Planning and Regulation. First of all, the large-scale generation and supply side. We're seeing all around the world renewables are now the lowest cost form of new energy supply in most markets, and that's been found by the International Energy Agency and also by Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Solar module prices have reduced by 90% since 2010. Wind turbine prices have come down 50 to 80% since 2009. The national electricity market's now at 40% renewables in 2023. And at IEEFFA, we do expect renewable energy supply to dominate the new build capacity. And we saw the recent IEA World Energy Outlook also anticipates the same worldwide. On the demand side and for distributed energy resources, we've also done quite a lot of research in that space. And we're finding that consumers are increasingly taking up different distributed energy technologies like rooftop PV, especially as the costs continue to come down. But there's greater opportunities still in the demand flexibility space and also the energy efficiency space, and in making sure that our demand side complements the variable renewable energy that we'll have more and more abundance into the future. And in that, we think that different modelling and in particular the ISP could take into account the demand side with more focus and look at different opportunities in that space more. And that could also flow through to the whole energy planning and regulation space, taking more consideration of demand side and distributed energy resources because it will be a major contributor to the future energy system. Another aspect of our research we find relevant for the committee is there's an opportunity to reduce network costs through improving the economic regulation of our electricity and gas networks. So at IEEFFA, we've been researching the profits of the electricity networks, and we found that there were supernormal profits of $15 billion between 2014 and 2023, and that was on top of the allowed profit or the target profit from the regulator of $18 billion. So we've calculated $33 billion electricity network total profit. So we think these profits are definitely higher than we would expect to see under the regulatory regime. And we think that it would be valuable to tighten up the regulations to bring these network costs down and to get the profits to a more reasonable level. And I'll pass to Jay to also discuss the gas networks.
Yes, so to add to this point, we've also looked at the probability of fully regulated gas networks in Australia, finding that between financial year 2014 and 2022, those gas networks made around $1.8 billion in supernormal profits. Now this led to total profits that are about 1.9 times the regulator allowed amount. Gas network regulation in Australia exposes those networks to demand risks. So what we have seen is an extended period where gas networks have consistently over-recovered their revenue by delivering more volumes of gas than the forecasts that are set by the regulator. We believe there's regulatory implications to this in terms of a strong bias towards under-forecasting that's occurred. But we also think this has significant implications for the question around how to allocate stranded asset risks in the transition towards electrification. On that topic, IEEFFA's research in electrification has shown it generally leads to significant net benefits for consumers. And for this reason, we see an increasing push towards forecasts that are expecting higher levels of electrification, particularly in the residential sector. This is because typically efficient electric appliances are now many times more efficient than a typical gas appliance on the market, often 2 to 6 times more efficient. And so there are significant potential benefits in terms of the long-term lifetime costs of appliances that consumers are purchasing. On that note, we think that unlocking those significant potential benefits does require a greater focus in terms of planning, regulation and policies to support electrification uptake. This includes areas such as appliance standards, as one example. But we also see it as a really important factor that within those energy governance frameworks, there needs to be responsibility taken over how to manage the risks associated with the phase down of gas networks in a way that's equitable and does not overburden consumers with costs.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present an opening statement and to share evidence with the inquiry. The complexity and fragmentation of Australia's energy market governance presents several challenges, including status quo bias, a predominant focus on large-scale generation and supply, slow-moving regulatory processes, and a tendency to prioritise industry preferences over the public good. These issues are common in regulatory systems and particularly pressing for consumers, especially given the urgent need to reduce carbon pollution. To quote the late Professor Kirk Smith from the University of California, Berkeley, "The rich will find their world to be more expensive, inconvenient, uncomfortable, disrupted and colourless. In general, more unpleasant and unpredictable, perhaps greatly so. The poor will die." Many of us are aware that we are already witnessing these ramifications. At present, the political focus in Australia is on living costs rather than the serious implications of an impending climate crisis. With this in mind, I'd like to provide some reflections on the cost of electricity. Discussions around electricity costs sometimes concentrate on the upfront costs of new generation. In terms of the generation component of electricity bills, I'd like to note the following. First, there are capital costs associated with building new generation and storage, as well as implementing flexible demand solutions. Capital investment is necessary as Australia's ageing coal fleet is nearing the end of its operational life. The most economic generation sources are those utilising free fuels, which are namely wind and solar. We will need to consider additional costs relating to electrifying gas usage and transportation, as well as replacing fossil fuel exports with cleaner alternatives such as green ammonia and green iron. When evaluating the capital costs of generation, it is essential to remember that we cannot compare them to a scenario without emissions reduction targets. This is not a feasible baseline. We are beyond pollution as usual. It is also important to recognise that generation constitutes only about 1/3 of the average electricity bill. The largest portion of the electricity system's cost stems from transmission and distribution networks, which currently have a total regulated asset base of $105.4 billion and contribute the largest portion of consumer bills. The network requirements will substantially influence the cost differences among future electricity system plans. There are three major network distinctions which are important here. They are new interstate transmission lines, or interconnectors, are mega projects representing the most complex and costly solutions. Transmission extensions and upgrades within states to harness wind and solar resources in regional areas tend to be shorter and less costly. Then there is the potential within distribution networks. You've heard from the chair of the Australian Energy Regulator that these networks are currently operating at an average capacity of 43%, with considerable headroom for more distributed energy resources. Imagine the possibilities if we were to expedite the uptake and integration of distributed energy resources such as rooftop solar, electric vehicles and smart appliances. My analysis suggests this could yield a net present value of $19 billion by 2040 through reduced centralised generation and storage costs and lower transmission and distribution expenses, as well as $10 billion in reductions in consumer bills due to decreased supernormal profits in generation. It is essential we examine the costs and benefits holistically, looking at the whole system. And this includes how to assist consumers to replace expensive reticulated fossil gas and internal combustion vehicles. The task, as I see it, is to explore how we can remedy and, where necessary, redesign energy laws, regulations and institutions to ensure the delivery of clean electricity and the electrification of Australian households, businesses and vehicles as swiftly as possible, and the worst case, consistent with Australia's international commitments. I believe that achieving this within a 2-month timeframe may be quite challenging, and I would recommend further independent examination by the Productivity Commission. The need to restructure energy planning and regulation in Australia has been apparent for more than a decade, since households and businesses began rapidly installing solar panels on their roof, flipping the traditional one-way, large-scale supply of electricity into a two-way, consumer-led transition. There needs to be thorough, expert consideration on how to best facilitate this transformation, alongside any immediate recommendations that may arise from this inquiry. I wish the committee every success in its deliberations and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. I might kick off with my colleague's indulgence. You said just now that you thought a regulation review or changes have been apparent for over a decade now. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Well, firstly, I'll say my apologies. It took me this long to get the committee up and running.
Better late than never, Senator.
True. So I think your point around supply side versus demand side focus, or I think you use the word bias, is quite an interesting one. Where do you see this play out most starkly in the NEM?
Look, I think it plays out in a range of circumstances, and it's not a matter of blaming anyone or any institution. It's a legacy issue in terms of the design of the system. And I think what's really important to understand about the transformation and some of the discussions about supply is that when particularly state governments built coal and some gas-fired generation, there was a supply-side focus, and you could only provide the supply from those centralised generation sources. And what we did was ramped the supply up and down to meet the demand. We also shifted a lot of electric resistance hot water loads into the evening to soak up the coal-fired generation. The fundamental flip that's worth talking about is that now we're moving to weather-dependent supply, and so we need our demand to flex following that supply. That is a 180-degree shift, and all human institutions have a degree of status quo bias. There is legacies more or less in the way they're established. I think the really unfortunate thing is that when the national electricity market was established in the 1990s, they essentially missed two vital developments that would have changed the supply side focus. They missed the development of renewable energy technology, failed to foresee that this would come in and costs would dramatically decline, and they missed the focus that was already apparent on the changing climate. So I guess I would say the supply side focus was built into the design of the national electricity market, and turning around a focus like that takes some time.
Sure. So some of those things, using your 10-year window, time has been available for that turnaround. So would you say that that bias exists today in the NEM, planning for the NEM via the ISP?
I would say that the crucial data point or piece of evidence to that would be the rule change lodged by Minister Bowen as the Commonwealth Minister with the AMC, asking the rulemaker to make a rule to direct AEMO to pay greater attention to the demand side and to distributed energy resources in the making of the integrated system plan.
Good point. But in the, say, let's just take the most recent one, the 2024 ISP.
Yes.
Would you agree that that's heavily supply side biased, and while it mentions demand side, it doesn't plan any of it in a meaningful way?
So I've written a critique about the ways in which the ISP, while it looks on the surface like there is significant distributed energy resources coming into the system, there is still insufficient attention to the demand side, the role of things like electric vehicles feeding back into the grid, for example. So, and I think this goes to, I know you've had a lot of discussions around AEMO's role as a transmission planner. You know, a transmission planner is set up to think about things from a top-down level. It is not set up to think about things from the bottom up, from what consumers are doing in their homes and businesses. Also note Minister Bowen's rule change talked about having greater involvement of the distribution businesses in the ISP. I think that would be incredibly valuable, have been suggesting that be in place for some years. And so, yes, we need a bottom-up approach as well as the contemplation of the top-down.
Would you agree that it's been apparent to most that AEMO's role has evolved from, should have evolved, let's test whether it has or hasn't, from being a transmission planner to its now job is being a system planner?
Well, the there has been no change to the underlying legislation for AEMO. What is written in the legislation that directs that agency is to be a transmission planner. So that is part of the answer there. As to, and also there's a question about, what is the best level at which we should undertake electricity system planning. I've previously been very sceptical of what is emerging in the United Kingdom in terms of local energy planning. I actually, in the last wee while, think it's worth contemplating, particularly in urban areas and in regional towns and cities, how to look at that bottom-up process, particularly because of electrification. We need to plan on a suburb-by-suburb basis to take households off gas, for example. We need an efficient and effective transition there. To not plan that would be incredibly costly and disruptive. And at the same time, obviously, we need to plan for the increased demand from electric vehicles. And if you do that at the local level, you can look at best balancing supply and demand in the local voltage in the low voltage networks at the local distribution level. And I think it's worth contemplating the different scales at which energy planning might take place, and including the role of local government. I think it's not necessarily one or the other either, and that we could, and I think this is something for further consideration, have planning processes at different scales. But obviously, to date, the local level has not been the focus, particularly at in terms of national planning.
In your opening statement, you said that interstate connectors, large-scale interstate connectors, being preference over local, smaller transmission connecting renewables. Can you expand on that?
I said the large-scale interconnectors are the most costly and the most complex. I think the really important point to make about that infrastructure is that those are mega projects. There's a Danish social scientist, Bent Fluvier, who's written an entire book on mega projects and risk. Interesting, and he's studied thousands of infrastructure projects around the world. And the larger the project, and obviously in the case of interstate transmission lines, the longer the distance, the more likely you are for the costs to dramatically increase, often by an order of magnitude. I know you've had lots of evidence as to that being the case. Interestingly, Professor Flubier's solution to the mega projects and risk question is based on having small-scale, replicable projects that can, A, be rolled out quickly, but B, where you can innovate with each rollout. So he, in fact, compares, of all the different types of infrastructure in his analysis, actually hydroelectric dams come up the top. I believe nuclear is not on the list, so if it was, it may have been higher. But hydroelectric electricity dams generally have the largest cost blowouts. What, of course, is least likely are essentially renewable energy technologies, and we've seen that as Johanna was explaining in the way that wind and solar have come down the cost curve. These are modular technologies. There's improvements in their efficiency, sort of continuously as a result.
Thank you, and there's lots more I could talk to you about that, but might do it another time. For the three of you, because I think forgive me if I'm wrong, Dr. Cooper, you might have written the paper for IEEFFA.
Yes, I am. Also, for the record, a guest contributor to IEEFFA, amongst many other hats.
Where you talk about transmission companies generating supernormal profits or super profits. Fascinating reading and excellent points. I just wanted to put to you, last week when the AER appeared before us, they contested that and put forward evidence or testimony that per capita the prices had come down. They also, just to put it to you, they said when they had initiated a review on this, IEEFFA hadn't put in a submission to those reviews. Do you want to make any further comment on this as a topic or how it's handled?
Yeah, so we've engaged with the AER on this topic around supernormal profits and had a lot of discussions with them on it. And yeah, we've found that there is a significant issue within the regulatory regime where these network profits are really in excess of what you would expect under effective regulation. And we initially put out a report finding that the supernormal profits from 2014 to 2022 were about 11 billion, and the AER confirmed similar figures from financial outperformance. And we actually looked at whether those financial outperformance or supernormal profits of the electricity network is related to productivity. And we found that there was no correlation between the supernormal profits and the productivity of the networks, implying that these supernormal profits are not necessarily earned from the networks being more productive, but rather extracted. So we think it's definitely an area that needs further looking into. And with regards to AER's response on, the capex coming down over the period, they were looking at a certain time frame that had a pretty high capex spend. I think they were looking at 2014, and Jay's looked into this more. So
yes, so generally the figures that have been cited by the AER referred to, for example, expenditure reductions and improvements in productivity from a baseline of around 2014 to 2015. The challenge with that baseline is that it essentially follows a period that's generally accepted to have had quite significant overinvestment in electricity networks. So we would certainly have expected productivity to have improved from that baseline. The question that we raise is whether or not it's reasonable that consumers have effectively rewarded networks via these supernormal profits for those reductions to have occurred. And again, as Johanna mentioned, there isn't strong evidence that we've seen to link those supernormal profits with productivity specifically. One other point that I would add on that is that in terms of the drivers of supernormal profits, there are a number of drivers, some of which do relate to incentive schemes under the incentive-based regulation. There are other drivers of supernormal profits that we don't believe can be linked to consumer benefits. This includes cases where networks have essentially outperformed their cost of debt allowance or had a different, essentially, gearing ratio of debt to equity compared to what the AER's benchmark level was. And specifically with regards to gas networks, the largest driver of supernormal profits is actually a feature that's unique to their regulatory regime called revenue over recovery, which represents, as I referenced in our opening statement, this difference between forecast and actual demand for gas networks. And we don't believe there is any link between that driver and consumer benefits, as it simply means consumers have paid more than necessary to access the network.
Thank you.
Can I add 2 quick points, even though
I'm
not have not been involved in this analysis? I would make 2 points. One, the AER's own assessment shows that the productivity of the electricity networks has fallen relative to productivity in the Australian economy as a whole. You can find that graph on the AER website. And secondly, and the important point is in terms of governance, accountability and transparency, is that the AER's performance as an economic regulator has never been independently assessed. There was a National Audit Office report several years ago, but they did not look into issues like this.
Thank you. As a committee, we're incredibly interested in productivity and economic efficiency So a question on notice, do you know of any other models that might be able to price transmission more economically efficiency? I mean, the cost of recovery, it seems to be a very blunt way to do it, and we probably don't have time to do it now, but if you take that one on notice, I'd be keen to see your response. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks very much for coming along today. In your submission and from what you've said, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that you support the conclusion of AEMO and others that the lowest cost pathway for our energy system is renewables with storage, firming and transmission investment. Is that right?
Yes, so what we're seeing all around the world is that the wind and solar are the lowest cost forms of new build generation in most regions. And that's from the IEA, from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. We're also seeing that in Australia as well, and CSIRO has put a lot of research out, showing that the costs of solar and winds are extremely low. And even when you include integration costs, which include transmission and storage, then the cost of that integrated renewables is still lower than the cost of other alternatives. So we believe it's most likely that the system in the future will be dominated by these technologies as they're the most cost competitive and the most attractive for investors.
Now, obviously, we've heard a range of witnesses tell us that they have an alternative perspective to this, which is that pausing renewable investment, continuing coal, moving to nuclear, those kind of pathways are more effective. How do you see that as a credible pathway for us to follow?
So we have researched the cost of nuclear. We looked at the cost of nuclear from recent build experience in economies comparable to Australia, and we found that the cost of nuclear is extremely expensive. And in fact, it would be about 1.5 times to almost 4 times the current cost of electricity generated in the east coast of Australia. And that's based on experience in the UK and America. So we do expect that, the most economic pathway forward is renewables with storage, because nuclear is facing these extremely high costs, but also, as I'm sure you've heard, there's significant issues with trying to get the nuclear in the time frame that we would need it. It's not likely that we could have one installed until the 2040s, so it likely won't play a major role in decarbonisation because we need to replace the exiting coal-fired power plants much sooner than that.
Could I provide a follow-up on distributed energy resources?
Thank you, that would be great.
Yeah. So in terms of where the $19 billion benefit in distributed energy resources by 2040 comes from, I think it's really important to understand that if you have, say, rooftop solar installed on your home or business, then you're obviously reducing the use of the networks, and that should reduce the network cost. You're also not paying for centralised generation or storage, nor are you paying retail costs. So having more distributed generation, storage and flexible demand in the system can substantially lower costs. If you were to pause renewable energy generation deployment, presumably you would be seeking to pause the installation of rooftop solar on homes and businesses, and that would mean that homes and businesses would not be able to take advantages of all the cost reductions that would accrue to them personally, but also that we would fail to realise those cost reductions for the system as a whole and for the Australian economy as a whole.
Okay, and what other implications would you potentially see from the continuation, potentially expansion of coal?
So issues with expanding or continuing coal is that coal power plants are ageing generators and they're increasingly having, more outages. And with expanding or refurbishing coal, it would obviously come with significantly high costs and would also come with high emissions and wouldn't enable us to get to those renewable energy targets or emission reduction targets that have been set. So I think that's probably the main challenge there.
Cool. And have you engaged with the work that the CER is doing around their roadmap?
So we have been reading the CER roadmap, and have we been engaged?
I actually sit on the reference group for the CER roadmap, assuming you're meaning the Consumer Energy Resources Roadmap as opposed to the Clean Energy Regulator.
Yes, yes, I am.
In this world of multiple acronyms.
Okay. Do you have any insights that you would like to share with us?
In terms of the roadmap, I think it's fantastic that we have that as agreement across all members of the Ministerial Council. I think obviously it's urgent that we see a lot of the actions set out in that roadmap implemented as quickly as possible. One that I'd really like to highlight is this issue of the current high voltages in our distribution networks, because I'm aware the committee's very concerned about cost to consumers. So in Australia, the distribution networks are supposed to run around 230 volts. Currently, on average, they're more like 245. That is like pushing more water down a pipe. Essentially, consumers are paying for more electricity supply than they need. There are also two other consequences. One is that solar systems exporting to the grid are more likely to be cut off because they automatically cut off at 253 volts. And the other one is that appliance lifetimes can be significantly shortened. So for all of those reasons, the estimated costs of the higher than standard voltages in the distribution networks around the national electricity market is over $1 billion per year. So it strikes me as important and potentially relatively low cost to address that issue as soon as possible. I understand the Australian Energy Regulator has contracted the University of Wollongong to do a cost-benefit analysis around that, but we haven't yet seen that, and there are no actions in the roadmap to take that forward. However, the Victorian Government and the Victorian Minister has already acted on this and has already brought down costs for consumers in Victoria. So there are actions there that can be followed across the national electricity market, which I guess goes partly to the fragmented nature of the governance and the fact that we haven't had, in this case, a national regulator, the Australian Energy Regulator, taking a leadership role and having this issue has been identified for several years, but we haven't had the national regulator, which says in its corporate plan that it also does policy and advocacy on behalf of consumers, very focused on their costs, hasn't taken action proactively to address this issue.
Okay. And in terms of Energy Consumers Australia, what ideas do you have about making that a more effective organisation when we're talking about, the role of consumers and their what the system impacts are on them?
So the role of consumers is extremely important, especially as we're moving to a system with more consumer energy resources. The voice of the consumer is becoming even more important than previously. And I think what would really help consumer representation advocacy is better information, in particular with regards to the electricity network profits. there hasn't been actual reporting of those electricity network profits in terms of dollar figures. We had to calculate that ourselves using data that's released by the AER and also requesting some additional data, but the dollar figure of that network profit is not reported on. So we think that should be reported on every year, and that would really help with definitely understanding in the network space if we're being efficient in terms of those profit levels and the economic efficiency of the networks.
I would just add to that too. I think we are seeing some concerning trends where recent regulatory decisions, for example, around gas distribution networks, have defaulted to, for example, where gas distribution networks are raising issues around stranded asset risks. Many of the AER's recent decisions have involved a transference of those risks from networks to consumers. Yet we don't really see any clear guidance sitting anywhere within the market bodies or governments that lays out what that equitable transition looks like. So I think there is just an increasing need for consumer voice and consumer representation to be incorporated into those decisions, and in lieu of that we are likely to see more risks imposed onto consumers.
Okay. And in that regard, would you just see it as a greater level of reporting to consumers, or do you see a greater role for them in other senses?
It would potentially be both, but we're an energy finance think tank and we mainly track the economics and financial questions of different energy technologies. So it's not exactly our area, but I would say potentially both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your input and your time. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you. Just wondering, did you say the IEA says that renewables are cheaper than nuclear?
So the IEA in their recent World Energy Outlook reported that most countries around the world, renewables is the lowest cost, and I can share that with you afterwards if you'd like.
Okay, happy to take on those. I'm just referring to a report by them on the projected costs of electricity. In that report, they say, just bring it up again, they say, as a direct quote, electricity from the long-term operation of nuclear power plants constitutes the least cost option for low-carbon generation. Are you familiar with that finding? I believe that was comparing a bunch of costs of different power sources across the world.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll definitely look into it. But what we've seen from the recent experience of actual nuclear power plant construction costs is that it's one of the most expensive forms of electricity generation and would far exceed the current cost of any of the electricity generation sources that we have in Australia. We saw Hinkley Point C costing $90 billion. We saw Flamanville costing 28 billion and taking 17 years to construct. Vogel cost $35 billion US in terms of total construction cost and had a capital cost blowout of 2 times. And Finland's Olkiluoto took 18 years to construct, had a capital cost blowout of 3 times and cost 24 billion in Australian dollars, excluding financing costs. So the actual experience from the real world construction power plant builds has been extremely expensive, and what we have seen from the history of nuclear is not the same cost decreases that we've seen in solar and in wind. In solar, we've seen 90% module price deflation. We've seen 50 to 80% reduction in wind turbine costs. We haven't seen anything like that in nuclear. And further, small modular reactors, there's very, very little certainty around those costs because we don't have any operating anywhere in the OECD. So those ones, it's also very hard for anyone to say what the cost of those would be because they're not operational in relevant countries to Australia.
My understanding is you've done a report on this. How many nuclear power stations did you look at?
We looked at 4 that have been constructed, and then Dukovny, which is a proposed project, because that is an example where the South Korean reactors are being built in the Czech Republic. So we thought it was a good example of the potential cost of South Korean nuclear reactors. And we also looked at NuScale because that was the small modular reactor that was pretty far progressed in terms of its planning. And So we looked at the new scale cost to understand the small modular reactor costs.
The IEA report I referred to, where it said that nuclear was the least cost form of low carbon generation, it looked at 16 different countries. Is there any reason you only chose 4? That seems a little bit like it was cherry-picked almost.
So we looked at the countries that have economies comparable to Australia in terms of similar labour conditions, similar form of government, similar size build program to Australia. You could look at Korea, but there's 26 reactors there, and they've been building since the 1970s, so they would see very different costs, and they're deploying their own technology there, so they would see very different costs to Australia. And so we looked at these examples because the UK and America is very, very similar in terms of economies to Australia, and their costs are representative of what we might experience here. In fact, we may even see higher costs because we have no experience with nuclear, whereas these countries do have experience with nuclear over many years. So,
any reason you excluded Canada?
Well, so we looked at projects that have commenced construction in the past 20 years, and there's no projects in Canada that have commenced construction in the past 20 years.
All right, just doesn't seem like enough data to draw firm conclusions. Just on the, one question's perplexed me for a while here is we're often told that renewables are the cheapest. Now, we have massively expanded renewable energy in Australia. We've gone from it being about 10% of the NEM to now around 40%. Why, in your view, hasn't that led to a reduction in power prices?
Well, it has led to a reduction in wholesale prices. We've seen wholesale prices going into zero or negative territory for 20% of the intervals in Q3 of 2024. In Q3 of 2024, wind and solar were setting the price. When they were setting the price, they were setting it at -$40 to -$35. Black coal was setting the price at $85 per megawatt hour, and gas was setting the price at $272
But can I just clarify,
per megawatt hour.
Are you suggesting that wholesale power costs in Australia are cheaper today than they were, say, 15 years ago when we started significantly increasing renewable energy? On average, like average across the year. Obviously, customers pay across the year. The points in time are irrelevant. I'm asking on average, say for the last 12 months, last 24 months, is the average price of wholesale power cheaper today than it was 15 years ago?
Well, I haven't looked at 15 years ago, but I looked at the recent default market offer from the AER, and that found that wholesale costs had gone down in New South Wales, South East Queensland, South Australia and Victoria. That was over a year. Yeah.
Okay.
But I haven't looked over the 15-year period, so I don't know.
Maybe you don't want to answer. It's pretty embarrassing. I think anybody that's and look, to be honest, it does. Your failure to answer this does go to a little bit of your integrity there in this debate, because it's a pretty clear answer. Wholesale power prices, take your whatever you like, 10, 12, 14 years ago, were around $50 a megawatt hour. In some states, much lower. Today, they average about 100. They've basically doubled. Am I wrong about that? I mean, that's, I think, just a fact.
So a major feeder into the wholesale price is gas prices and black coal prices.
I'm not even asking about the reasons why. I'm just asking about the facts. Surely we can, if we can't agree on the facts, we may as well give up. I mean, there was an average price of wholesale power 10 or 15 years ago. There's an average price in the last few years. Do you reject the fact that the average prices in the last few years have been much, much higher than they were a decade or more ago?
If you've included the impacts of the 2022 market crisis, we actually saw coal prices and gas prices skyrocketing, which led to skyrocketing wholesale energy costs. And that was one of the biggest peaks that we saw in the historical wholesale prices. So really you're seeing those because we've got the black coal and LNG's export linked. So in Australia, our domestic energy prices of black coal and LNG are influenced by international prices.
Well, I'm happy to take you if you take on notice, but my point holds before Ukraine. It holds now after Ukraine has largely flushed through the system. As I say, I struggle then to believe anything you're saying if you're not going to accept basic facts like that. That is, it's just a basic fact that wholesale power prices have gone up in Australia quite considerably.
I would add, I think a relevant question to be asking here is also what would wholesale prices be today in the absence of the renewable energy rollout that we have had? And so I think this analysis...
Okay, that's a different question. But do you, sir, do you accept that wholesale power prices have increased? Roughly double?
We haven't.
Okay.
We haven't done that.
We haven't looked at that. We haven't looked at this since 15 years ago.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you obviously think we should continue to pursue the increase in renewables. You believe it's the least cost, but your submission also argues that we need the Commonwealth Investment Scheme, which is effectively a subsidy for renewables. Why, if renewables are cheaper, do we need to subsidise their rollout?
So the Capacity Investment Scheme will help accelerate the rollout of renewables and de-risk that upfront capital investment to put new supply into the system to support those wholesale price reductions that we're looking for. So if we induce a lot of supply into the system quickly by, reducing some of those financing challenges, then that will help bring down those wholesale prices. So that's why the Capacity Investment Scheme will, be a significant contributor to the success of the energy transition in likeliness. But
no
we're
doubt.
yet to see the impacts of the scheme so far.
No doubt subsidising something is going to deliver more of it, but I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what, if it were cheaper to do renewables, wouldn't people just invest in them anyway? Why do we need to subsidise them?
Could I perhaps provide a bigger picture, contextual or conceptual kind of answer to that question is the market design was developed for a relatively static system. It was not put in place with the significant replacement of the entire generation fleet in the design. Essentially what we're running on is still largely the state government funding the capital costs of the construction of coal-fired generation and some gas post-war through the 70s and 80s. So major generation has always in this country been funded by government, effectively a subsidy by taxpayers. And also the other piece of, important context here is the issue of risk, and particularly because of the policy uncertainty over the last decade with the withdrawal of the carbon price nationally and particularly its influence on the electricity sector, and then various uncertainties in overarching government policy, that has been a significant factor in the investment not coming in. And so what you'd call a subsidy, I would call government investing in generation as it has always done so, but has also been, its arm in this case has been significantly been forced by the issue of risk due to policy uncertainty over the last decade or so.
But what's the I actually think it's a reasonable argument. I mean, that's the problem, right? The fundamental problem is that there's a massive sovereign risk now because we've politicised the energy system, but that affects all different energy technologies now, investment in all energy technologies, not just renewables. But what's the rationale then for excluding gas in particular, I would argue coal as well, from the Commonwealth, from the Capacity Investment Scheme? If renewables were cheaper, we could include coal in it and it wouldn't, they'd win the auctions, right?
I'll let IEEFFA answer in a minute. My answer would be twofold. One, it's costly, and Johanna's spoken to the internationalisation.
But they'd win the tender. If gas was too costly, they wouldn't be able to compete in the tender process.
So that's the first answer is it's very expensive. The second answer is that we cannot avoid our international commitments to reduce emissions, and has been spoken about in this committee before. The cheapest, fastest sector to decarbonise is electricity. As soon as you decarbonise the electricity sector, that can assist with decarbonising the transport sector, which is a growing source of emissions. We need to get electric vehicles at all scales into the system in Australia as fast as possible. The other advantage of that, and because you spoke about sovereign risk, is that as soon as we have decarbonised electricity supply, then we can have decarbonised transport, and Australian households and businesses will not be paying for imported oil in the form of petrol and diesel. And I think that level of energy independence, the fact that we could have vehicles running off solar and wind and batteries and everything else in Australia is not only very important in terms of our sovereign risk, but is also very important in terms of economic productivity and the prosperity of Australia into the future.
I realise we have no more time, but I would say that even the ISP, which purports to be consistent with their international commitments, calls for 13 gigawatts of more gas, even under the ISP. So I'm not sure if our international commitments are a reason to exclude gas when it is factored in under the current plan that captures those international commitments. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much for appearing. Should you have been asked to take any questions on notice, which I believe you were, the committee has set the 14th of November 2024 for those to be returned. So again, thank you for appearing. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I'll call to the table Energy Hub, Independent Engineers and Engineers Australia, etc.
Yeah, I'll ask questions. How far behind are we? What have we got? 3
now?
To go. With 3? Very good. We got 5.
Thank you for appearing. Sorry, got another formal bit to give. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
I'm James Taylor. I'm the lead author of an informal group of scientists and engineers and business professionals who have, without any funding from any sources, taken upon themselves to...
So just your name and the name of your organisation,
okay.
Thanks, or the capacity in which you appear. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kylie Walker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Professor Ken Baldwin from the ANU, and I'm here as a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering.
Thank you very much.
Romilly Madew, CEO, Engineers Australia.
Thank you.
Kate Summers, and I'm a Fellow of the Institute of Engineers Australia.
Thank you. And our online participants, name and
James Phillips, I'm here in capacity as the chair of the Energy Hub at the Warren Centre of the University of Sydney.
Thank you.
Brian Menzies, also a member of the Warren Centre.
Thank you very much. And apologies for keeping you so late, but as you're aware, we're running a bit behind time. So I'm going to ask if any opening statements could be tabled, please. And on that, I will throw to the Deputy Chair for any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Having looked at your submissions, I just have one sort of main question, which is, are you aware of the review that's been committed to the future market design of the national electricity market? Maybe just because there's so many of you, I'm keen to understand if the issues that you've raised you feel could be addressed through this review, and if so, what sort of scoping advice would you give us? And if you all want to just maybe contribute to that, that would be really useful.
Do you want to go? Can you do that one?
Yes, certainly. So the review of the design of the future electricity market focuses on one aspect of energy, which is electricity. But as we all know, there are many other aspects. While electricity is aimed to replace the use of other forms of energy, such as coal and gas, there are still areas where, for example, process heat in industry is important. So it's important to have an holistic approach to the future energy system, where we look at all forms of energy use and how these can be addressed. And this includes electricity, but is not limited to electricity.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, nobody else has another comment?
Oh, sorry, Senator. Yes, in our tabled remarks were the fact that no dimension of the electricity system can be regulated or dictated independent of the others. And what we're seeing is a massive change in the physical structure of the system, and it would be probably foolish to try and redesign the market without taking into consideration the full technical changes that are occurring.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with the review of the design of the electricity market you referred to. Our submission is focused on the ISP and the role of AEMO, AER, and AEMC.
Okay, thank you. This inquiry is very much about planning and regulation. There are two sort of pathways forming up here. There's people who believe that the renewables pathway is the best pathway, obviously with storage and firming. But then there's an alternative perspective that continuing coal-fired power stations and adding nuclear and keeping gas and renewables effectively, broadly where they are now, is a better pathway. Do you have a perspective on the choices of those two pathways?
I certainly do. In our review of the ISP over the last 5 years or so, we have made submissions to AEMO. We have regrettably concluded that the ISP is not fit for purpose. It meets none of the national electricity objectives. And we provided detailed engineering analysis and backup for those positions, but nothing really has changed. We do feel that the entire system it starts with CSIRO's Gen Cost report, use that as a justification for an energy policy which is prescriptive as to which technologies to put into the NEM, and which constrains AEMO to looking at only those particular pathways, is counterproductive. The conclusions we've reached is that the reliability of the present ISP will not be achieved by a very large margin, that the cost of the ISP is substantially higher than alternatives. And we have included in our submission some appendices of those reliability and cost studies to prove that.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We remain open to the technology mix, which is best to create safe, clean, affordable and reliable energy generation in Australia, noting Australia's strategic geographical advantages and limitations. And we encourage robust and evidence-based discussions amongst the community to explore energy technology and technical considerations.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Senator. From the Energy Hub's perspective, we respond similarly to our colleagues. We're quite certain that in its current form as an execution plan for the development of the N, the ISP has a very high risk of failure. It is unlikely to be to effectively work to ensure that the grid and system controls work effectively, or that they deliver low-cost electricity when compared to other OECD countries in the future. And that we're concerned that we're not being sufficiently open to the possibilities of other future technologies in relation to generation, transmission and distribution. And as matters currently stand, we're heading further and further away from system reliability, power quality and global best practice in regard to operational control, and therefore ultimately the delivered cost to the consumer.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Well, thank you. Okay. Well, look, I might just start with a generic question, because we're now into the third day of these hearings, and I suppose I came here with this view anyway, but almost anybody on the street, anyone with common sense, can see that the energy system is failing Australians right now. It costs a lot more than it used to, and it's less reliable than it used to. So some have already indicated some part of an answer to this, but I just want to ask a generic question. Why is it failing? Why are things not as good as they used to be? Your engineers are representing engineers. Why isn't the system working as well as it did 10 years ago? We never had big parliamentary inquiries into energy before all this transition word became commonplace. So why is it failing?
Senator Canavan, our submission has stated quite clearly that there is a serious lack of accountability in the system. AEMO's ISP efforts are not being reviewed by any body external to itself. Their public consultations, good idea, but the people who evaluate those inputs are AEMO themselves, and they're free to ignore them and carry on as they always have.
So can I invite one of my expert colleagues to respond?
Yep, whoever wants to answer, yeah.
Yes, so I guess in answer to your question, what has changed over the last period, we're going through an energy transition that we've never been through before. So that is clearly a change. And what this has meant is that we've had to shift the way that we generate energy, transmit energy, distribute energy. And the question to ask is not so much about whether or not this is being done at a greater or lesser cost than it was decades ago. It's whether this is the cheapest way of moving that forward. And the answer is that it is, because we're employing the cheapest forms of new energy generation available to us. So what would be the alternative? To use different forms of energy generation to make it more expensive than it is now. So I think in terms of the cost discussion, we're moving along the trajectory in the energy transition that we need to, and that we're doing so on a least cost basis moving forward, knowing the forms of new energy generation costs that we have at our disposal. And in terms of the reliability of the electricity sector, I'll also defer to my other expert colleague, but I believe that the reliability standard set by the energy regulators is being maintained, and that we have not seen a decrease in the reliability of the energy system beyond the parameters set by the regulatory authorities.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Senator. I think I'd be careful in framing how the changes have occurred, but we have a market focus which currently can be weighted towards market solutions, and part of the problem in that is not having adequate engineering voice around power system solutions. So one of the key areas that we really ought to be addressing is that the market tends to solve one problem at a time. And sometimes that comes at a higher cost than if you use that to solve with more engineering input. You might solve it and solve more than one problem at a time. I think that's the best way I could frame it, because it tends to be focused on market rules and complication in market rather than what's the technical solution that would actually come up with the best outcome.
Okay. Senator, if I may, there's a couple of things have gone on. One is the magnitude of the change. So the system we had 15 or 20 years ago is very different to the system we have today, and that's when the rules were built. And the rules were built to do minor course correction to a system that was pretty stable. It had been well built and it was operating pretty well. Since then, things have changed dramatically. So we've got massive amounts of renewable and variable energies that come into the system. We've had new requirements around decarbonisation that didn't exist in the old days. And the regulatory regimes have been slow to catch up. The system is a market. It has market signals, but there's a lot of lag in the time it takes to build things. And so we are suffering from that lag and the fact that the regulations haven't kept up with the changes we've been seeing.
If no one else, can I get more specific? The 82% renewable energy target by 2030, when you look at the ISP, and the Centre for Independent Studies had some excellent graphs, or I think they extracted the graphs they put in their submission out of the ISP. When that got introduced, it massively constrained the technology pathways that had previously been looked at in the 2022 ISP, because you had this other binding constraint now of 82% renewables. Do you all think that 82% renewables by 2030 is a good idea?
So let me state the position of the Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering, which is that we need to keep within a 1.5 degree centigrade increase in global temperature, and that the only way forward is to decrease our emissions on a trajectory that allows us to meet that within a reasonable time frame. So by having these targets going forward, does a number of things. One, it provides planning certainty for not only government but industry to move forward in a way that diminishes their cost of finance in making the energy transition happen. This is an important consideration because, as we see from past government policy uncertainty, the increased costs of finance have got in the way of investment in the technologies we need.
Just before we go on to others, I just want to drill down on that. Where's the link between the 82% renewables and the 1.5 degrees? I mean, this is separate. I'm taking it separate from the carbon budget, which was previously in the ISP.
Indeed.
Right, which was certain international commitments to reduce emissions. On top of that, there's then been added this 82% quite, I would say, arbitrary target. Why do we need to do that? There's no international commitment we've made to do that. And as I say, it does seem to be quite a binding constraint around our optionality going forward in terms of what technologies we use.
Yes, so it's a matter of trajectories towards a future net zero position. And as you follow that trajectory, every year that you emit carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases... Can I just
bring back to the renewables point, though? That's different from carbon dioxide. Why do we need the renewables rather than a carbon target?
Let's talk about the overall trajectory first. If you don't have an overall trajectory that limits the total amount of carbon dioxide emitted up until net zero to a certain level, you'll get beyond the 1.5 degrees. In order for the decarbonisation of the entire economy to happen, decarbonisation of the electricity system has to happen first. So in order for that to allow the rest of the economy to be electrified, you need to have an ambitious target for decarbonising the electricity sector first, and then use electricity to decarbonise the rest of the economy. And that's what having these targets gives you. It gives you a pathway to reach a 1.5 degree future, and it provides industry with the certainty that they need to decrease their costs of finance to make this happen at least cost.
Still not seeing the link, sorry, sir, between... You've only mentioned carbon emissions in your answer, not renewables. But I'm asking particularly about the renewables target. Did anyone else want to make a comment on that? No? Okay, not a lot of support for it. Do you expect prices to fall if we stick to this pathway? Are power prices going to fall for Australians?
I think it's highly unlikely, Senator. The capital cost for the ISP, as it's written today in our estimates, taking the capacities that are listed in the ISP itself, multiplied simply by the capital cost factors in the Gen Cost report, those are all their numbers, add up to $1.1 to $1.6 trillion. That's in cash flow terms. In net present terms, that's 600 to 750 billion, compared to 122 billion in the ISP. Now that's misleading. Now the ISP. Can you just explain how you get different figures? What's the difference? The present value is a. I understand the difference between present value and cash flow, but what's the difference between the? Did you say 100? That's a figure that I've heard the minister use. 122 billion. The ISP states a figure. Why is yours higher? Yeah, the ISP states a figure of 122 billion. Yep. Present value for the capital cost of minus, but they then have an exclusion of past, current and anticipated projects and all of the consumer. They exclude all the batteries and rooftop. We've done our analysis based on a whole of system basis using the capacity factors that are in the ISP factor itself, simply multiplied by the cost, the capital cost factors in the Gen Cost. And it comes out to $1.1 to $1.6 trillion. In present value terms, at 7%, which is what they've used, that comes down to about 600 to 750 billion. That's 4 times what the 122 billion is that the ISP advertises as the cost. It's very useful. Yep.
Senator Mayo, thank you. So we know that over the next decades, much of Australia's ageing fossil fuel infrastructure will need to be replaced, and that's going to require significant investment to keep it running. We know that currently the cheapest forms of energy are solar and wind, and that makes replacing the coal power stations with solar with a bit of wind to top it up the best choice to keep prices low. So prices might increase a little bit, but then they are going to they won't increase by as much as they have, and then they will stabilise after that transition has been effected. And we believe that supporting investments into infrastructure, including transmission and energy storage infrastructure, is going to be the best investment to drive lower energy prices rather than replacing or extending the lifespan of ageing fossil fuel infrastructure.
Can I ask, what do you base your assertion that solar and wind is cheaper? Last week, AEMO admitted that in the ISP they don't do a whole of system cost of the pathway. They don't actually measure that. And so I recognise we've got the CSIRO, but that's LCOE, and I'm sure as you as engineers would know that's a fairly limited measure. So what gives you confidence that at a whole of system level, a solar and wind dominated grid will be cheaper than alternatives? Well, what's it based on?
So the Academy's perspective is based on the views and the advice of our fellows who provide evidence-based advice, and I'll invite Ken to...
Is that written down, and is there a report on this or some such that we could
We've got a number of materials across our website. We'd be very happy to
you could take it on notice.
Provide those for you.
Do you think we should, like as engineers, do you think we should do a whole of system cost analysis on the different pathways that are mapped out by the ISP? We apparently don't do that right now.
So, Senator, just to clarify the Gen Cost figures, indeed, Gen Cost does look at LCOE, as you point out, which is, as you say, a limited form of evaluation. But they also go beyond that when it comes to looking at the amount of solar and wind penetration in the system. And then they do an additional cost of the extra transmission and storage that will be needed, and that is added to the cost of the solar and wind combinations that produce a particular percentage. So they have numbers for 60, 70, 80 and 90% renewable penetration into the electricity system, and that includes the additional costs of storage and transmission.
But it's not a whole of system cost. They don't do whole of system modelling for that.
So they do the whole of system in that it includes generation, transmission, and storage. But there might be other costs associated with things like frequency control and that sort of thing. But nonetheless, the gen cost figures include some of the major contributors to the future systems cost.
Can I just we better wrap this up, but Ms. Maddow, can I just ask what happened with Mr. Parker's presentation? There was widespread reports that he was due to present at an Energies Australia event. It was then that particular presentation was criticised by Simon Holmes Court, and then under an Energies Australia Twitter account or X account, there was a response to Simon which said, "Thanks, Simon, this event has been pulled. This does not meet our guidelines and we're investigating how it was scheduled." Why would Engineers Australia say that a presenter advocating for nuclear was against your guidelines?
So the event was held in July. The initial event was cancelled, and we've been very public about our apology both to Mr Parker and our Newcastle engineers on the way that was handled. And we've been quite open about we could have done better. So the event was held it was a hybrid event, it was held on the 24th of July, and Mr Parker presented at a local committee in Newcastle, so it was rescheduled, and we apologised.
How did that happen, though? Like, what did you investigate? Who had the authority to tweet out publicly that a nuclear event was against the guidelines of Engineers Australia?
There were some internal mistakes made, which we've been quite public about, and we've apologised about, and we have undertaken a post-incident review, and there's work that we're going through internally with our members to discuss.
Well, I appreciate the apology. I don't know if we've got much insight into how it happened. The concern, obviously, from someone externally is that there's a bias within your organisation against nuclear, then, at least from some.
We've held a number of nuclear events. We have a nuclear area of practice, and we've got more nuclear events coming online with other events that we hold. So I'm not sure that I'd comment that we'd be biased.
Okay, the problem is the perception, right? I've got no idea how you operate internally, but when something like that happens, it obviously affects perceptions. I believe you've also released a report recently into the different, well, at least there were some conclusions on the different wage levels of salaries. There's an article by your acting chief engineer published in LinkedIn titled "Engineers Can Unlock Net Zero, but there's a catch." And she writes that, and I'm quoting, "Engineers working in coal, oil and gas industries typically earn higher salaries than their peers in renewables." Is it true that engineers in the fossil fuel sector earn more than in renewables?
I'd like to take that one on notice.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Can I also just on that one though, we have done a piece of work I think you'll find interesting on transferability of engineering skills. So we're very conscious that we need the engineering skills in our energy market and making sure that all engineers have the opportunity to work in the future in the different energy markets.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, I think Mr Walker wanted to add something.
Thank you, Chair. May I just add a little?
Yes, please.
Thanks. Senator, I just wanted you referenced the necessity to take a whole of system approach, and I just wanted to let you know, Senator Canavan, that I agree with you. I think it is important to take a whole of system approach. In fact, that is really the core tenet of our joint submission to this committee, that we need to move from an incremental to a transformational approach to planning and executing our energy present and our energy future. We need to move from what's been a very piecemeal approach because of the various legislation, regulation, market forces, different jurisdictions that have been involved, that we've had previously and to date a very piecemeal approach to energy planning and execution. And really the opportunity here for Australia is to take a strategic and a holistic approach and actually to set a standard not just for ourselves, but for our peers internationally in our near region, globally, and also potentially in the global north. And part of that we believe, is the necessity to consult with the users of the energy system as well as the owners of the energy system, and to ensure that those solutions are deeply informed by engineering expertise. So the Academy and Engineers Australia are here to help on that. Our engineers are interested in providing evidence to inform decision-making and a solutions-based approach. We are technology neutral. Our stance is that however we get to a low carbon, net zero, reliable energy grid, we're here to discuss it, and we're here to support yourselves as decision makers to understand what the options are and what the implications might be.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for appearing. The committee is set 14th of November 2024 for the return of any questions on notice if you've taken any. Thank you very much for appearing and for your submissions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend for 10 minutes back at 4:15 with our next witnesses. Welcome back, everyone. Actually, we're not quorate. Sorry, forgive me. Just realised. Welcome back, everyone. And I now welcome representatives from the Energy Efficiency Council, ACOS, AIG and the Property Council of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For Hansard, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
I am Tennant Reid, Director of Climate Change and Energy at the Australian Industry Group, or AI Group.
Thank you, Tennant.
And my name is Jeremy Song. I'm the Head of Policy at the Energy Efficiency Council.
Thank you.
And I'm Kelly Court. I'm Program Director, Climate and Energy at ACOS.
Thank you.
And I'm Frankie Muscovich, the Property Council of Australia's National Policy Director.
Thank you very much for appearing. Has anyone got a very brief, short opening statement? Or I think in terms of preference for timing, would ask you to table them. Does that
Senator or Chair, if I may, we have been observing the hearing for some time today, and there are a number of matters that we had collectively intended to raise in our submission, which differ from some of the subject matter on which the line of questioning has focused so far. I'm sure we'll be happy to address those sorts of questions as well, but just if we may, to highlight the issues in the submission, the points that we had collectively made in the submission provided to the committee relate to the demand side of the energy system and the great importance of better seeing, better voicing and better serving the demand side in Australia's energy governance and in policy. The demand side and action on the demand side can make a huge difference to outcomes, both in the sense that the costs that energy users finally pay are a function not just of price, but of the amount of energy and the timing of use of that energy that they need in order to meet their business or household or other needs, but also that total system costs, a matter on which the committee has shown great interest, can be significantly affected by the amount and the timing and the location of energy use. And so we've made a number of recommendations in that submission, which we commend to the committee, to improve this situation. It's natural that there's a lot of discussion of the supply side of the energy system, but we do need to ensure strong visibility and voice for the demand side in that conversation.
Thank you. And that point's been made previously today as well. And assuming it's in your submission, we'll throw to senators to ask you questions about that.
Sorry, it's Kelly here from ACOS, and I just wanted to add that ACOS put in a supplementary or additional submission which included our joint work, but also to emphasise the greater need to consider equity in the transition, and that's both across demand side and supply side. Demand obviously can help there, but in terms of broader governance and regulation, we need a greater focus on consumers, people and community, as well as a greater focus on equity. So our submission focused on that as well. And sorry, I'd just like to acknowledge I'm on Yagra and Turrbal lands. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. And I haven't seen your supplementary submission, but again, those points have been aired before us, but we look forward to hearing your views on them as well. If nothing else, I'll throw to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming along. Maybe I will start with the demand side, Sir Reid. In terms of what we've heard is that people see the system in terms of governance as highly complex. How can we improve that so as to address that demand side opportunities and challenges?
Sorry, I'm not sure if Tennant's trying to speak. Was that question directed towards?
Anyone who would like to answer it, but yes, I unfortunately the little name tag here means that all I can see is from Tennant's.
I beg your pardon. The mute button had vanished into a different tab. We make a number of recommendations for improving the situation. Of course, energy governance is going to remain a complex topic and a very abstruse one for well more than 99% of the population. But there are important ways in which the system can be made more responsive to energy users of different sorts. And energy users, of course, are a very diverse cohort. AI Group represents business energy users of many different sorts, and our members are very diverse, let alone those constituencies represented by the other organisations here. One of the key recommendations we make is for the formation of an energy performance agency at a national level whose job is focus on the demand side and to take on some of the functions currently performed inside broadly supply-oriented organisations, including, for example, the formation of not just projections of what demand trends will be, but proactive options for helping to manage and shape those trends so that better outcomes for energy users can be achieved. It's not anybody's job currently to focus on the demand side in that way at a national level or even within the states, whereas in other jurisdictions, as I'm sure Jeremy can point to, there is a strong track record of bodies of this sort driving improved outcomes for energy users.
Mr. Sung, maybe you could contribute to that. I'd also be keen to understand, in terms of the demand side opportunities and challenges, I believe your view would be that they've not historically received the kind of attention that they deserve. Maybe you could provide us with some insights into why that is and whether you've seen any improvements.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Senator. The simple answer to your second question there around the historical reasons is primarily because Australia has had access to low-cost energy and an abundance of energy supply as well. And in those sort of conditions, there has been very little incentive to worry about how energy users consumed energy. Really, the focus was just on ensuring that we dialed up the electricity network to provide as much electricity as end users needed to do what they wanted to do, whether to heat their homes or construct a building or manufacture steel. It wasn't really a concern. But now times are changing. Obviously, we've had depleting gas reserves in southeastern Australia. We have high gas prices linked to the international price, thanks in part to geopolitical conditions over in Ukraine. And we're finding that building out the supply side electricity supply infrastructure from generation to transmission and distribution networks has taken a little bit longer than we expected. partly because of the social licence to operate issues in certain communities. So with that in mind, the demand side now can potentially play a much stronger role in helping us transition our energy system, but we need to get the governance right in order for that to be the case. And one of the issues is that Australia doesn't have a principle of putting energy efficiency first. This is something that other countries do, in the EU especially. They prioritise energy efficiency as a first step before you even think about making other investments on the supply side. And that makes sure that you essentially right-size your electricity system or energy system more broadly than electricity to meet the needs of the demand side. We saw those sort of countries respond in the 2022 gas crisis with a lot of demand-side measures. We had countries like the Netherlands achieving a 14% reduction in their energy intensity during that year. In Australia, the conversation very quickly shifted to how can we get more gas supply. But we didn't really look at the demand side, and we would argue that part of that is because of the lack of institutional setup to look for those solutions. We know they exist, but as Ted alluded to, it's nobody's job right now. And if you look at the national energy laws, they really aren't requiring any of those energy market bodies to think about demand-side investments the same way they think about supply-side investments. You asked, your first question was about other jurisdictions. We have spoken to policymakers in countries like Ireland, which was highlighted as one of the best practice jurisdictions in Europe and indeed globally. We had Irish policymakers come out here and tell us how they do things there. And they've devoted an immense amount of money to demand-side initiatives there. Before you can get a heat pump, for example, you must have made huge investments in the thermal performance of your building. Not huge, but that you should make investments in the thermal performance of your buildings. And there are subsidies available to make those investments. But they've also set up the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, who is responsible for energy planning, but also delivering the sort of subsidies and standard setting that needs to take place to make sure that energy efficient appliances are going into homes as well. Other jurisdictions that we point to in the paper include California and also New Zealand, that has an organisation called IEEFFA, and they're responsible for, and again, thinking about demand side separate from an energy department. IEEFFA has its own jurisdiction just around demand side measures. So we outline the details in that paper, but there's a few examples for you. And if any other colleagues would like to weigh in, feel free.
Yeah, I might. I think just reinforcing Ted and Jeremy's points, one of the other things that hasn't been really present on the Australian landscape are the targets around gains that could be made on the demand side. So I think there's been commentary today about 82% renewables, etc. by 2030, and other targets that have been set for the supply side of generation. But we haven't had clear, compelling targets for demand side action in this country for a long time. And you simply can't manage what you don't measure in the first instance. So it's nobody's job, and there's not a clear target that we're working towards. And I think our paper makes recommendations along these sides. We are calling for targets. We are calling for an energy performance agency. So it is somebody's job to do this work. Those are some of the fundamentals we think have been missing from the landscape when it comes to governance of our energy markets.
And I'll just add to that, Senator, Jeremy talked about principles missing to require our respective energy agencies to consider demand side. It's also missing from our national energy objectives as well. So our energy objectives were, designed more than 20 years ago under a different system, very supply side focus on price rather than energy affordability, for example, and also doesn't focus on consumer risk or equity either. So from our perspective, we think the National Energy Objectives needs an additional review.
Thank you. Mr. Reid, if I can go to you, would you support the conclusion of AEMO and others that the lowest cost pathway of our energy system is renewables with storage and firming and transmission investment?
So on a principles basis, AI Group and our members generally don't mind where the electricity comes from as long as overall their energy supply is affordable, reliable enough. We always want to be a little cautious about requiring absolute reliability because there is a cost trade-off there, and increasingly clean and consistent with Australia's goals and our members' goals for net zero emissions in not too much longer. 25 years is not actually a very long time to achieve that transition. As a practical assessment of how that is most likely to be achieved, yes, it looks most plausible that in Eastern Australia and in Western Australia, but we focus the most on the national electricity market, that the bulk energy in the electricity system will most affordably come from large-scale and some small-scale renewables, that there's an important role there for various forms of supply-side and demand-side flexibility to complement that, some of it through flexible demand, some of it through storage, and that there is an important role, volumetrically small as a share of total energy, but important to total reliability for gas peakers within that. And in the integrated system plan, which remains the best roadmap we have, that gas role accounts for somewhere between 1% and 5% of annual energy over the 2040s, but a significant wedge of capacity within the system. So yes, we are comfortable working within that framework, albeit it is always a work in progress and subject to changes in evidence and circumstances, and it is an iterative process.
Mm. And so, as you commented earlier that you've been listening in throughout the day, what we've heard from some, and obviously what we know on the table from the coalition, is a nuclear pathway. Now, the current proposal is 7 units, 11 gigawatts, but we've heard today from others that to get to the percentage you would need in a system, you'd need broadly 25 to 30 plants and a significant higher amount of generation. And in doing that, the idea being to continue with coal, but to effectively cease the wind, solar, gas at the point at which they are now, or maybe just a marginal increase. What would be your sense of the viability of that as a pathway?
Well, speaking for my organisation, we have no in-principle objection to nuclear energy. It is an important energy source globally. It is very clean. We are not concerned about waste issues, which we believe are entirely manageable. However, it has been a quite expensive proposition to build new nuclear in Western economies in recent decades. And so from the evidence that we can see, not just from the estimates prepared by CSIRO, which are complex and can be argued with on various grounds, but from the actual projects that have been delivered or are still being delivered in the United Kingdom, in France, in Finland and the United States, which are relatively comparable jurisdictions to Australia in terms of regulatory systems, workplace standards, wages and so on. It has proved very expensive to deliver those large-scale nuclear generation projects. And so unless we were able to do a very great deal better than that in Australia, we would not see nuclear generation, civilian nuclear power, as a viable alternative to the sort of bulk energy from renewables, backup from gas, flexibility from storage, and the demand side pathway that is broadly consistent with both the integrated system plan and with other modelling exercises such as the Net Zero Australia project's core scenarios.
And in terms of timing, we've heard a range of issues about at which point you would be able to bring nuclear into the system by nature of how long it would take to develop up the appropriate regulatory system and other planning purposes to actually bring them online. Do you have a sense of that?
So it has taken in the order of 15 to 23 years for, depending crucially on when you start counting from, and the genesis of a large-scale project can be pinpointed to a number of different stages. But again, for those projects in the United States, France, the United Kingdom and Finland, in the order of 15 to 23 years has been taken to deliver them. We do have a lot of urgency in bolstering our large-scale energy infrastructure in Australia. We are emphasising today the demand side, and there is a lot urgently to be done there as well. But there are large-scale retirements coming. Some of those retirements could be pushed back with investment, and that would not be free. There would still be some risk of coal generators, the older coal generators, not being available when sought for, even with extensions or further investment. There's also, though, a risk of these generators falling out of the market earlier than their announced retirement dates, and that is indeed the judgment of both the energy market operator and the stakeholders that it has consulted in the process of developing several successive ISPs, that those earlier retirements are more likely. And so we really do need to see substantial action on replacement capacity in the electricity system this decade. The job will not be done this decade, but an awful lot does need to be achieved this decade. If we were to place bets on longer-term assets, longer-term technologies, that would need to be very carefully considered around ensuring that we do have the assets we need in the nearer term and a buffer, both of supply adequacy and of investment, if we want to roll the dice on what could be some big wins, but with efforts that might not pay off in the longer term.
So do you see a rational pathway to investment in coal at this point, given the move away from coal? Do you, if there was to be an extension, do you see a rational investment pathway there?
So some reinvestment in existing coal generators is not unimaginable, but it almost certainly would require a high degree of government backing because those assets are already finding it difficult to compete in the electricity market that we have because they're not terribly flexible. Physically, it is difficult and damaging to some degree for most existing coal generators to flex their supply up and down rapidly or even slowly. And so the market that we have, which has already a very significant amount of wind and solar in it, is one where those generators face a choice between enduring that physical strain from ramping down at times of high renewable supply, or bear the responsibility to bid low or zero or negative wholesale prices in order to be able to keep operating at a high level. Those things make it unattractive to continue those generators, even apart from their physical lives, and the resource that they're competing with, wind and solar, is not going to decrease. There are debates about how rapidly it will increase, but the market's not going to get any easier for these for any inflexible resource.
Mm. And in terms of what do you see as the appetite for investment in nuclear?
So private investment in nuclear, in the absence of a very supportive policy environment, is quite unlikely anywhere. There is significant commercial interest in the United States in new nuclear at the moment. That is in the context, among other things, of the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, which amount to somewhere between a 30 and a 50% capital subsidy for new clean energy of all sorts. That's a technology neutral subsidy, which is a very substantial support. And there are other factors there that are important as well. In this country, under the current market design, absent some very major policy change, I do not think any commercial investor would expect to make their money back in the wholesale market with a new nuclear power plant, at least based on any technology for which we have an operating record or commercial experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator, I was just going to jump in there and support everything that Tennant has said there. I think the costs and the time is the biggest concern for ACOS, and it would require substantial government investment, both to extend coal, as Tennant said, but also to subsidise the cost of nuclear energy. And we'd rather see those types of government subsidies going to help people and communities benefit from things like energy efficiency, electrification, solar batteries to their homes, where they benefit not only from permanent reduction in energy bills, significant health outcomes. We know so many people that are struggling to heat and cool their home, and we know that heat waves are the biggest killer of people than any other disaster in Australia. So we know these types of solutions are going to have big impacts on people as well as government budget. So, I mean, that's where we would rather see subsidies going to reduce people's bills rather than into a technology that is expensive, won't achieve the emission reduction targets that we need, as well as, risks around health and waste.
I don't know if either of the other two of you, Ms. Moskovic or Mr. Sung, if you had any further comments on that.
The only comment I would make from an energy efficiency perspective would be around a target that Australia has signed up to, which is to double the rate of energy efficiency improvement between now and 2030. That improvement rate is actually a rate of energy intensity. So it takes our primary energy demand and it divides it by our GDP. And the issue with thermal generation is that you get a lot of losses between the primary energy, which is your coal or your gas, and then its final use as electricity. So as you switch to renewables, you'll find that our energy intensity, from a primary energy intensity perspective, will improve as well. You get a sort of double dividend. You get the benefits from a renewable capacity point of view, which is one of the other targets we've signed up to internationally, a tripling of renewable capacity. But as you implement those renewables, you also get this impact on your primary energy intensity, meaning your energy intensity targets are easier to achieve as well.
Great, thank you.
And Chair, last question, yeah. Just need to share the call, and we've got another witness to come yet.
Yep. Ms. Court, could you maybe, in your submission, you talk about the voices of small consumers being limited in scope and poorly resourced. How would you extend the role of consumers in the system?
Yeah, in the joint paper that we've submitted, we've acknowledged that this is a real problem, and we've sort of suggested 5 solutions, starting, I guess, with the top. In the market regulators, none of the board members, with the exception of the AER, have anyone with consumer experience or skills. And most of the staff in these organisations are economists, engineers, again, don't have that consumer perspective or demand side expertise as well, I should add. So we see that there needs to be that top-down, making sure that we embody more of that consumer and demand-side expertise, both at the board and senior level, but as well as within staff as well. And then, we absolutely need more adequate funding for consumer advocates, because we see that when for example, when we come to do reviews, inputs into inquiries like this, market rule changes, etc., that it's dominated by networks, energy retailers, in some cases industry associations, but the consumer voice is lost because we're just not resourced to be able to participate. I mean, at any one time there's something like 10 to 15 inquiries happening at any time. We're lucky if we can be at one of those to represent people and communities experiencing disadvantage. And then I guess finally it's about engaging energy users, people, those that are experiencing the system, and at the moment we don't do that adequately either. I think Ron Ben Davis in his recent paper made it really clear that we have these people that sit there and make these rules and regulations based on what they think or assume consumers, how they might behave and what they need, but they're not actually understanding from consumers how they actually behave and what they actually want.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan.
Given the time, I've just got one question. Just to ACOS, in your submission you argued for the national energy objective to be expanded to include social equity. I just wonder if I worry about adding more objectives here. I suppose there's already an objective for electricity to be affordable. How would this not complicate matters further, given perhaps some of the evidence we've seen about the carbon emission objective making things a bit more difficult and muddied at the moment?
Thank you, Senator. Look, it's a good question, but what we're seeing at the moment, especially through this transition, is energy inequality is actually increasing. And so, some of the examples are around things like network costs, 2/5 of which come from your bills and recovered through a mix of fixed charges and variable charges. We're at the moment putting in processes and policies to encourage people to take up solar and batteries, which is great because, as I said before, there's benefits to those. But at the moment, they're going to people with wealth, choice and control. They're reducing their consumption and paying less towards network costs, and people without those assets, so 8 million homes, are at the moment contributing more to network costs, and that's why things like the solar export charge, which ACOS was one of the rule change components of, is really important. Similar with subsidies that we're seeing on energy bills, also the costs recovered through consumption charges. So again, if you live in an inefficient home, don't have access to solar battery, you're paying more towards those subsidies. And then cost-reflective tariffs. Again, we have real concerns about cost-reflective tariffs at a retail level. further increasing inequality. So these are 3 examples of where, because we don't have equity in our national objectives, we're not looking at the impact of these decisions across all consumers.
Thank you. That's a useful answer. And sorry I don't have more time for more questions, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will probably have some questions, particularly for AIG, but I'll put them on notice. So thank you very much for appearing. The committee has set down 14th of November as the date for any questions on notice to be answered in writing. And we thank you for your time and for your submissions. And we'll now call our next witness, who is the...
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we have the Clean Energy Investor Group.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Marilyn Crestias and I'm coming to you online. I hope you can hear me and see me.
We can indeed.
Excellent.
For Hansard, sorry, I've got more I need to read, don't I? Sorry, it's getting late after a long 3 days. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Marilyn Crestias and I'm the Head of Policy and Advocacy at the Clean Energy Investor Group.
Thank you. Do you have a brief opening statement?
I would like to thank Senators and the committee for the opportunity to, first of all, provide a submission into the inquiry and also for appearing today. I very much look forward to hearing your questions and your thoughts. I will take our submissions as read, but very happy to clarify or answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll throw to the Deputy Chair first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much for coming along. I know we are short on time. What I was really interested in is understanding which of the different technologies are more appealing to investors within that suite of clean energy. So are you seeing continued investment in renewables? Let's start there.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So by way of very brief background, CIG is a peak body that represents clean energy investors. And so our investor members represent around half of all the clean energy assets in the national electricity market. Some have also got interests in the WA market or outside those two, for example, in the Northern Territory, and also obviously a lot of interest overseas. So they are very experienced investors with a lot of assets and a strong pipeline of assets that they're willing to invest in Australia. Overwhelmingly, thinking about the Australian market, their intentions are to invest in clean energy assets such as wind, solar, storage, pumped hydro and similar technologies. And so the majority of our members are working on those technologies. I was listening in to some of your earlier questions and to the discussion, particularly with Mr. Reid at AIG and some of the questions around nuclear. So perhaps I can quickly cover that as well.
That would be great.
We ran a survey of our members a few months ago and asked them precisely that question around which technology they were most willing to invest in. Nuclear technology came last in that list of technologies, and that's really because of a number of hurdles around the timelines to get that technology commercially viable and implemented in Australia. The lack of an experienced skill set and nuclear industry in Australia, some significant legislative and regulatory frameworks, updates and amendments that need to be put in place. And last but not least, the lack of cost-effective nature of nuclear technology compared to those other clean technologies that are listed earlier.
Oh, that's very helpful, thank you. Do you feel that the capacity investment scheme, since it's come along, has encouraged your members in their investment?
Absolutely. So the capacity investment scheme has been a very useful tool to provide some certainty as to how the energy transition can be started and progressed. We know that we are in the early phase of that transition in, first of all, decarbonising the electricity grid. We know that in future we'll also have to decarbonise the broader Australian economy, which, for example, decarbonising transport through electric vehicles, by decarbonising agriculture, manufacturing. All of those things will require further investment in clean energy assets to decarbonise those other sectors. And so we know that this will be a long road and that we need market settings that take care of those investment signals in the long run. But because we are in the early phase of that transition, the capacity investment scheme and the coordination and the signals that scheme has provided has been extremely useful for investors.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming along. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you again. Given the time, I'll be brief. But I just wanted to ask the question I put earlier. The government is planning to significantly expand subsidies to solar and wind energy through its capacity investment scheme. If renewables are the cheapest form of power, why do they need continuing subsidies?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. My understanding is that the capacity investment scheme will be a time-constrained subsidy, so it will not be a continuing scheme. And the purpose of the scheme is really, as I just noted, to start the energy transition as we see further investment and further market settings coming along and being put in place. So I understand that the market bodies and the regulatory agencies are working on future market settings that will provide the right pricing and investment signals. And we very much welcome those signals. But whilst we are in the early phase of the transition and the grid is currently still very much dominated by generation from assets such as coal or gas plants, it is a requirement to have a scheme in place to bring forward some of those clean energy assets and investment in those assets.
Okay, I might leave it there, Chair, given the time. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In your submission, you set out that you believe the integrated system plan serves as, I'm quoting, a comprehensive roadmap that strengthens investor confidence and highlights the transformative potential of clean energy investments. So your members and your investors think that it sends the investment signals that it needs?
So the ISP, we find that the ISP is a very comprehensive tool that helps investors plan for the future as to what technologies will be required in the grid and what the market operator expects to see and what it needs to see for the grid to operate. That's true for the generation that's required and also the level of transmission that's required. And therefore, that helps investors plan ahead and have long-term signals around the capacity that will be required in the grid. That will then in turn help them prepare their investments, find the right locations, and start working on their pipeline of projects so they can meet those goalposts that are provided by AEMO. Where we think that there could be an improvement is perhaps in taking the ISP, which we think is a very robust document, but providing some level of accountability. And our suggestion would be that that rests with energy ministers, both at the Commonwealth and state level, altogether as a group. So we believe that there should be accountability around the delivery of the ISP. So we see the ISP as a very good tool that tells us what should happen, but no one is in charge of making that plan actually being implemented. And so we think that there would be value in having a body, in this case energy ministers, accountable for the delivery and the implementation of the ISP. Now, we understand that, for example, transmission investment would be delegated to transmission network service providers, but ultimately the responsibility for that work to occur as per the ISP should rest with a body, and we believe that that sits with energy ministers.
Assuming, just take for example, your investors are investing in a generation project. Once they've reached FID and they've got approval, wouldn't they want to be accountable for delivery and driving delivery?
So, yes, and apologies if I wasn't clear. We believe that the private sector should deliver the bulk of the investment. We do not expect governments or the public sector more broadly to deliver the bulk of that investment and the financing. But in terms of setting the right regulatory frameworks, the right policies, and enabling the delivery of the ISP and the level of investment in generation and transmission that's noted in that ISP, we believe that ministers should be responsible for putting in place the settings that will enable the delivery of the ISP.
And you don't think those settings are there now or not clear enough?
I don't believe there is transparency around who is ultimately responsible for those settings. So some governments might take more or less initiatives in their state, for example, and they might put in place specific policies to achieve particular outcomes in their state. But each state will have a different approach. The Commonwealth will have a different approach. And it's not always clear that the policies they put in place are ultimately aimed at delivering the ISP. Those policies might be put in place to meet other goals. And so we believe that there should really be an accountability mechanism that places responsibility on a particular body for the implementation of the ISP.
Thank you. And this committee was set up largely to look at issues of transparency and accountability. So hopefully we might be able to shed some light on that in our report. There's been a lot of evidence led throughout this inquiry about the ISP not being either transparent, accountable, and a little unbalanced in its outlook across the whole energy system, particularly being supply-side biased. Does that affect the view of your investors?
Look, overall, we find that the ISP provides possibly the best planning tool, and that its inputs, its methodology are very robust. The outputs are also very detailed. So overall, there are always opportunities for minor improvements, but overall, we find the ISP extremely useful, extremely robust, and a really critical document.
Thank you for that input. Given that, how come we are seeing the rates of large-scale wind and solar investment dropping quite dramatically over recent years?
Thank you for that question. So whilst the ASP looks at the level of investment that's required to meet the various government policies, and we have seen some great steps being taken to enable some of those, through the states or the Commonwealth government putting in place various pieces of policies or legislation, for example, renewable energy targets or climate targets. So whilst we have some signals in place, there are still many challenges that investors face when developing a project. For example, at the state level, the planning frameworks can be often not fit for purpose in terms of supporting the energy transition. And we have, in fact, commissioned some work from HSF that looks at how those planning frameworks could be improved in New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland particularly. Likewise, at the Commonwealth level, the environmental assessment process through the EPBC Act, we find could also be improved and strengthened to better meet the needs of the energy transition, whilst, of course, taking into account impacts on the environment, which we want to mitigate and minimise. So there are a range of other hurdles that make it difficult for some of those projects to be developed. We also know that there are some delays around the connection to the grid, and I understand that AEMO has been doing some work around that, but we still hear from our members around grid connection issues, and likewise the development of the transmission network can also be delayed and complex to be approved.
Thank you. Do examples, historical examples of investments in generation, say in the Murray region of Victoria, and the somewhat disastrous financial hurdles that those projects have hit up there, does that affect your investors and how they view? Is that having any impact on, or part of the reason why generation projects are falling off the investment ladder?
Look, I think some of those issues around the Murray region were related to, there were sort of two issues there. One, which is quite technical, is around how we account for losses on the transmission lines, and the second one was issues around connection to the grid. So I think some of those issues are still around because we haven't necessarily changed those rules, but some work has been done to improve some of them. As I mentioned, AEMO has been working on the connection process, and we have seen some improvement, even though not all the issues there have been resolved. And so those issues are still around for our members, but they are no longer at the top of the list most of the time. The issues that are currently at the top of the list are very much around planning and environment assessments, which I just mentioned, and always the importance of the transmission network and investment in that space.
Does the examples in the Murray region, would they say to you that AEMO should be better at forecasting the network limits and capacity, and provide stronger signals to investors on those before they hit FID?
Look, that's something we've always called for, and we think would be very valuable, is having more information, more granular information, and particularly more forward-looking information. This is something that we have called for in the past. We have seen AEMO provide some information, particularly around what they call the Enhanced Information Work Programme. However, a lot of that new information was backward-looking and therefore of limited interest. So we are very interested to see whether AEMO can provide more forward-looking information, which would be useful to choose the best sites to locate then wind or solar assets.
I would have thought it'd be a core competency of AEMOs to understand that their network and be able to, as more generation attaches to it, understand the impacts that will have.
I think there are some complexities around the dynamic nature of all those connection requests into the grid. And we've certainly encouraged AEMO to think about how best they can provide forward-looking forecast and additional information. And it's something that we often engage them on.
I'd be screaming for it if I was your members. Separate to network limits and curtailment, economic curtailment's becoming a bigger an issue, particularly for solar generation. Does your organisation have any insights onto how to handle that?
So that's a great question, Senator. Our members have different assets and also different business models, so they might all manage those issues differently. But generally speaking, clean energy investors have got a number of tools to manage economic curtailment, and that's through potentially contracting or hedging, or so that's more from a sort of financial side of things. But also they have the opportunity to incorporate storage assets with their wind or solar farm that might enable them to store that energy if they cannot sell it at a positive price on the market. And so that collocation of storage assets can help to shift some of that energy that would otherwise be lost to the grid. So there's a lot of interesting work happening around storage, and we have also released a report a few months ago that looked at how to incentivize storage and recognising its value during negative pricing events.
Wonderful. Would you share that report with the committee?
Yes, of course.
That'd be great, because co-location of storage, for quite some time has seemed to be, to me, one of the biggest missing parts of the energy mix. And AEMO are completely silent on it. So I'd be keen to learn more and stay in touch and learn what your investors are doing, how we can improve it, the different ways to the different revenue models that might come from it, not just from arbitrage. So it's an area of strong interest that I think will help strengthen our energy system. And that's all I have. So unless anyone else has got any more, we thank you for appearing today. The committee has set down 14th of November for the return of questions on notice. And with that, I thank you, and I thank the Secretariat and Hansard and Broadcasting, and we are now adjourned.